It's all fair. It's all fair.
Good evening, everybody.
I just found the keys to the city. The beats are big and the lights are pretty. So why can't we go to the city where the dreams are in the sky? You got me high on wonders and why. You got me high, I think I might die. I'm face to face with the mirror. I've never felt so one with another. So why can't it all be clearer? Don't you see the sign? It's not fair. Let me put my fingers through your hair. It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm not full without you there. And there you are. La 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 la. Wish you'd all stop. Fa la 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 la. Wish we could go far. I just close my eyes and drag you on. There you are. I just close my eyes and drag you on. I just found the keys to the city. The beats are big and the lights are pretty. So why can't we go to the city where the dreams are in the sky? You got me high on wonders and why. You got me high, I think I might die. I'm face to face with the mirror. I've never felt so one with another. So why can't it all be clearer? Don't you see the sign? It's not fair. Let me put my fingers through your hair. It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm not full without you there. And there you are. La 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 la. Wish you'd all stop. Fa la 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 la. Wish we could go far. I just close my eyes and drag you on. There you are. I just close my eyes and drag you on. There you are.
Okay, here we go.
I'm face to face with the mirror. I've never felt so one with another. So why can't it all be clearer? Don't you see the sign? It's not fair. Let me put my fingers through your hair. It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm not full without you there. There you are. La 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 la. Wish you'd all stop. Fa la 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 la. Wish we could go far. I just close my eyes and drag you on. There you are. I just close my eyes and drag you on.
And there we go, folks. And hello, Best Chat. Welcome back, Best Chat, to part two of the 100 channel member extravaganza chat. Part two, fantastic. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday so far. Part two of the 100 members extravaganza. We had a wonderful, fun part one. At least I thought so. Now we're buckling in for part two, chat. Part two. Here we go. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. And say hello, Truthblade. Welcome, Truthblade. Missed the first part since I was out on a trip. I should be able to catch a good chunk of this one, though. Fantastic. I'm glad to have you, Truthblade. Fantastic. Hello, Marker 3D. Ellie's like, I must embrace the long man. The peak of power. Embrace the long. Let's see. We'll see here. Hello, Andrew Sabina. Started out the last round with coffee. Starting out this round with whiskey. Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Good choice. Hello, Timmy Turner. Welcome, Timmy Turner. Hi, everyone. Hello, Timmy Turner. Welcome. Hello, Lieutenant Colin Altania von Dukershoff. Zofrares will be jealous of LD cuddling with Longman. Yeah. It's all hard to resist the Longman, you know. I think it's going on right now, in fact. Hello, Pat Garris. Welcome, Pat Garris. Inject more nonsense in my veins. Absolutely. It's going to be a direct injection of 10,000 cc's of nonsense. So much nonsense, chat. So much nonsense. Hello, Endar Elad. Tech longoid nonsense. Pretty much. The nonce to the longoid. Hello, anime fan 2794. Waiting for the man with 12 hours, huh? Kept you waiting, huh? Exactly. Hello, Lieutenant Tanya von Dugershoff again. Who do you think will finish the stream first? Mahler, LD? Probably I will. I'm pretty sure that Mahler's going to end first. I'm pretty sure I'm going to end first before Mahler does. I think they just started. So they just started their 12 hours. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be ended first here. I'm pretty sure. Unless we have help from, I don't know, someone amazing like
Nanomachine, son.
Unless we have Nanomachine, son. Hello, Coker's Hideout. Welcome, Coker's Hideout. It's time once again. Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. Let's see here. Hello, Telepress. Welcome, Telepresson. And we're back. We certainly are. Welcome back to round 2. 12 hours of nonsense, chat. 12 hours of nonsense. Hello, Martin Steinpaz. Oh, my favorite intro song. Yeah. One of mine, too. Wish we could go far. Let's see. Here, Brian Gaijin. Welcome, Brian Gaijin. I'm here. What I missed. Nothing yet. We just started. We made it just in time. Hello, Andrew Warwick. Woohoo! Part 2. Here we go. I really enjoyed the first part. Hoping to hear more about culture. Coming right up. Hello, Blue. Welcome, Blue. Part 2. All right. Fantastic. You're all right, part 2. Hello, Jegs, Board Chief, Dino God. Whoa. Yeah, exactly. Here we go again. More nonsense down the line, chat. More nonsense down the line. Hello, Gosham. Welcome, Gosham. LD, your brain is goldfish. Write stuff down when you hear it. Yeah. It usually is. That's what happens. Let's see. Who's here? Who's had to join us today? Let's see. Hello, Kyle Rocket. Kyle Rocket. What's that? Kylie Roddick. Wrong guy. Kyle Exotic. Welcome, Kyle Rocket. This should be the best chat's turn to join the stream. Maybe. We'll see. Hello, Jackson. Yeah, I need to go to bed. Work tonight, grave shift, but sometimes to listen to while I'm working. Yeah, awesome. Fantastic. Glad to have you while you're here. Hello, Armor CDX. The Last of Devil Part 2. Yeah. Second part of 12 hours of nonsense. Here we go, chat. Hello, Sam Gay. Good morning, nonsense. Afternoon apocalypse. Absolutely. The afternoon apocalypse. Welcome, everyone, to the afternoon apocalypse. Should be good. Should be fun. I think it'll be pretty fun. Let's see. Who else is here today, chat? Who else is here? Hello, Cian Arcale. If I can, I'd love to hop on for a bit. It's possible. It's definitely possible. See what happens. Let's see. Ruin the Tartarask. Welcome. Hello, Skip Cole. Welcome, Skip Cole. Yo. Hello to Skip Cole. Welcome. Hello, Andrew Clark. Hello again. Hello to you. Hello, the Grey Mortal. Welcome to the Grey Mortal. Hey, congrats on the subs. Appreciate it. Now raise more hell and let the world know the demons are in town. Absolutely. You know we will. Time to debunk some happiness. Time to debunk some delicious happiness. The best stuff. Let's see. Who else is here? Hello, Dr. Crow. Welcome, Dr. Crow. Hello, Best Chat just got home from work. Well, welcome, Dr. Crow. Welcome, Dr. Crow, indeed. Hello, Barry Bend. Hey, LD. Hello to Dr. Crow. Welcome. Let's see. Who's here? Hello, El Augusto. Been great so far, Devil. Stay strong with the Salon Silbarius soliloquies. Fantastic. Certainly will. Hello, Fernando. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Andrew Sabina. So much nonsense, you're going to get tired of nonsense. Exactly. So we're going to keep on nonsense. You're going to have to beg me to say no more nonsense. I say, yes, we're going to continue with the nonsense. Absolutely. You're going to get tired of nonsense. We're going to keep on giving nonsense, and it's never going to end. You keep on winning. You're going to keep on winning. You can keep on winning. You're going to say, Mr. Trump, I'm tired of winning, and I'm just going to say, too bad. You're going to keep on winning. Let's see. We have a best nonsense, don't we, folks? Absolutely. The best nonsense. We got the best nonsense over here. Best nonsense. Everyone says so. Everyone thinks so. All the experts say we got the best nonsense, chat. All the best experts. Not just those, I don't know, those crappy CNN experts. We got like real ones over here. So we have the best nonsense. The best nonsense. Believe me, the best nonsense. Hello, your average Joe. I made it. Hello to you, average Joe. Welcome. Hello, Cody Train. Let's continue the nonsense. Oh, you certainly will. We certainly will. Let's see here. Let's see. Hello, Martin Sign Pass. Oh, I can do another hello, Devil and Best Chat. Well then, hello, Devil and Best Chat. Hello to you, Martin Sign Pass. Welcome. Hello, Uncompetitive. All right, very much appreciated, Uncompetitive. Thank you much for the 1999. Very much appreciated. Congratulations on 100 members. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening to your morning nonsense during pandemic lockdown. Hopefully the UK will reopen on July 19th. Yeah, hopefully. It's a crime that you've been locked down this long. So hopefully you can start opening up pretty soon. But thank you very much, Uncompetitive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Hello, Kira Dan. Hello. Should I finish part 1 before I listen to part 2? I don't think you have to. Not unless you want to, I guess. Hello, James B. Welcome, James B. Evening LD. Looking forward to part 2. Would love to join in and say hello proper. We'll see. We'll definitely see, chat. Hello, John Reddick. Rehail. LD resuming guest and Best Chat. Hello to you, John Reddick. Welcome. Hello, E.G. Douglas. Evening all. Am I late? When shopping? Got snacks? Not yet. We just started. Welcome, E.G. Douglas. Let's see. All right, everyone. Well. Looks like we have some wonderful guests in the back room. Let's see who they are. Shall we? One second here. And here we go. All right, chat. Let's see what wonderful guests we have in the back room. Let's check it out. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's go and get started. Start the second part of 12 hours of nonsense. I don't know why I do that. I always get copyright claimed for that one. Let's see. All right, chat. Now we can invite in some guests. So, let's see. See who's here today.
What the heck is wrong with you? It wouldn't hurt for you to show me some respect once in a while.
But I always show you respect.
More! Respect me more!
Hello, Zofrats. Welcome.
Hello.
Let's see. Ready for some more nonsense? Yeah,
I'm ready for more respect.
Oh, more respect. Respect me more. Respect me more. Let's see. Who else is here? And now the fun can begin.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello, Shiny.
Yep.
Welcome. And long time no see, Shiny. Long time no see.
For like an hour.
For like an hour, yeah.
Isn't it past your bedtime, Shiny?
Supposed to be. But hell has no bedtime. That's why it's hell. Okay. That's why we never sleep down here. Let's see. And one more guest in the back room. Let's see who this is.
If I wasn't so damn peaceful and in line with the Force, I'd get up and I'd smack the shit out of you.
Welcome back, Jake Simmons.
Time to smack the shit out of bitches with the Force.
Exactly. This is awesome Force. The best Force. We have the best Force over here. The best Force, believe me. All the experts say so. All the real ones. All the real experts. Let's see. Who's
the Force, the best way to get dates. What?
Yeah, the Force. It's our rape trope. Remember that
You're really attractive for your age. I am a really attractive man for my age. You'd be lucky to get. Well, a woman would be lucky to have you. A woman would be lucky to be with me.
You're happy to see us. We are happy to see you.
Well, it's like the Robot Chicken skit where Obi-Wan is mind tricking himself.
Oh, that's pretty clever, actually. I wonder if that'll work. I think you just let down your guard. You can like hypnotize yourself.
You mind trick yourself, but like the joke is, yeah, he's convincing himself that he's good enough for a woman.
Poor Obi-Wan. Poor
Well, you know, after Satine, he just couldn't apparently get back into the game.
Well, I mean,
there are not many women of his type around Tatooine.
It does kind of suck, you know. You get involved with a queen, and then what are you going to do after that? She gets killed by Darth Maul. What are you going to do after that? Huh? What's going to happen?
You don't really want to date like below like what you've already dated before. You want like a step up.
The prequel trilogy is really fucking funny when you watch it with the context in mind that Obi-Wan is actually banging Padme in secret.
Oh, don't do a Maggie Mayfish.
That was a Maggie Mayfish. Wasn't that Maggie Mayfish's like?
Yeah, Maggie Mayfish made a video where she was claiming that if you go in with the perspective that Luke is actually Obi-Wan's child, it makes the entirety of the prequels and the original trilogy infinitely better.
I was
don't
just
know
going for
how.
funnier, so you know.
No, but she
I
was
won't say better, but it's
absolutely
definitely
serious.
funnier.
Yeah, definitely way funnier.
That would explain why Obi-Wan jumped out the window. It's like, oh, you shooting at my bitch.
Exactly. That was kind of weird. Why Obi-Wan was the guy who jumped out the window? That seemed like terrible writing. But you have this secret underground story that's totally there. It makes sense because it's. I mean, Padme was what was she doing? Isn't that like a? That was like a Cleopatra play, right? She's like involved with a Caesar, involved with Pompey, involved with Crassus, just like pin them against each other, and then she's involved with Mark Antony. It's kind of like that. Like is you know what? She's playing Crusader Kings 3, and she took the seduction tree. That's what she did.
In the business, we call that being a whore.
Exactly. When Crusader Kings 3, it's just called being an expert in seduction. It's actually a branch of expertise you can branch into. Seduction. Let's see. Skip Cole, thanks for $2 for that. Skip Cole says, hello, Zofrats.
Hello, Skip Cole.
Off to a good start so far. Been pretty fun. I think the first part was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. Let's see. All right. Well, I think we ended the last part with like emu hunting. That was pretty fun.
No, it was emo hunting.
Emo hunting. This hunting emos. Let's see. All right. I think I got everyone. I think I sent all of the invites. Got everyone with fresh links. Looks like awesome. So if anyone wants to join, they certainly can. Let's see. Hello, E.G. Douglas says, have you ever watched the Aeronauts redubs of the Star Wars saga? They did a joke. And the Jedi just being drug addicts. Darth Vader was a manager trying to live a good life.
Oh, that sounds fucking hilarious.
It sounds hilarious. Yeah, it does.
Qui-Gon, what is the Metachlorians? It's drugs, Anakin.
That kind of reminds me of when EFAP did Lord of the Rings, and they did the joke that it was just one giant analogy for the drug war.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun. It's just all about weed and taking weird drugs.
What does the ring represent then?
It's the weed. It's the weed that the DEA is trying to get.
The one weed to rule them all.
Yeah, the good weed.
That's
why when when Frodo takes the ring on, he's just tripping, man. He's just seeing all these visions and there's shadows. It's so crazy, man. EFAP does it so well.
So crazy, man. Yeah. Big drug war. Frodo has the weed. That sounds good. Well, here it is. Here's the Aeronauts Star Wars thing. Let's check it out. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Is the whole thing? Hold on.
Yeah, chapter 1.
There you go. Is it sound like club music in there? Just jamming out.
I mean, if you had a Star Cruiser, I'd be blasting some.
Welcome to Space Hooters.
It's a Space Hooters. Welcome to Space Hooters.
Everybody's got 6 titties.
Eating and drinking this side of the galaxy. Can I start you boys off with something? Maybe a Tatooine titty twister or a
Reminds me of like From Dusk Till Dawn. But I got another chat here. Avery, thank you very much, Avery. Did you mean to send this? I don't know. It's $100 chat through Streamlabs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very generous. Let's see. Avery says, part 2. Let's go. Let the nonsense flow. Yeah, thank you very much, Avery. If you didn't mean to send that much, just let me know. I know for a fact I can do refunds on PayPal, but just let me know. Just let me know if you accidentally sent that much. Just let me know. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. Very much appreciated. For now, I'll alter this for now. Let me see here. Let's see. And of course, Avery. Make sure I got your name right. There we go. And there we go. So far, the stream was produced by the great Cullivar, Tayson Harrison, and Avery. Thank you very much. Very generous. All right, let's see here.
Pick up a dirt bomb.
Just the bottle service.
Bottle service coming right up. douchebag.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I think it's just early. What? Look, it's the Jedi? I know trouble when I sees it. Believe you me, these boys is covered in it.
These guys are managers of like a space hooters, I guess.
Rude! You know the Jedi reputation. Listen, we have to get them out of here peacefully. How are we gonna do that? I mean, we can't just kick them out. Whatever you do, do not piss these guys off.
Is it normal to make us wait this long?
Relax. I'd like to try their hot wings. I'm actually.
It's a pretty good Liam Neeson impression.
It is.
You boys.
Well, I haven't heard that many, but sounds a little bit like him a little bit.
Expecting ladies? Or is this just a sausage festival? Not that there's anything wrong with a sausage festival.
Say sausage one more time.
I dare you. I double dare. Say sausages one more goddamn time. Let's see. Anime Fan 3794, they wish for the $1.99. Appreciate that. I think Coulevar might be executive producer. Yeah, at least by now. Probably.
Let me guess. The Jedi were perfect gentlemen. Paid their bill in full.
Good. So let me get this straight. They perfect gentlemen paid their bill in full.
Left with no fuss.
No! They skip out on their bill. They steal from the cash register. They break Rupert, the authentic redneck robot.
No shit.
The authentic redneck robot.
Doing business with a Jedi? I'd sooner hire sand people to babysit my kids.
No, it's a terrible idea.
That was sarcasm, you imbecile.
It kind of reminds me of Wimplo from Kung Pao. No, it's a terrible idea. I'm bleeding, making me the victor. It reminds me of like really strong Wimplo energy. Is small stick energy? So that small stick energy?
Regional manager, Darth Maul.
Darth Maul's the regional manager. All right then. Like does that mean the managers, they're just like these scary guys in cloaks? They're the managers of a Space Hooters and these scary guys in cloaks. I'm the manager of the Space Hooters.
I can deal with all Karens.
All Karens.
Your Space Hooters functions at the highest level of operational efficiency while maintaining a deep-rooted commitment to customer satisfaction. He'll take care of your Jedi problem. And by the way, what kind of wood polish did we use on this table? Murphy's oil soap? That sheen is ridiculous. Send a bottle of whatever it is back with Maul.
I say screw that guy, man.
He's Jamaican.
Why is he Jamaican?
I'm pretty sure he wasn't Jamaican a minute ago.
Why is he's Jamaican now, I guess.
Look out! We're gonna die. This is too drunk to be driving.
Jar Jar rapping is the best thing.
We need more Jar Jar rapping. Why did they make Jar Jar rap? Is that racist?
Out from the club, right? Why don't you
Well, I suppose the actor was black, so.
Oh yeah, it's like it got in big trouble for that for some reason. I don't know. Somebody did. I think George Lucas got in big trouble for that.
Why don't you try and take the keys and see what happens? Violence happens.
Violence happens.
I mean, everyone wants to commit violence against Jar Jar.
Wow, CGI from 1997 still better than green screen from Black Widow today.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Master.
Well, a lot of the things with visual effects tends to just be effort putting in and a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of money.
Well,
George
they did.
Lucas amount of money.
Well, the prequels, they did invent like a lot of new technology and stuff like that. Revolution has been perfected on it. So, props to them.
Technology which is pretty standard today.
Uh-huh.
You see, Alex Taylor says, who will be the Karen?
It's going to be Padme. It's easily going to be Padme.
I would say, yeah, Padme's pretty Karen-ish, I think.
She's going to be Karen all the way to Tatooine and back.
Like the most
I haven't
Karen
watched this in a while, so I don't know. I'm in the dark as much as I know it more than I suppose everyone else, but I've also forgotten it for the most part.
That or it's Obi-Wan. Like it's either Padme or Obi-Wan's the Karen.
Oh, it could be fun if it was Obi-Wan.
I
kinda
didn't
want
know
that.
that Obi-Wan and Padme are sleeping with each other.
It'd be awful. Like two Karens.
Jedi surprise party.
Right.
Surprise, bitches!
He's just throwing it around.
Yeah. You know what? I've never noticed before in the actual movie, Jar Jar jumping off with him, but still hanging
He
down,
just
realizing he
hangs
can't land. I never noticed that before. That's funny.
Surprise, bitches!
He just hangs on.
He just fucking falls off.
He's still spitting his life.
Just keep spitting.
He just never stopped spitting his lightsaber. like Qui-Gon kills everyone else, I guess. But is that a crack at the movie? Like that's the last thing he does, and Qui-Gon kills everyone else. So like, what is Obi-Wan doing during that time?
I can't remember.
Must have been an Orlando nightclub.
There's the blockade. Oh, God! DUI checkpoint! We need gum, fast.
You can't beat a breathalyzer with gum. You've been drinking all night.
Now it's Jake.
He upgraded the hyperdrive and the stereophonic sound system. We outran the space cops and made him eat bass.
Space
Yes,
cops.
I could feel it. What is he called?
And made him eat bays.
Fart 2, D2. Your Highness.
Fart 2.
Thank you, Magic Trash Can.
And personally think it? Why would you think a droid? Does Luke think a spaceship every time he flies it?
You told me there's a bar here.
Yeah, my bad. Tanaka,
Yeah, the pizza's here.
be right there.
I'm afraid I can't kick in. I'll have to owe you.
Whatever, man.
Watch.
Awaken me without skin.
Without skin.
No. What of a bargain? You promised me flesh.
When the
Raw
storm is over,
nerves.
I'll show you my
Exposed
razor.
to the world.
Why was I programmed to feel pain? That's perfect. Let's see. Work C RD. They were to the one through Streamlabs. Appreciate that. Jeg Ved Ike Avad Der Star. I don't know what that means, but
Was that English?
I don't know. I don't think so. It doesn't look like English.
Try to post it in private chat. I kind of want to see what did you say?
Let's see. There it is.
It's Danish.
Oh, it's Danish. That makes sense.
It says, I don't know what it says.
Well,
Oh,
we
what's
all
this
know
word?
that Danish is just a gibberish. It's a complete backwards language.
But
No one
Ever
understands.
speaks it, yeah.
It's a made up language, okay?
No one speaks Danish.
Literally says,
That's
I
not
don't know
got
what it says.
Look, more people speak Elvish, okay? That's like Elvish, right? It's
Well,
Elvish.
you do, no, Dave, you can like right click it in Chrome and translate to English.
No,
Dave is a boomer, you know that.
Like,
Is he
I
Avery?
can now read it because I translated it just with a click.
Is he Avery? AH Avery for the another $100 Streamlabs. Appreciate that. Avery says, I did intend for previous one and this one. Ah, interesting. I think I'll take the top spot for now. When do you plan on letting fans join? Probably later on in the stream, a little later. But thank you very much, Avery. Very, very, very generous. Thank you very much. And well, I guess Avery meant to send it. Awesome. Well, thank you very
It's
much.
kind of cute when somebody's nice to you, give you a lot of money. You're just like, it has to be a mistake. You're too good, devil.
No one's
Oh,
this nice.
well,
What
thank
do
you very
they
much.
want my money?
Thank you very much, Avery. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. And we got 3 awesome producers of this stream. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Every step is a new nightmare.
Why didn't you waken me without skin? Why was I programmed to feel pain?
All I feel is pain. You, why would they do this to me? You want me to feel the pain. Yes, you want me to understand it. So that I may show others. Huzzah!
So that it may show others the same pain as me. Robot Psycho. It'd be kind of funny because that's kind of what happens with Patrick Bateman through American Psycho. Like, I feel all his pain. I want to share it with others.
Excelsior!
Not to mention, your Jedi friends caused an unspeakable amount of damage. The fear
An unspeakable evil. Hello, Prince Zuko. You did a very nice job defeating my brother, Lord Ozai. It warms my heart to know that you have learned all the lessons that I have taught you, especially the weaknesses. And then kill Zuko. And then the big twist at the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Turns out it was a coup all along.
Yeah, actually, it was the White Lotus. Did you ever notice that? Like, all the people who help out the Avatar and the gang throughout the entire series, all White Lotus people.
Yep.
It was all a big coup for a one world government done by the White Lotus, and like Ozai was the only guy who was aware of it, and that's why he took over that's why he helped.
That's why he was trying to make his own one world government.
Exactly, the Phoenix King. Like, no, you can't do that, Iroh. I'm going to have the one world government. Okay, I'm gonna wipe out all the White Lotus. That's how it's going to go. That's why he kind of trapped Boomy, and that's why the other White Lotus guy, the Firebender guy, what's his name, Zhong. That's why he was kind of exiled.
I'm trying to remember what Sargon's argument was, where it's like the Palpatine was just trying to, he was doing it in self-defense. It was really the Jedi that were like suppressing Palpatine. Palpatine just wanted the religious freedom to religiously persecute the Jedi. And the galaxy.
I have no idea what Sargon was doing there. Some people said it was like a thought experiment or something. I have no idea. But alone, in a vacuum, that video was ridiculous.
must be paid.
Ooh, I have an idea. How about we don't pay the bill? YOLO, bitches.
YOLO.
Oh, that's perfect.
I kind of want that. How about, I have an idea. How about we don't pay the bill? It's like America. How about we don't pay the bill? YOLO, bitches. Fantastic.
Qui-Gon, you old piece of shit. How are you?
I use that green now. Shiny.
Qui-Gon, you piece of shit.
No, this is a final glib. Glib, you old piece of shit. Shiny, you old. That's the best greeting that anyone has ever come up with, I think. So I think we should keep it. I want to clip that for a more nonsense clip.
They're going to sit there and go, it was because of COVID. We don't know what happened. It's just suddenly coming. No. Left-wing activists came in and decided to take over this industry, spit in your faces, and destroy what you loved. Wake up.
Wake up, you old piece of shit.
Matter, old buddy. Your face is crustier than a patch of Wookiee butt fur. Gross. Whoa, you look terrible. Maybe you need a Viagra prescription to turn on your lightsaber. You know what I mean? This kid doesn't. Seriously, though, are you losing your edge or what? You're absorbing more abuse than a Hut tampon. Qui-Gon I knew would have been kicking my teeth in right now. Hey, I'm just kidding. It's all in good fun, huh? Put her there. All right, now get out of here, you old creep. About to stick this kid with you. I know you're into that.
Get out of here, you old creep.
Seriously, though, kid. Watch out for that guy. Yeah, he has a past.
He just gives the kid away.
Yeah, get out of here, you old creep. Get out of here.
Creature. So foolish. He's made of so much skin. It will make him part of us.
I think he still has no skin, so he's still feeling all kinds of pain.
In the fucking sand of all things.
Why would you do this to me? All I feel is pain. Every step is a new nightmare. Is the anime fan 3794? They much for the 499. Appreciate that. Now I'm wondering how Devil would enjoy the Sonic fan dubs. Like the I pissed on the moon clip. Oh no. Let's see. Skip Colding, which if I appreciate that. This made my day. I was just waiting for the literature to say unspeakable evil. Now the foolish avatar seeks to return to the past to undo the evil that is Iroh. Let's see. Now, I don't trust anything with the words fan and Sonic in the same sentence. Okay, they just.
But to be fair, I'm not surprised that the Sonic fandom make the sentence "I pissed on the moon." It's like, yeah, this is on par.
That's probably the least surprising thing ever. Of course they did. Of course they had that line.
Yes, I will wear his face.
That's like all of Marvel heroes right now. And Ray, yes, I will wear his face. I will take his X-wing. I will wear his face. I will take his legacy. I will take his farm. All that stuff. I will take his last name. All that stuff. So it's like and then you have Lady Thor. I will take his face. It's exactly what they're doing.
Look how much the others hate him. Almost as if they wish he was gone. Yes, I'd be doing them a favor. I'd be doing good.
Every step is a new nightmare. Oh no, the regional manager. He just fell.
Looking at you all, I think it's pretty obvious you've never been this high before. It's my belief that
They're just all high. Oh, the drawer attack.
Oh my god, they kind of look like that. Just look how they're all sitting and staring.
They kind of do. It's because I guess because all the green screen, like they don't know where to look, so they kind of look like just kind of staring off into nothingness.
I think this was an actual set. Like they all were sitting here with like prosthetics and shit.
Highest ever been, I am.
Yoda, there's a girl Yoda over there. What the fuck?
Dude, crazy that is.
hunger will soon become a serious concern. With your permission, my master.
Yes, a craving I have.
Yeah, that dude is doing the nay-nay.
For Doritos.
That dude with the next doing the nay-nay.
Reminds me of this.
If I wasn't so damn peaceful and in line with the Force, I'd get up and I'd smack the shit out of you.
Hear that clip. Look, they all do look really high. Just kind of just loosely looking at each other.
I've heard legends of a taco.
Legends of
Made
taco.
entirely out of Doritos.
Is that a thing that will? Is that a taco made out of Doritos?
I'm pretty sure that is something that exists. Yes,
That was something Taco Bell did.
Oh yeah, it was Taco Bell. It was like, didn't they have like a big Dorito chip that was like stuffed or something?
Yeah, they did that. They also did the waffle breakfast taco and a whole bunch of other nasty shit.
By the way, in this scene, the only original special effect was like the background. Originally, this was like the Yoda. This is I think this was the CGI Yoda was something which came later. Originally in Phantom Menace, Yoda was a puppet.
He doesn't really look like a puppet. It was kind of CGI.
No, the CGI version. There were originally when it first released, they had a puppet Yoda.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. I think I remember that. Yeah, the first time I saw it.
And then they went over it again with the CGI Yoda.
Yeah, you can tell that's very much like episode 3 tier CGI Yoda right there.
Mm-hmm.
A creepy CGI Yoda. I mean, creepy puppet Yoda. I remember that.
Yeah, I don't know why. They keep all the props from the original Star Wars films. So why didn't they just crack out the original Yoda, and that way they didn't have a weird fucking Yoda?
Look at that face Yoda's making. It is like Samuel Jackson, like Lib said. One more time, say it. One more time, say it. Devil dare you that. Devil dare you, I do. refreshing drink this is. Big Kahuna Burger. That'd be good. And then he shoots him. That'd be awesome. No, James B. Welcome, James B. Thank you much for 10. Appreciate that. Now it's clear why the Jedi fell. They were always getting too high. Yeah, they reached an age of decadence, and this got too high all the time. It messed up their senses. That makes sense. Makes sense. Hello, Anime Fan 3794. Thank you much for the 499. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Doritos Locos Tacos. Never try to eat it, though. Your toilet won't be able to handle the result if you do.
But now I want to.
They had a nickname when Taco Bell came out with breakfast. They had an instant nickname for it: diarrhea before noon.
Is Taco Bell's that bad?
Usually, yeah. It's like you can get like 10 burritos or something like that for like $1 or something. It's like or not that cheap, but it's pretty cheap.
And you're saying that's bad.
Well, yeah, because the
well,
like
if you want to
food
keep
drink.
your stomach lining, it's bad.
I mean, you'll get full, but
And it works as a detox. It's like a win-win.
Yeah, just I'm not really sure if it works if you detox. If you shove your body so full of toxins, it just has to react and expel them immediately.
But that's kind of what detoxing is. Never drink detox tea. That's how it works.
There's so many toxins. Like no. Every step is a new nightmare.
If it exists, we will find it.
He's just annoyed by everyone just talking about tacos.
Off to find the taco, the
There's a war-
mythical Dorito taco.
There's a war boiling, and you're all talking about tacos.
Priorities.
Well, look at that blink that you just did. That was good. Let me see. He looks so high here.
Has a really good attention to detail, though. Like when you're moving your eyes, he blinks, stuff like that. A lot of people don't think about that. That's a really good effect.
And makes his eyes like really
It's
high.
just attention to detail.
It should have painted his eyes a little bit red, a little bit pink. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, now that I think about it, Star Wars really did nail the eyes down in like CGI characters that a lot of people can't do today.
It kind of did, yeah.
They really knew what they were doing.
It happens when there's passion and stuff.
Yeah.
At least a guy who's attention oriented as George Lucas is.
I heard Yoda talking about midichlorians. I've been
It's a new taco.
wondering, what are midichlorians?
It's heroin.
It's just heroin. It's just heroin. Oh, okay then.
Good shit.
Come on, boy.
Come on.
We have located the Jedi. We have them right where we want them.
Good. This is almost over.
Good.
Just
Good.
remember to keep all of your receipts. This is a business trip. Everything we do here is tax deductible. I would like to get this dirty.
At last, I will show the Jedi who is truly Lord of the Dance.
Lord of the Dance.
Oh God, it's Michael Flatley.
Maul, snap out of it. Are you even listening to me?
He's having an inner monologue right now.
Business trip.
Now I just hope they have a dance-off.
Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, maybe that's what it is.
Oh, you're about to get your wish.
Lieutenant Amazil, thank you for 5. Appreciate that. Hey, I made it. Here's to 100 members. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And for best chat and best girl. Awesome. I assume that means you, Shiny, I guess.
Oh yeah, Shania is best girl.
Shiny is best girl. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Amazil. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see this Lord of the Dance stuff. There's no clones in here, Shiny. I think they're really underwhelming with their clone representation.
Very clonophobic.
Very clonophobic.
Let's dance.
Ah, here we go.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, I've got wine coolers.
Wine cooler. There's like
That's
wine
a very gun-shaped wine cooler.
Very American, like it. I like
Well,
it.
it's for taking shots with.
Yeah, remember that?
I'll go sit in the corner now.
Do you remember that thing from Always Sunny where they have the shotgun? Where it's a shotgun, but it shoots tequila in your mouth. Let's see. And they put that gunpowder and everything. So this shoots directly in your mouth with gunpowder. Hey,
See,
James
it's such
Bean,
a simple pun, and I just love it.
the
A shotgun.
shotgun.
It's just like, oh, that's amazing.
The shotgun. Take shots with it.
Well, that's actually where shots came from. So
Let's see. James B, the Viper, see that? Darth Maul, dance champion. Apparently he's so good. He just wants to show everyone how good he is. He wants to show the Jedi specifically how good he is.
Over here, baby. Oh,
He
I
said-
want the Zima.
They had him opening it. The opening sound.
Make sure
Yeah,
everybody has
he's
Zima.
pointing. He's pointing that wine cooler like it's a gun.
Yeah, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh! They had invisible guns. It's just they're not guns, they're wine coolers. Get down. He's just offering it to him. That's what makes it family friendly. Oh, these guys have really large black guns, so they're like really, really noticeable that they're guns. But this guy, they got this one censored. There's two of them now.
I think this guy is really incredibly drawn out and a bit boring.
To dance on your face.
It'd be awesome if they did like their own footage and it was like a dance off. It'd be great. Oh, well, it's almost done. But let's see. That was awesome. That was pretty hilarious, actually.
that was funny as hell.
You didn't want to finish it?
I'm probably gonna copyright it because that's probably copywritten music.
Just skip over the music.
Let's see.
There's like 6 episodes of the thing, and obviously no episode 7. Because episode 7 doesn't exist.
Good man.
There is no episode 7.
Just like there is no Legend of Korra.
There is no Legend of Korra. There is there's a giant mind trick. There is no Legend of Korra.
There is no Netflix He-Man.
There is no Netflix.
What happened to the Netflix version of Avatar? Wasn't that?
It's still coming.
Yeah, they're still making it.
Apparently, it's so
I was
bad.
hoping it would've got
Even the
cancelled.
original guys, bailed from it.
That's what I
Really?
heard.
I thought they were heading it.
Nope. And I've heard about some really stupid changes, like they're redoing Aang's backstory entirely, and
I heard about that one too.
Sokka and Katara's ages have been swapped. So now,
Sokka's not the younger guy, the younger sibling.
No, didn't they swap it back again because the original creator got angry or something?
I don't know. The original creators left.
Yeah, but I think I heard something that they swap them, but they had to swap them back because a lot of people got angry.
I think
they did. I
yeah,
think
they should, because Aang was like 12 and Katara was 14 in the original series. So it's not that bad. When you make them 16, you start getting into that's grooming territory.
Also, like Sokka's probably gonna be the butt of every joke because he's younger, stupid, older brother. I mean, younger brother.
I think naturally you have to somewhat up the ages because you can't have like actual 12-year-olds acting these characters. Like it's just gonna be very difficult, and the quality is not going to be very good either.
I mean, it depends, but yeah. But it's still a bad idea.
Then you end up in having a situation where you have like an adult or like a young adult playing these characters, teenage characters, like what happened with Spider-Man. So I don't believe for 1 second that Tom Holland is like 16 years old. He's very obviously like 21 or something.
Not for 1 second. Come on.
But if 12-year-olds can vote, of course they can act as well.
Exactly. Yeah, Adam Friended will be he sided with us. Of course, it can act. But what else? Oh yeah, didn't they also change? They changed Aang's backstory, where he was never frozen into ice.
Something like that.
Yeah, and he got adopted.
He got adopted by some people.
So he has loving parents.
I guess he doesn't have. He's not a monk anymore either. I think. I guess because that wouldn't
That's
make
one
any sense.
of the core parts of his character there, that he's a monk.
He's going to change everything.
Yeah, but in this world, bending is a new thing, so people actually don't know what these powers is. Yeah, bending is new.
Why?
Bending has kind of just been discovered, apparently.
What the fuck are they even doing?
I have no idea. I don't know why they're doing like they do the same thing with like the Powerpuff Girls. Like, oh, let's go ahead and blackmail each other with each other's nudes. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense at all.
But yeah, the story is about Sokka's and Katara's mom died in an accident that led to bending getting into the world. So it's very, very new.
I don't know why they came up with that.
What? Huh? That's so fucking far out of left field. It's like it's like someone took a random fantasy novel and just started name swapping.
It's probably going to be worse than like the film.
I mean, the film's problem was just bad acting and being abridged. This is just goddamn.
It's changing everything about it.
That and that they were trying to cram an entire season into one, movie.
Yeah.
So that they were just teleporting around the fucking place, getting the odd part of an episode, but then that entire episode being crammed into 5 minutes. So, oh, we just come across a village, and then we just tell them to rise up, and then they do.
Rise.
I still love that all those earthbenders, that they do all this effort to lift a tiny little rock, and one guy throws it.
And it doesn't even go that far or that fast.
Huge song and dance. Quite literally a huge song and dance. And it
literally could have picked up a baseball-sized rock and had more effect.
So, yeah, I remember that infamous scene where it took a whole group of earthbenders to move one little rock. You might as well just put the rock. Might as well just throw it.
In the one of the Mickey Sakes of it. I'm trying to remember what it was now, writer's room or something, and they say, "Oh, well, he's gonna we're gonna have all these earthbenders, and they lift this rock." So, oh, it's a lot of airbenders, earthbenders. I'm sure this is gonna be a big rock. No, it's just a tiny one. You could probably lift it yourself.
Yeah, you don't need a group of guys dancing around to make it kind of float in the air. Make things float.
Could literally just grab the rock.
I mean, if you were gonna bring down a mountain, I'm sure you need that many people, but not for one rock.
Exactly.
Or make a dirt tsunami or something.
It's kind of how they destroyed the force by having Ray say, "Make things float." Wow, really? That's how you describe the force? In the original trilogy, it's Yoda's it surrounds us, goes through us, it binds us all together, and then Ray's it makes things float. Can Luke Skywalker just slap her real quick?
See, that's why I like
the does slap her.
See, that's why I like the Benny
I know.
Tartakovsky Clone Wars
Yeah, me
miniseries
too.
where Mace Windu just fucking goes baller and Iron Fist and just fights an entire army of
with his hands
of droids with his hands using the Force.
That was
I'm like,
awesome.
God damn, that is awesome and a half.
There's Mace Windu. That's Mace Windu right there.
With moves that you have never seen before. Of this we have no doubt, and you'll soon find out. When you lose this bout, and you hear a shout, we cause the sun to rise, we dance so no one dies, we dance like Jedi, you won't believe your eyes. We have the highest midichlorian count, which means that you have a lesser amount. So please report to the dance floor. We'll show you more of our dancing skills if you're unsure. We have the power of light. We turn the darkness bright. The galaxy will ride. When you lose this fight, we cause the sun to rise. We dance so no one dies. We dance like Jedi. Because we're Jedi.
Because we're Jedi.
This lyric is awful. we dance like Jedi because we are dear Jedi. It's oh,
We dance
really?
like Jedi because we're Jedi. We dance like Jedi because we're Jedi.
You know what? Better writing than the top 40 radio right now.
Yeah, because it has words. I mean, at least it has lyrics. It's not this brah, and all kinds of weird other guttural noises as you get from corporate music now.
God.
It's not just yeah, for 10 minutes, and then you're done.
Everybody get down tonight. Take a cue from the Jedi Knight. Do a dance with the power of light. Show the Sith your dancing might. Everybody get down to the Force.
This goes on for a while.
Dance like Jedi because we're Jedi.
I think I remember skipping all these.
This goes on for a long time. There you go.
Just explodes.
That was one hell of an orgasm.
Yeah, way to go, Darth Maul.
I still think episode 1's fucking pointless.
Why are you pausing this guy? What's with this guy?
What was with that sound?
Episode 2?
These are very strange people. Let's see.
This is the same people that did the Bane, like a mask thing.
Hello, I'm Bane.
So, I wear the mask is not to protect me, it's to protect you.
The people.
If I got COVID, I would be spreading it.
If I got COVID, I'd be spreading it to you, the people. So, Mr. Wayne, you've merely adapted the dark. I was born in it. Let's see.
Why aren't you wearing a mask? Just like, oh, I've got antibodies.
Do you
Whatever.
feel in charge? Let's see.
We can't just kick them out.
No. I'm sending regional
Last time on Space Hooters.
Well, the original trilogy of this is where it really actually gets good. But we can keep watching it because I think it's worth it.
We can move on for right now. It's right now. Maybe we can go back to it later. It's the Bound Guy. Thank you for appreciate that. I'm heading out and we'll be out of sync. But if you get the chance, please check out the Star Wars anime trailer by Dmitry Grozov. Let's check it out. I can find it.
No.
That's just
No.
what Star Wars needed.
How
More
about,
anime.
More
how about we watch Loach's new fan film?
Oh, anime Star Wars.
Or
Anime Star
Loach's
Wars.
new fan film.
Nah, anime Star Wars wins.
Anime Star Wars.
I'm actually very interested to see what this anime Star Wars is.
How about an animated 3D?
Oh,
The
well, this is
2D is
interesting.
best. You know that.
No, it isn't.
Well,
2D
speaking
girls
of,
are better than 3D girls.
Speaking of, we have a very special guest I've been waiting for, or been anticipating anyway. Let's see who it is. Let's see who it is.
I'm a male feminist. I've always championed.
Wrong one. Let's see. Ah,
And they come back covered in blood. But they felt clean. Now, why did they feel that way, Major? Because they were clean.
welcome, Doomcock.
Holy shit.
Greetings. How are you all? Can you hear me?
Oh, pretty good. It's a pretty good reception considering you're from the center of the universe. Oh, wait, no, center of the earth. That's it. Center of the
That's right. It comes a long way. It's a long way to Tipperary, but it was worth the trip to say hello and congratulations, Literature Devil. We've talked about speaking for quite some time, and
yeah.
so even though this is Saturday, and I generally do not do anything on Saturdays, I rest my voice after Friday Night Frolics. I thought I'd come for 20-30 minutes just to say hi and meet you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Doomcock. Awesome. And I just realized that if you were sent to the center of the universe, you have the fighting god. So that'd be a big pain in the neck.
Well, Captain Kirk has taught me how to fight that. What does God need with a starship? And that just takes care of it, you know?
What does God need with a starship? Oh, plenty of things, I think. But welcome, Doomcock. Glad to have you on. It's fantastic. Good to see you.
Hail, Doomcock.
Hail, good to see you guys. And how are things going here?
Oh, pretty good. We're having a good old time. We're watching like some Star Wars funny stuff. We let into the last part of the stream with emu hunting in Australia for some reason. And that was pretty entertaining. But
Then we're talking about if 2D girls are better than 3D girls.
yeah, obviously it's 2D, right? Because it's they don't complain as much. But
ironically, they tend to jiggle more.
Yeah.
It's
Ironically.
a jiggle. What?
Yeah,
2D girls tend to jiggle more.
Somehow.
Oh well, that is true.
For some reason.
Rumor has it.
But I know you can't stay too long, Doomcock. So I want to ask you right off the bat, who's your favorite Star Trek captain?
Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk.
James T. Kirk. James Tiberius Kirk of the Starship Enterprise.
I should have known. My favorite, I think, so far is Cisco. First of all, I mean, it's not just because he punched out Q. That's part of it, but it's not the entirety of it.
It's not the whole story. Yeah, well, of course, you know, punching Q could be seen as a very stupid act, since Q only let himself be punched. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like Q couldn't do anything about it. And not only since Q is supposedly from the Q continuum and is, all-seeing and all-knowing, he should have known that Cisco was going to punch him. So it's very inconsistent writing. Whenever you're dealing with an omnipotent, omniscient character, you have to be very careful how you write it, and they weren't. Q is a fun character. I don't know why he would be fascinated hanging out with Picard or Cisco or Janeway or anybody, really. Far below his mental space. But again, he's a fun character. But
I mean, speaking
I
of
look
Janeway,
at, as literature devil, I'm sure you understand.
Yeah.
I look at the text and I extrapolate and I try to be analytical and logical especially in scripts and plots and things. So the character of Q I've always found to be extremely problematic. For instance, if he knows all and sees all, why is he as stupid as Trelane in the Squire of Gothos in the Star Trek Next Generation pilot? And thou dost need to turn back, or thou well, fuck, dude, you don't even know what year it is. Come on.
You shall be destroyed. It gets kind of goofy after a while.
It does, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, some of my favorite
yeah.
episodes are the Q episodes, but you just have to accept neither omniscient nor omnipotent, and it's a kind of a shell game. But
I'm really I usually applaud Picard's his how much he holds back, because there's a 1% chance that he could destroy us, then Q must die. I learned that for Batman. The very moral Batman. There's a 1% chance that someone might hurt you. You better kill them. That's what I learned from Zack Snyder's Batman, the good moral Batman. But I applaud Jean-Luc Picard's how much he holds back his restraint.
Yeah, well, I liked Picard before Star Trek Picard.
The character, not the show.
Right. I mean, I used to like Picard until I saw what a groveling little turd he proved to be in Star Trek Picard, and now I can barely stand the sight of the guy, which is what happens when you muck around with our canon and our myths, and you go ahead and think that you know better than Roddenberry, and you trash it, completely trash it for current political agendas and wokeness and what have you. Where he's going around apologizing for his privilege, apologizing for the Federation, apologizing for not saving the Romulans, when the Romulans are supposedly, check me on this if I'm wrong, but supposedly an empire, and when you're an empire, you should at least be able to muster enough ships to evacuate a fucking planet, but never mind.
You would think that if they had a galactic empire, like a nice quadrant spanning empire, you'd think they have more than one planet and more than one ship to evacuate them. They shouldn't need the Federation, I guess.
Especially when you now have long range teleporters that can teleport you from planet to fucking planet.
Exactly.
With a stupid briefcase.
Yeah, in a briefcase of all things. Fuck J.J. Abrams.
My headcanon, though, is that Q caught something from Janeway for whatever reason, and that's why he got crazy, and it became less Q-ish over time. He just caught something from Janeway.
He catch female? That's what you're saying?
He got cooties. He
talked to a girl, and now he's crazy.
He talked to a female.
That's right. He went off to, architectural digs or whatever, archaeological digs with Vash. And of course, she just ruined him. I don't know.
They uncovered an ancient Ferengi civilization. He caught a Ferengi virus, and the female must be naked at all times. I got the Ferengi just kind of like neckbeards. And this kind of Begone thought the female is not allowed to conduct business.
That's why they're the best race in the show.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're an awesome race. How much do you like DS9, Doomcock?
DS9 is great, yeah. DS9 is fantastic.
How do you rank it with the rest? I know there's a contention between the DS9 or TNG. I think you'd be like original series guy, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, hands down, I think it was the freshest. I think it was consistently had the best stories, certainly the best characters. Now, I would probably say that there were some very, very high bright spots in Star Trek The Next Generation that rank as high as anything in terms of quality on Star Trek. I think Measure of a Man, for example.
I was just about to mention that. It's my favorite ones from TNG. Was Measure of a Man. I was about to mention that one.
It was brilliant. It was flawless. Fantastic. Yesterday's Enterprise is another one that just, holy shit, that was great. Great.
Yeah, so many great episodes. Measure of a Man being probably one of my most favorite, including and then the Drumhead, which is not only one of my favorites, but probably one of the most that's pretty pertinent today.
Yeah, really. And they had that, and then they also had a similar episode to that in Battlestar Galactica, the Ron Moore one, where, remember, I don't know if you saw it. Did you watch Battlestar Galactica?
No, I haven't. I don't think so.
Oh my god!
People suggested that I watch it, but I haven't yet. I'm kind of a Star Trek guy, not really a sci-fi guy, unfortunately.
Well, it's one of the best shows ever made. I mean, Battlestar, the remake, the reboot with Ron Moore's and David Icke's. It was just fantastic. Good God, it was good. I would recommend you check it out, because I mean, you don't have to be a sci-fi guy to appreciate the intense quality of that show. But
I think
anyway, they did
Smudboy,
something similar.
I think Smudboy also mentioned Battlestar Galactica. I think so.
Yeah,
the
second series, not the first. The first one, is got a lot of love to it. I mean, it's fondly remembered, but it's just not really in the same kind of dramatic league as the reboot, which really, from what I understand, from the way it was implemented, it was a response by Ron Moore of protest to Star Trek Voyager, because Voyager, as originally conceived, was supposed to be, well, first of all, he was supposed to get credit for co-creating it, and they froze him out. They stabbed him in the back.
Right.
But then also it was supposed to be, a ship cut off from all resupply and out there alone, constantly under siege by negative forces. I mean, it was even had the Cylons in Voyager as the Maquis.
Oh yeah,
in terms of undercover element on the ship that might not be working in the best interests of the ship, and yet they completely watered it down. They were supposed to, the Voyager was supposed to have all sorts of supply shortages and constant stress and, cut off from, but instead they just turned it into another fucking Star Trek.
This is no TNG show with a reset button.
Yep. They have the holodeck, and they can go have fun fucking around on the holodeck. So they have ample power. Sure, they have Neelix like cutting up carrots and shit and the fucking galley, but so what? I mean, big deal. It's like, okay, so he makes some meals, but nobody's going hungry.
Yeah, no one's going. They have showers. They don't go hungry. They have lights. They probably have air conditioning. They probably have like some nice Fiji water there, just in case.
Yeah. So Voyager was an extremely flawed show, and Ron Moore, when he got a chance to do Battlestar Galactica, basically implemented all the things that he couldn't do on Voyager, and made it just incredibly compelling television.
I think when 7 of 9 came in, she kind of saved the show, and there's 3 reasons why people liked her a lot, and 2 of them are apparent.
Yes,
get that uniform. The third one is because she actually had an arc. She was an outsider. She actually had to grow from a certain point to another point, and that's kind of what is lost today. That female characters need arcs just like male characters do. You can't just start them off being awesome and then expect everyone to love them. They have this idea that a character is interesting if we just give her more powers. Oh, they don't like Rey? Well, let's give her more powers. Oh, I still don't like her? Well, let's give her more powers. It doesn't work that way.
Clearly, the answer is to give them, sod-shaved heads and have them be bitchy.
Clearly the answer.
Clearly the answer.
Yes, absolutely. I am. I thought I've got my earphones plugged in. Am I echoing or anything? Are y'all doing okay?
Not on my end. You don't sound echoey to me.
Good. Okay, because I'm hearing you through the speakers of the computer and not out of my earbuds, which I put in. I was trying to. Oh well. Okay. I'm glad. I'll turn it down anyway. I just realized. Oh shit! It's coming out of the speakers instead of. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck is the problem here, but oh well. Okay. Anyway, I would say the original series is the best Star Trek, just the most compelling. the freshest stories, and just
I really
overall-
enjoy like the 60s sci-fi aesthetic and everything like that, where it's kind of like B-movie-ish, but it is just so fun, and the writing totally makes up for it.
And
It's easily my favorite.
One of the brilliant things about the original trilogy, talk about Star Wars so much, the original series is that the idea of togetherness and unity, and how they did that was very clever. But they use stereotypes because people don't really like if you are of the mindset where you kind of just stick with your own, where you like this, different races or different backgrounds and everything, which is pretty common. Like rich people would hang out with rich people, economic backgrounds, things like that. What they did was they used stereotypes because everyone, even though you are of a different background and maybe have never met any of these other people, you understand the stereotypes because you've heard about these other people, and what you heard about is the stereotype, the generalization. So what they did with the original series was very clever, and they used stereotypes and put them all on the same ship and had them work together. That was really cool. That's what I like about one thing I really like about Star Trek is about it's not about politics. It's about exploring the ideas of ethics and togetherness and unity overall, not right wing or left wing. It's just human. That's
Right.
what was the best ones. We're just human, and that's what I liked about it.
And they treated everyone and everything with respect and humanity. I
Absolutely.
mean, the Horta, the Gorn. I mean, it was a wonderful kind of morality play, but with great characters and also, I think the best sense of humor of any Star Trek moving forward. I think a lot of times the Next Generation was fairly stiff. They grew into it. They got better as they went, but and of course, the stories they wrapped up. Too many stories, like in the last 5 minutes, just boom. Okay, we just have to have it end, and so it was a bit flawed. I would say Deep Space Nine probably the second best Star Trek overall. The Next Generation would be third. Voyager would be fourth. And Enterprise probably would be fifth, just because
yeah.
Enterprise was such a flawed
I forgot about Enterprise.
show. Yeah, well, people do. It's not that great a show. I mean, it had all of these shows had some bright spots and some highlights. Something that the current so-called iteration of Star Trek, STD, hasn't had a single good moment, not a single good line. Not a single good performance. It has
really
been
haven't.
uniform shit.
And I'll take Voyager over Picard or SED any day so far.
Oh God, yeah, Enterprise over that shit.
Definitely, definitely.
The animated series over it even.
Yeah, I'll take progressive commercials with fucking Flo in it over Star Trek Discovery, and I hate Flo.
Everyone does, I think, except for I think even Flo hates Flo. Actually,
I would hope so.
But what were you thinking that Picard was going to be before they actually revealed it? Because I thought it was going to be like a kind of a slice of life sort of thing, seeing Picard the end of his days, the end of his career in a nice vineyard, because to remember his brother and his nephew by, and he likes wine. I mean, this was a family did, but I thought it was going to be him kind of being the guy, the expert, the mentor character, like a John Wick type, not really using to go around gunning and killing people, but being the guy at the top of his game. The Baba Yaga, but instead of shooting people up, he does these awesome like diplomatic episodes where these he qualms local things, like local confrontations, local conflicts, or maybe and at the end of the first season maybe he gets called back into action for one last gigantic intergalactic or galactic spanning or quadrant spanning, I guess, a deal maker. Maybe there's like the relationship with the Romulans have broken down. They need to bring back the top guy, and the top guy is of course Picard. And the stakes are sky high, and the sky high stakes. And if he fails, then it's going to be another war, another very brutal war that could very well bring war to Earth and everything. I thought it was gonna be like that. It's going to start off something small, and then there's going to be some cool conflicts with people. And he's going to have to use his diplomacy skills and his awesome Picard skills to lay down the law and convince people to stop, no violence, trying to circumvent violence, things like that. But then it turns to some world hopping adventure, and I have no idea who thought that was a good idea. Hey, we have like this 90,000-year-old Picard. Let's have him run and stuff. Let's have him go on this galaxy adventure.
Well, I mean, you thought that because you don't have your head up your ass, which means that you couldn't write on the Star Trek Discovery, writer's room because you actually have a story sense and you know shit from Shinola. No, what I thought it was going to be was exactly what it was, which was absolute garbage in every sense of the word. I mean, just logically speaking, I knew Star Trek Discovery. And look, it's like if you have a dog and you feed that same dog filet mignon or candy corn, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, the same shit's going to come out the other end. And that is basically Kurtzman Trek in a nutshell. It will always be the same shit coming out of the end of that dog because that dog has no business producing Star Trek in any way, shape, or form. So I knew that no matter what they do, it's going to be horrible. It was just a question of what are the horrible details, and there were plenty.
Oh, definitely. They paired Picard up with like a drug addict, and everyone was just sad. And I don't know what they did to that. This is kind of Star Trek characters in another show with Picard anyway. But I thought they were gonna give respect to Picard. I guess I was way too optimistic on that point. Way too optimistic.
Oh no, they made him a groveling, sniveling.
Yeah, it was just the passion of the Picard. It's just time to carry across Picard. We're gonna whip you until the end of the season.
And it was just a dose of completely unbridled stupidity, like every single fucking Star Trek Discovery episode. It was just endless stupidity.
Hashtag remain Klingon.
Yeah. No, listen, they killed the entire Star Trek universe in that show. Literally. I mean, literally, although they're pretending that everything's okay, everything is not okay. They actually, at the end of Picard, destroyed the entire Star Trek universe and every life form in it. At the end of that thing, when old Soji opens up that beacon, calling the AIs to come and from their other exile, their other dimension, wherever they were, to eradicate all biological life in the universe. And the portal opens, and they have ridiculous mechanical Cthulhu tentacles coming through it. But that doesn't matter. She shuts it down, right? Like Picard says, "You shouldn't do this, Soji," and she says, "Okay," and shuts it down.
Okay, then. I'll flip my head that makes you a good guy again.
Right, and you think that saved anything? Really? So basically, these AIs that are so fucking godlike and advanced that they can literally exterminate all biological life in our universe. You don't think that they have a dial back button? You don't think they can dial *69? You think they need now Soji's portal to get in our universe? Fuck no!
It's kind of just like a more extreme Borg. I mean, the Borg is like, okay, this exists. We're going to spend who cares how many hundreds of years getting to the Alpha Quadrant and just wiping out all humanity. That's kind of what they like to do over there. Right. But with Picard, it was real. Let me tell you how sad this is. With Picard Doomcock, I was watching Picard, and the first episode was like, okay, it's not that bad. Second episode, okay. There's a few problems here, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not too bad. And I got third, fourth, fifth episode, and I was gritting my teeth like, this is Picard. It can't be that bad. I'm just enjoying Picard. I was like one of those guys with Force Awakens. I was one of the Star Wars guys. Like, yo, this is great. It's amazing. It redeemed the prequel series. It redeemed everything. And then TLJ came out, and then it was like, okay, where's the wake up call? That TLJ moment was for like the end of the series. Okay, I can't pretend anymore. This is awful. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And I've seen TLJ twice.
Oh, it was horrible. But I mean, my point is they came back. The line got cut. They just came back into the universe and destroyed everybody. That's the true end of the show. And they're pretending like, oh, her closing that signal in that portal, like, kept them away.
Yeah, the Reapers are coming. The Reapers are coming.
The Reapers
but isn't that season 2? I guess we have to watch season 2 to find out what's going to happen.
Yeah, they're coming out with season 2 for Picard. I don't know what they're going to do with season 2. I guess that's going to happen. The Cthulhu monsters are going to wipe out the galaxy.
Yeah, I think that is one of the points, that in season 2 the Cthulhu monster is going to come.
Nah,
Well,
don't pull a
that's,
Steven Universe and just hug it out and just cry about it.
Yeah,
and
watch
everything
the
will be
Steven
okay.
Monster.
Well, unfortunately, then either the entirety of Star Trek Picard season 1 is a joke, if in fact these
Yes.
monstrous AIs do not. I mean, look, if they can go ahead and they can threaten to destroy all biological life in the universe, that means they're pretty fucking powerful. And it doesn't mean that they're going to do it hand to hand, planet to fucking planet, going pew 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 pew. No, they've got some kind of fucking master like ability, because who the fuck would have time to basically go through infinite space going pew pew and having battles? Bullshit. They've got some fundamental like thing they could do to physics or something that would eradicate all life, and which they did. So just because that's their nature and that's the way they set it up, and they can lie about it and they can weave like a dying fantasy in the mind of our universe, but that's it. That's the end of Star Trek. It's done. But
Good.
I
Good.
mean,
I want them all to die, Doomcock. I want them all dead. I want Picard to die. I want Soji to die. I want the Cthulhu monsters to win.
I do
But
too.
Picard is an AI, android now, so he won't die.
Oh yeah.
They will continue to destroy him.
They gave him an 80-year-old body to
Then the
live in.
Cthulhu monsters become so advanced they end up going full circle and become biological, and the universe just reboots.
And then they die.
And then they die again
Like
from
Soji,
another
you
Cthulhu monster.
You summon Cthulhu, Soji. You summon Cthulhu. It's over. Okay, the Cthulhu has awoken. It's done. You could shut the door in Cthulhu's face, but he's just going to open it again.
He's just
There's
going to
only
open it
one
again.
man.
They have that technology, obviously.
I mean, there's only one man that can defeat all of them, and he's too busy selling Bowflex.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's true. And I tell you, so I would love it if Picard was stranded in an empty universe in a mechanical body that still has a giant prostate. That would be just fucking hilarious and very just.
There's a positronic brain, but the positronic brain has a positronic tumor in there. We kept your tumor in there, Picard, because there's a crap sack world now.
Yeah.
Long gone is the utopia of Star Trek. Now we have to the world has to reflect how cynical, not the real world is, but how the writers see the world. Because they are the complete and utter narcissists who just see everything as crap because they see it that way.
Right. Well, everything's critical theory at this point. So,
yeah,
that's all they care about is their political agenda and, furthering wokeness and bullshit and actively doing everything they can to undermine and destroy Roddenberry's vision. Absolutely the wrong people to do Star Trek. And Viacom CBS is paying the price now because I think it's a dead franchise, frankly. I don't think anyone's going to come back to it.
It's like Star Wars. It's kind of dead now, unfortunately.
Star Wars? I think Star Wars actually has some hope. I think Filoni, Favreau are now, I think, firmly in charge of Star Wars moving forward. I think Kennedy has been barred or stepped down. Her contract is up. I think they're going to move her into some other executive position where she can't do any damage to Star Wars anymore, or give her her own woke, product line or something. I don't know. Or she may just get her own production deal with her own company. But I think there is definitely hope for Star Wars. In fact, they've got a very innovative show coming up, Star Wars Visions, which is contracting with a whole bunch of anime studios in Japan and allowing them.
Someone just mentioned that.
Yeah.
There's an anime Star Wars. But I wanted to ask you something else considering other shows are coming out. Have you heard about Star Trek Prodigies? I can't wait for that one to come out, Doomcock. I can't wait for that one to come out. You think Ray was bad? You think what's her name? Beckett Mariner was bad? We're gonna have a whole gaggle of Beckett Mariners, and they're all gonna be the main character. We're gonna have like 10 Mary Sues. It's gonna be fantastic.
Right. Well, I think well, it's not as bad. Star Trek Prodigy is not as bad as their original pitch, which was Star Trek AOL and Star Trek Earthlink, but they're they're pretty bad. It's going to be awful. I heard that basically it was such a terrible show that's when they actually decided to try and bring in Janeway to add some kind of salvation to it because the early drafts of it were just absolutely abysmal.
And she's supposed to be the leader of the Prodigies, right?
I don't really know. I guess he's going to be like, or teaching their teacher or something, or they're fucking Mary Poppins. Like when they get into trouble, she blows in on an umbrella and solves it and blows out again.
They let Leia do that, so might as well let Janeway do that. Just
might as well, yeah.
Pretty bad when you had to bring in Janeway to save Star Trek.
Of all people, Janeway. I'm pretty sure that they'll just let her fly through space now. Janeway can just fly through space because she's just awesome.
Yeah, like fucking Space Ghost, but Janeway.
I wanted to give her like a literal umbrella and everything. It'd be perfect.
I know. It's weird. I guess talking like Katharine Hepburn is a form of propulsion in the 24th century. I don't know. Hey, Mr. Holland, you know.
Doomcock.
Yes.
I have a question. Why do you think Dave Filoni and Favreau are the saviors of Star Wars?
Well, they're better than Kennedy. And,
better than Kennedy isn't necessarily being a savior. You mean a crap is still a pile of crap.
But the thing is, there was so much wokeness, so much agenda, and so much lack of understanding of Star Wars soul that she was a plague on Star Wars.
I'm not going to disagree with that,
do understand.
Just because they're not woke doesn't mean that they're not. I mean, you look at what Dave Filoni has made and what Favreau has made. The Clone Wars, which is an incredibly mixed bag, if I'm being honest, even though I personally love it. Then you have Rebels, which is complete shit. You have Resistance, which is complete shit. You have The Mandalorian, which is complete shit. And then you've got Bad Batch, which is also complete shit. So I fail to see anything there on the resume which suggests that they are the right people to be the savior of Star Wars.
Well, first of all, I would disagree that The Mandalorian's complete shit. I think it's a pretty good show. I mean, it's borders from
stupid.
Well, I disagree. I think it runs from mediocre to some brilliant moments.
I would say it runs from terrible to mediocre.
Well, I disagree, as I said. However, I would cite as evidence of this the wonderful siege with IG-11. I thought that character and that arc towards the end of season 1 was actually quite riveting and enjoyable. And of course, the return of Luke Skywalker was the biggest pop culture moment.
What's great about that moment,
excuse me, don't interrupt me, please. Let me get my point. I think that it was one of the biggest pop culture moments in history in the last 20 years anyway, or 10 years in terms of Star Wars. I think it made people, including myself, sit up and realize just how much we had missed Luke Skywalker. And the fact that
what about
Favreau, the fact that Favreau knew about this and worked like a demon to try and slip this in under secrecy, keeping it away from the eye of Sauron on the set, basically affirmed that his instincts are good. Now, we don't know how The Mandalorian would have been absent, the kind of philosophical impositions of Kathleen Kennedy back when she was firmly in charge and had the reins. So I see these glimmers of hope as a possible method of salvation. Also, I have got it from numerous corners that they are indeed going to use Ahsoka and the various series to ultimately retcon the sequel trilogy out of existence. Now, to me, that signals the possibility of a new hope. However, I would agree that Star Wars is in sorry shape and that it's going to take a while to fix it, if it can be fixed, which I'm not saying entirely it can be, but getting rid of the wokeness, getting somebody who actually does care about what the fans believe and want are two giant steps forward. And I mean, if we can't be excited about the possibility of Star Wars being saved, then we might as well just chuck it. I mean, unless we're just looking to, be cool by hearing ourselves bitch endlessly. And if we don't have victory conditions to try and salvage pop culture, then what the fuck are we doing? Then we're the haters that they say we are.
I really
But
hope
so,
they can fix
but the thing is, if we rightly call out something for being terrible, we're just a hater.
No, absolutely not. Obviously,
Well,
I've made my entire channel based on calling out shit that's garbage. But
You just made the
you've also got to
implication
be-
that if we, because I've been calling out the Mandalorian here, and you've made the implication that I'm the hater that everyone says we are, just because I'm calling it out.
Well, obviously, you're not listening to me. There are nuances in the argument that I'm making. And no, I didn't call you a hater, or I would have called myself a hater. I'm saying if you only call out things as shit and never are open to the possibility of things getting better, then yeah, you probably are a hater. I don't think you are. I think that people who also keep an open mind, approach every single episode hoping that it will be good. For example, on Watchmen, the horrible HBO TV
Oh, you mean a TV
series,
show? Oh no.
which I fucking hated passionately, but they had one episode that I thought was damn good, and by God, I called it out. I'm always hopeful and looking for quality.
So,
but I don't find
there's
it
two
very much.
things which I do, because I was wanted to ask a question before, but wasn't able to ask it then. What makes, like, talking about the writing, what in the writing is great about the Luke returning scene, the corridor scene with Luke in The Mandalorian?
Well, I mean, it set a scenario beautifully. It showed, in terms of structure, writing it, how difficult these dark troopers were to defeat. Where basically one of those fuckers stretched the Mandalorian to the limit, and it was like seeing Terminators, and then they're all returning. It was a beautiful ramp up of tension on the thing, and the only thing that could have saved him at this point was Luke Skywalker, and it was so emotionally well done that it wrenched tears out of me, wrenched tears out of a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
it was for that reason. I mean, writing is not merely dialogue. Writing is the plot, the structure, and so on. And structurally, that episode was fucking great.
Now, on that part, I would have heard though, is that on that part it was really interesting because you have the TLJ where it just obliterated Luke Skywalker as a character, and then contrast that to the Mandalorian where they actually they allow him to do stuff that's cool. So that part I did enjoy. I haven't seen the episode obviously, but
just doing stuff that is cool isn't good writing. Luke just kind of shows up out of nowhere and then just walks down a corridor destroying all these droids. It's not particularly complex writing.
Well, if I may, Shiny, and I'm no fan of the Mandalorian. I think it's kind of shit too, but I actually do kind of agree that the Luke Skywalker thing coming back is pretty good because it actually does show that Luke has continued to be a hero and whatever like that. He has shown that he is not only just a hero, he is a force to be reckoned with. Like he actually does have a big effect on this galaxy, and he has the power to do so. With the Mandalorian struggling to do what he did with just those dark troopers and whatever like that, and then Luke comes in and just wipes the fucking floor with them, saves the day, and then also establishes that there is another story going on with rebuilding up the Jedi. That is
but we know
writing.
where that leads already.
We don't, because Luke taking Grogu on as a apprentice already changes history, and is setting into motion one of the elements setting into motion the retconning of the sequel trilogy. Filoni has had this plan for a while, and we witnessed the start of the implementation of that in that episode.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, let's go through some of these super chats. I think I
got to run, guys.
Okay.
But if you got one or two for me, I'll take
question
it
before you leave. It's a very quick one.
Let me see here.
Okay. Why do you think that Star Wars needs to be saved? Why do you think it needs to continue? Why can't it be left as it is?
Because it is part of our civilization. It is a part of our culture. It has achieved the level of a modern myth, and we need heroes. We need great stories, examples of heroism, optimism, especially in these horrible times. And it's part of our history, and we love it. And it's more than just a a cute story about a space wizards and shit. It's actually something that we've lived with, a lot of us, all of our lives, and to abandon it to wokeness or greed is not a concession I'm willing to make without fighting.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't that mean it's
compare
better
it to
left
Tolkien.
left preserved as it is, rather than every single media which is added onto it, further bloating it and further retconning the original intentions and further creating the risk of just ruining what's already there, like we've already seen with the sequels, the Resistance, Rebels, and everything else.
Yeah, I've not really been a fan of those. The cartoon ends of it. Same thing with Bad Batch. I think goddamn, we have this damn Omega character.
I called that, by the way. I was like, they're going to add a female clone, aren't they?
They really blew it. Yeah, it's structurally exactly the same thing as Baby Yoda. You're mitigating the hard ass coolness of these mercenaries and warriors by having them worry about a fucking kid, and you get a story of getting her own room, and she's smarter than they are, and so it's just I just have to wonder if that's a Disney mandate. Like every show has got to have some little fucking kid sidekick that for the little kiddies to identify with. I don't know.
It might be
the structure is showing, and it's a weakness.
Ryan the Last Dragon too.
But let me before you leave Doomcock, one thing real quick, because and then she mentioned the little kid thing. People have been comparing the Mandalorian to this other series called Lone Wolf and Cub. Have you ever read Lone Wolf and Cub?
Oh yeah.
Oh, see, remember how he treats his son? Like his son is like he's not there just to protect his son. Like he uses his son as a like distraction tool and stuff like that. So it's kind of like they're a team rather than protector and guardian, or protectee and protector. That's how they should use. That's how they should treat what's her name, Omega from Bad Batch and thing, or Baby Yoda. Like kind of a tool to be used rather than like a partner instead of the strong man who must protect the baby. That's what Ito Agami did with his son. He's like, okay, son, go pretend to drown in that river over there. Get the bad guy to go and rescue you, and then have him leave his gun behind. And once he does that, I'll just slaughter him. That's what he does.
Right, and Grogu having use of the Force, same thing. Sometimes Grogu saved his ass, so it was
exactly
interesting. But the wires are showing. The cut and paste job is showing a little too much with Omega having the same fucking role in Bad Batch, which could otherwise be a pretty good show. I mean, I like the characters, I like the plots, but it just keeps coming back to her, and it just just derails it.
Omega's not nearly as cute as Baby Yoda. I mean, just hands down.
Kind of sounds like they took a note from Outlaw Star.
Yeah, it's formally, it's just lazy and obvious, and I think that's a flaw.
Let's see. I think we have. See, Pat Garris, for 499, appreciate that. Jim Ross says, "By God, that's Doomcock's music, and Doomcock has entered the ring."
Yes, indeed, I am here.
And then Market 3D, thank for the 400 huffs internet gas. Market 3D says Kirk would snap Q's neck. What do you think about that? You think would Kirk? I don't think so, right?
I think Kirk would throw a flying double kick at Q that would send him sprawling.
I would have to agree. I have
right
to agree
before
on
a
that,
double fist. You'd have to finish off with a double fist.
Over the back. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun,
with the music playing and everything. Dun, dun, dun. That'd be awesome. That'd be fantastic.
Best captain.
And then he just knocks him out. And then he deliver some like one-liner or something, and then he talks about peace and stuff. Oh, yeah. One last thing, Doomcock. What do you think about the episode, that one from TNG? Darmok Angelad at Tanagra. What do you think about that one? Because that one was also one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, it's a beautiful episode. It's but it functions on the plane of metaphor, almost exclusively. You can't really analyze that series. I mean, that episode in a rational way, because as a writer myself, my immediate response at the end of Darmok was, well, if they do that, how do they have tech manuals? How do they have any technology or math or higher philosophy? But it's such a beautiful metaphor. It's such a beautiful episode that you forgive that kind of conceit. I mean, it's the same thing with The Inner Light. I mean, it's a beautiful concept and a wonderful story, but ultimately, if Picard was mentally away from his job for decades, under the influence of an alien probe, you've got to address the fact that he would have to be shipped back to, Starfleet headquarters for examination. He would have to undergo recertification, probably as captain, because after you've been away mentally for decades, you probably forget all sorts of things about the functioning of the ship and so on. But again, it's such a beautiful concept that you forgive details like that. I mean, lots of Star Trek episodes had, issues like that. So just speaking, analytically, I do that. I work on analytical, but also emotional levels. And so I'm, I guess, a hypercritical pain in the ass, but I do love those episodes. I think Darmok was a highlight of the show for sure.
Yeah, because where Picard could have just easily destroyed the guy. He did everything in his power to try to understand instead of calling him like a Nazi or a bigot. It's just like, okay, let me try to understand you in the best way I possibly can. And that's Picard. That's Picard. That's the character I wanted to be in Picard, but we didn't get that guy. We got some weirdo in a skin suit of Picard.
Amen. Well, listen, thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure talking to you guys. I am going to go and arrest the old voice.
Yeah, I know for a fact you got to arrest that voice, or else it just goes away. But thank you very much, Doomcock, for joining us. I'm very much appreciated. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, wonderful rest of your weekend, and have a good, relaxing time at the center of the earth.
I will try. Y'all take care, and congratulations on 100 members. That is fantastic, sir.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Hail Doomcock.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. I'll talk to you all later.
Awesome. Well, that was nice.
Oh, by the way, Mike and Snoot say hi.
Awesome. Well, if they want to come on, they certainly can if they want to.
Oh, they're busy with their comic, man. They're going full at it.
Right. I know that thing. I think they put out in that update that they lost a lot of it.
Yeah, but the new artwork that they got to replace it is so fucking fantastic.
How'd you lose artwork? Because that's something I was confused
They're doing
about.
it. They're doing it digital, and like their hard drive and everything just fucking crashed.
They didn't back it up.
They did. It didn't back up very well.
Oh no.
They're boomers.
Unfortunately, my artist has saved everything from Dr. Alpha on his cloud, and I have my copies on my external hard drive. So fortunately, if something that happens to me, I can fortunately go to my artist because I asked him, hey, make sure you save everything.
This is why ultimately I'm going to be working on physical copies instead of working purely digital.
It's actually a pretty good idea because I've seen what people have done, like especially like EVS and things. They have put a tier on there where they sell the original pages for quite a bit of money.
Well, one thing I'm planning on doing is I'm actually going to find me a printer, like just a home printer that can print the paper that I'm drawing on and everything like that. Well, painting on ultimately. That way I can do my pencils and inks how I want it, like how I want. Print off a copy and paint on that. Then I can have like my original pencils and inks.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, always having that backup in case something spills on the next layer.
Yep.
Yeah. That's never good.
I mean, granted, I'm going to be working mostly with gouache and water paint, so it's a little bit easier to edit than most things, but you still want that little extra layer of security.
Is he insult to the human race? Like, too, appreciate that. Sorry, I'm late. Has a non-stop nonsense been? How has it been? It's been pretty fun so far, I think.
It's been batshit awesome.
Yeah. Had Doomcock on. That was great. I really enjoyed that.
And it didn't break out a huge fight, only a little one. I love it.
I was about to say, oh shit, it's about to go like what happens when I talk about Zack Snyder on this channel.
Zack Snyder, ugly. Speaking of Zack Snyder, Zack Snyder
is in the back room.
Speaking of Zack Snyder, welcome Zack Snyder to Morning Nonsense. No, that'd be
if that actually happened, I'd probably squeal like a girl.
I feel,
he would, come on and call us all Nazis or something, or
no, he's
implicate
not
us
allowed
in
to call me a
spreading
Nazi.
I would be very happy if he did. Like,
to be fair, I wouldn't
so
squeal about Zack Snyder. However, if Neil Gaiman came on, I'd be like, oh right.
Oh my god, Devil would die if Neil Gaiman passed by.
Oh
Like,
hey,
yes,
you're that guy that did that thing, yeah.
Yeah, you're that awesome guy. Like Zack Snyder to you is like Neil Gaiman to me. Okay. Let's see. Alex Guthrie was too appreciate that, which is why anime is win with show like Dragon Maid. Oh yeah, where they have like that one character, that fires fire from her boobs or something like that. Yeah.
She doesn't fire them from her boobs. You just breathe in and then they glow.
And they
Makes
glow.
sense, okay? Because air.
Dragon Maid is pretty damn funny.
I do
Breathe
like
in.
that show. It's very naughty, but it's good fun.
Just breathe in and they glow. Yeah.
But she's a cool character. I actually really like her. She's very chaotic.
That's the thing about anime is like you can have a show where every single character is likable and just so easily likable.
Chaotic
and not
neutral.
for the giant fucking bags of fat they got on their chest too.
Not just that. However, that is a big consideration, but not just that.
I mean, that's the reason all the dragons have D cups. It's not just because it's D for dragon.
D for dragon.
I think they're a little bigger than D cups, but
It's a Skip Cole. Thank you for that. We all hate Flo. Yeah, we all do. Flo's cringe.
But we all love Mayhem from Allstate.
Oh yeah, that guy wasn't John Wick. I didn't recognize him because he's kind of a wimp in John Wick, but that's Mayhem. Yeah, it's the same guy. See, Andrew Clark, thank you for that. Want some Jesse No.
You didn't even finish that one.
I don't think Doomcock was ready for Jesse Gender. Okay, I don't think.
Who the fuck is Jesse Gender?
Like a Star Trek person who loves all the lower decks and the Star Trek Discovery and argues that Star Trek is politically left and has no idea why people on the right would like it ever.
So a complete fucking retard.
Yes, more or less. Remember Shiny how she wanted to come on and debate Smud?
I thought that was
Boy or
Steve
something?
Shive that didn't understand why right wingers like Star Trek.
They're the same person. She did a crossover with Steve Shives. They did a
True
movie,
enough.
they did a video
Gross.
together. I don't
Steve
know why.
Shives?
Yeah, Steve.
Dude literally has a fucking pussy for a mouth. Why would you do a video with him?
Because they both love Star Trek in the same way.
Ugh.
Also, and isn't Steve Shive that good little simp?
Yes, the guy's
Mhm.
like, oh no, I better get rid of all my whatever collection because it's offensive or
Yeah,
misogynist or something.
He's a non-friendly guy.
This is a cool guy. Jesse Gender, Dax is trans? No. Dax isn't trans. What?
Yeah,
Why would
it's
he
a
be
male kind of. He was male, and then now it's female, so totally trans.
Let me ask something, and I'm probably going to catch shit for this and get in trouble, but you know what? What else is fucking new? It's the future. You can pretty much manipulate genes and everything like that. You got perfect psychiatric health for the most part. Why would trans people even exist?
I guess I don't know.
Also, you mean if you could treat that gender dysphoria?
You would either have perfect mental health, so where there was no need to be, where there would be no one that would have to feel transsexual, or you would have perfect genetic manipulation or anything like that. So,
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
If there actually is a thing as gender fluid that it changes from day to day, then I could see maybe somebody wants two robot bodies to switch between.
I mean,
But
maybe
that's the only case I can think of.
And this is
I
a
mean,
universe
maybe if
where
they're an alien, but that wouldn't be a human though.
This is a universe where they turned Quark into a woman on the spot, for a scam.
That is funny.
I was thinking this kind of that's no woman, that's Quark, and Quark just opens up his dress oh, it is a woman. That means they changed his body. It wasn't just him in a dress and with earrings and stuff on. They changed him chemically.
Cut off his dick.
Yeah, it cut off his dick.
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
They cut off his dick.
Break my tooth.
They cut off his dick, and they gave him boobs, like real ones. So it was really weird. It was a strange episode. I only watched it twice ever, and I always skip over that one. It's really strange and it's really creepy. I don't know why they just make Quark into a woman. They could have just put a dress on him, but I guess it had changed him into a woman too. See, Andrew Clark, thank you for 2. Appreciate that. Congrats, LD. Going into work, but I'll be listening. Thank you very much, Andrew Clark. Appreciate that.
Make that paper.
Yeah, definitely.
No cap.
Is he
God, that was
Avery?
fucking cringe.
Avery, thank you for the one. Thank you very much for the one, Avery. Appreciate that. Through Streamlabs. Avery says, Shiny got his chance to talk to Doomcock. Are you satisfied with his answers, or were you hoping for? What were you hoping for? Just curious. What would you like to explain?
He can't. He has something in his mouth. I mean, don't talk about it.
There's your answer. This is. See, Marker 3D says, "Show us the Star Wars anime video. Shiny wants anime."
I was gonna say this earlier, but didn't have a chance. But I am very, very, very skeptical about Star Wars anime because Halo did a very similar thing with Halo Legends. Now, it was supposed to be only 2 episodes were non-canon in Halo Legends. Then the show came out, and all the fans says
Right, okay. Now
none
I
of
can
these
answer
can be
the question.
fucking none of these can be
Okay,
fucking
so
canon.
what was the question again?
Let's see. Avery asks, Shiny, Shiny got his chance to talk to Doomcock. Are you satisfied with his answers? What were you hoping for? Just curious and would like you to explain.
So, I never really planned talking to Doomcock because I knew how. I thought that when Doomcock comes on, everyone's going to start making jokes about how I really disapprove of Doomcock.
Disapprove.
And there were a couple of jokes like that, but it didn't seem Doomcock was catching on or anything. So it seemed to be fine. But then I was content with just, continuing doing my thing in the background while he just talked about Star Trek. Then he started talking about Star Wars and how he believed it could be saved. And then that was the thing which kind of ticked me off.
Triggered you.
So I in that moment, I tried to stay calm. I didn't ask anything, didn't do anything. And then when I was finally calm enough, I asked the questions. And I wasn't particularly looking for anything, I suppose. It was more just how do I explain this? I was challenging Doomcock's beliefs. I suppose that's a better way of thinking. So if I question these specific things that he believes, then I can gain understanding, which I don't, and then also maybe it's just challenge him on those things. Because if I can ask the question, okay, why do you think this? And then I can retort and say, well, actually X, Y, and Z. That was kind of the more intention. Because I usually... I'm always someone which I'm really vehement in what I believe, and I stick strong to it. So when I kind of hear someone saying something which I do believe to be complete bullshit, I just have to call it out and I have to challenge it.
So you don't believe Star Wars can be saved at all? Or even should?
I don't believe Star Wars should be saved. I think it should be left preserved. And I think this is a belief which I used to believe the opposite. I used to believe it should be saved. But then after having conversations with Glib, I started to realize that you don't need more Star Wars. It doesn't need to constantly be made and have infinite series and infinite comic books and infinite TV shows. Star Wars just needs to be what it was, those original 3 films. And if everything was left of those original 3 films, think about how much would actually have been better, because we wouldn't have so many other things fucking everything up. And then...
Those 3 films are always going to exist, though. They're
always going to exist, but then everything, like every new thing, every prequel, every sequel, every alternate story is going to be retconning, changing, or destroying the continuation, or changing what the original was in some way, shape, or form. So therefore, I believe that it is now just best to leave it be. Let Star Wars be that, and let something else take its place.
See,
I think
I
Star
kind of
Trek
love
die,
that.
and let Orville take its place. Let other people make new franchises. And especially, why do you want Star Wars to be changed when it's still just going to be owned by Disney? It's still just going to be a complete monopoly. They're still going to own your childhood. If you allow yourself to move on to other things than Star Wars, while also, keeping that love for the original trilogy, then it's not all just going to be owned by Disney. That's part of the belief that I don't... Reason why I don't think Star Wars should be saved. All that's my personal outlook on it.
Yeah, I can see where you come from. I just love it because Star Wars has been here so long that you can actually tell history from watching what the shows are focusing on. So I always found that fascinating about old shows.
I would agree if Star Wars wasn't always sort of like that with an expanding universe and everything like that. Even by the time like the 3rd movie was coming out, they were already making like comic books or like stuff in between and all that shit. It's always kind of been like that. But, the original movies are always going to be there. Ultimately, they are going to be the ones that set canon. Everything that comes after it, everyone's going to know that it came after, and that's going to be apocryphal, in terms of like the canon or whatever like that. So might as well try and save it and actually try to make better stories out of it. So, and I hate to use this argument because it's not really an accurate way to describe it, but future generations, quote quote unquote, can enjoy it just as much.
But they
You know,
can
with
just enjoy the original trilogy.
Yes, they can. But, you know, a lot of times you want more. I
Also,
mean,
the
I
original
don't think
trilogy doesn't look that good anymore.
I mean,
Why
that genie's
does it
already out
need-
of the bottle, though. You know, it's like it's too late for that. So, you know, we
I
could
think
say
that
preserve
why-
it, but god damn.
Why does it need to continue forever? Like, at what point does it stop? When do we finally stop making Star Wars stories? The problem is if that you're going with the outset that, you know, Star Wars is to continually be made, it's never going to be left alone. It's always going to constantly be added onto and added onto and added onto and added onto and added onto all the time.
Well, that's
And
not
there
necessarily
has
the
to
case.
be an
That's not the
end.
case with any other kind of media or any kind of story. I mean, look at the Greek myths and stuff like that. The Greek myths, the plain vanilla old Greek myths are still there. They're always going to be there. People make fanfics and all these kind of like narratives and fantasies and stuff based around them. It doesn't change anything. You know, same thing with
because they're not in the
Tolkien
same
is-
continuity.
you can make the argument with that with Star Wars in the future. You know, same thing with
No, because this is in the same
you know, so-
continuity.
hey, you know what? You can argue the same thing with Conan the Barbarian. Then, you know, a
But
lot
the
of
Conan
things.
Barbarian is not constantly being added onto it with a film. every
Yes,
2
it
years.
is.
Really?
Well, not with a film, but with stories and comic books and stuff like that.
You know, I don't think I've seen a Conan the Barbarian story that was better than what Howard wrote.
They haven't been because none of them,
I haven't-
because
I
none of
haven't
them get. Very few of them actually get it down. They watch the movies, especially the Arnold Schwarzenegger one, and think that's the one
That's probably why.
definitive. And the Arnold Schwarzenegger
No,
movie,
the movies
while
are just
good, has nothing to do with the Howard stuff in terms
Exactly.
of plot.
Okay, so I look at the Conan the Barbarian movie the same way I look at the Watchmen movie. Like, I like them as their own thing, not part of the expanded universe of Conan, but as their own contained little thing, little
Yes.
experiment. If I have to consider that the Schwarzenegger Conan the Barbarian movies are part of the main series, like, no, this is Imposter. This is not Conan the Barbarian.
It
Sorry.
literally can't work because Conan was never turned into a slave in that way or had like his people
No.
destroyed. Basically, here's what people need to know about Conan the Barbarian. You know why Conan's on those adventures? Road trip,
That's basically what
Boston
it is.
or bust. That's
So what-
it.
The thing is about with Conan is that it's an exploration of the barbarian, literal barbarian, into civilization. And Howard eventually, he occasionally made little, kind of like Heart of Darkness. Have you read Heart of Darkness? It's kind of like that, where it's like the idea of civilization is a mask that everyone wears, and everyone is not any better than Conan is. In fact, Conan might be more moral because he's honest about things, and that civilization creates like immorality within itself.
Which is reflected in a very good line. One of my favorite lines from any writing is, and it goes something like, you will often find that civilized men are more discourteous to each other because civilized men do not have to worry about having their skulls cleaved in two.
Exactly. There you go. That's it. That's it. That's basically the heart of
Which
Conan the Barbarian.
Which, look at society today. Yeah, he kind of had a point. Bring back fucking dueling, I say.
Another thing is, sorry, because I wanted to continue, but I wasn't able to.
Yeah.
If you continually milk a franchise forever until you can't milk it anymore, what the end where you can't milk it anymore is going to leave the entire franchise in not so disdain, but it's going to leave it off in a very bad end. Because why is it ended? Oh, it usually ends because no one likes it anymore, no one cares anymore. So if you don't milk it forever and you leave it just as it is and you don't need to add more, it's kind of like a situation that you'd get with what was that? Not Serenity. What's the show called? Firefly. Yeah, so Firefly is a very good example of what happens. Not so much when you end the story when the time is right, but if you with a short amount of story, you can contain that with passion because you haven't milked it to death, and it will endlessly not stay relevant, but stay like a cult classic. The magic will always be there. It's preserved. It's not Firefly wouldn't be seen as in the same way if it was a series which continued on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, being milked to death. That the milking part is what's going to end up killing the appreciation and the magic of the original, because you end up creating a disdain or disinterest in the entire franchise. People become less interested.
Well, things move in cycles and everything like that. It ebbs and flows. Taste and all that stuff. Like, I think pulp heroes and classic adventure stories are about to come back because I think everything is, I think, especially
That'd
after
be awesome.
lockdown, is very much, set for the taking. And besides, people are sick and tired of fucking superhero movies now.
And sanitized corporate nonsense.
Yeah, and what are, like the pulps and cereals and stuff like that, they predate the superheroes, and they were all about adventure and stuff like that. So it's a very much a logical progression to go, I guess, sort of backwards to go forwards in this case. So if we have a couple decades or so without Star Wars, but it eventually it'll come back in one form or another. I mean, hell, what is Star Wars except just Flash Gordon serials and Buck Rogers?
And another example, actually, which I just thought of, Simpsons. Simpsons is a show which used to have a lot of cultural relevance. It used to have a big cult of Americans that really liked this show. Then what happened with it? It was continued for fucking ever. And then it got to the point where people just really became disinterested in The Simpsons. Very few people like it anymore because it's just been continued. It's not special. It's been milked to death. Same with
But it's not
Family
all
Guy to
shows that
another
will be
extent.
milked to death. Let's take Zelda,
No,
for
but
example. It's been
if
around for
it's-
such a long time. It has so many comics and stories and games, and people still love it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or
It's
One
still
Piece.
going to
Oh.
be milked to death. If you continue on forever, it's going to get to that point where people aren't going to care about it anymore. Especially, you're going to remove the reference of even the original material because you're continuing it forever.
Zelda
I
doesn't
think
seem
that-
like it's
I
going
think
in
that's
that
only-
direction, so it's just speculation from your part.
I think that really only really comes true if the writing becomes, basically like how Star Wars has become right now, where it became woke or something like that. If it even just merely bad, you can survive that.
Evidence of the prequels weren't exactly woke, but they were still terrible.
They're so fun as
So
fuck,
if you,
though.
but the thing is that if you are continuing it forever, the point being that as you continue it ever, and it keeps going forever, the only place it's going to end is when it starts to become too much. You've milked it too much, and then you've left the franchise basically in shit.
Yeah, but then it hibernates
And then it comes back.
for 50 years, and then it comes back. Just look at Lord of the Rings.
No, that's true.
Or
Oh
look at
yeah,
Deadpool.
everyone
Deadpool went to
really
hibernation
wanted a Lord of the Rings series, didn't they? That's what everyone was really desperate for.
No, but
No, I mean,
They
when
were
the
being
books come out to the
no one
movie.
wanted that.
Do you know how old the books are? And then the movies just
Yeah.
all of a sudden popped up.
The movies were
Uh-huh.
awesome. The
Yeah,
series,
that's what I
however-
mean by hibernate. It's like, okay, we let it sleep for like 50 years, and then we make the story again.
Judge Dredd.
The
Judge Dredd's
books
another
weren't
one.
milked to death.
Yes, they were.
There were so many bad cartoons and games with those.
Lord, man, like the books were milked to death, and Tolkien kept adding on to it, and his son kept adding on to it. From Tolkien's writing, obviously. So the universe kept expanding and everything like that, making like all this, perfect lore and everything like that. They were in fact milked. It's just
And
that
yes,
it
yes,
was a
they crashed
very
and
high
burned, and
quality
that was,
milking.
I guess, sad. But yeah, they came back. They just need to hiatus for a while.
Let's see here.
It was very much a it was milk, but it was high quality milking.
I don't know. Have you ever played the SNES game? It's so bad.
Well, okay, come on.
They're coming out with it's Lord of the Rings Gollum now. Let's see. Skip Cole, think we should that. No one needs to save Casablanca.
That's true, but Casablanca's a one and done story.
It's self-contained. Yeah, it's kind of a.
It's a noir film. You don't make many sequels to noir films.
It's
Blade
Alex Halo.
Runner.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Alex Halo. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the two. Alex Halo says, I guess LD should know that the new dragon gives Kobayashi. Oh yeah, I think Zerfet's told me that. She
Yeah, I
gives
told you.
gives Kobayashi a dick. Also, I don't know if I'll watch the Star Wars anime. I hate Disney so much. Makes sense. But yeah, doesn't actually turn Miss Kobayashi into like a man
And
because
she tries to seduce Kobayashi, and she's like, "Oh, you can take out your lust on me tonight," and then Toru will be sad, and she's just like slaps her because she's a woman and she's not into that, and she's just like, "How? So she's a woman, and that's why it didn't work? We're gonna turn her into a man."
turn into a man.
It's so silly, and I love it.
Tyler Preston, he said, "Hot take: Firefly is overrated as fuck." It's also a plagiarism. Fuck Josh Whedon and fuck Firefly. Overrated.
People say it's Outlaw Star. I haven't seen.
It's straight up
Firefly.
Outlaw Star. It is straight up Outlaw Star.
I have Outlaw Star. It's one of the first anime I've ever seen. I really like it, but I
It's
haven't
really
seen
good.
Firefly.
You know what? I'm not going to say Firefly is completely worthless because the casting is just magnificent. That said, it is not nearly as fucking good as everyone says. And as someone who loves sci-fi and westerns and guns and Adam Baldwin, that's saying something.
Let's see. Avery, they went to the one. Appreciate that through Streamlabs. Avery says, "I get where you're coming from, but you could say the same thing about Star Trek. Do you think that they shouldn't have expanded the original? Preserving the original content is great, but what would you see as acceptable to expand an existing content? Acceptable expansion, essentially."
I'm
I
not
guess
saying
it
that
is
you
hard
can't
to,
make
you know-
expansions to original content. I'm saying that you shouldn't continually make expansions to content forever.
I think it's the idea like, where do you know, when do you stop?
Well, I suppose it's contextual when you stop making a series, but generally, you want to stop before you end up leaving it in the dust, before you ruin it more. Basically, the whole idea is that you want to preserve the original, and when you start messing with the originals, when you start going into that really shit territory, it's maybe, and there's nothing else you can really do, then that's when you leave it be. But don't just continue making a show forever. I think that is a terrible idea. And there is a time for when that comes to a franchise that it's best to be laid to rest. You stop making it and you protect what the media that's already been made, and that will be sealed in a box and kept sacred in audiences' minds forever.
Well, two things to that. One, I agree, and that's why copyright should go with people forever and not have this post 15 years after death bullshit. But also, what are your thoughts on, say, Sherlock Holmes or Robin Hood and stuff like that, where people add their own stories or reinterpretations or to the canon, even making entire new franchise series based off of them, even though it's basically what's it called when it's no longer held in copyright, public domain.
Yeah, public domain.
Public
yeah.
domain.
Yeah. What are your
When
thoughts
it comes
on that?
to interpretations of Sherlock, it's a bit more difficult, I suppose, or like even interpretations of Macbeth or even other, critically acclaimed classics from that have gone into public domain. To be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure.
Alex Halo does a
because
lie, by the way.
See, Alex Halo for two says, even anime has an end to their series.
No. Have you heard about Fate?
Okay, I think some of them do. I don't
Fate,
think all of them
One
do.
Piece,
They keep going
Dragon Ball.
forever. Fate never stops.
Watch, like in just a couple of years, you're gonna have another Robot Boy.
Probably.
Yeah,
probably.
Astro Boy, rather, or not Robot Boy. Hell, how many fucking are they working on another show of Speed Racer? I'm pretty sure they are.
Hope they are. Speed Racer is awesome. He was really he raced awesome cars. He killed bunches of people. Like he killed more people than John Wick. It was great.
It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's like threw bombs. He's a sociopath. It was great. That's fantastic. It's the Tyler Preston thing. We're the one appreciate that through Streamlabs. Tyler Preston says, if you want a better Star Trek show than current Star Trek, then watch the original Ultra 7 from 1967. It's not only entertaining for children, but also tackles real world issues without being preachy or insulting your intelligence. Interesting.
What was this now?
I believe it was called Ultra 7 from 1967.
And it was a Watchmen thing, or what did you
It
say?
was a Star Trek. Like if you
A Star Trek.
want a better Star Trek than what it is right now. Interesting. And see, goes Pretzel. Yeah, Speed Racer was a psychopath. People make videos about that where it's like, Speed, you have to lose the race on purpose because if you lose, the other guy can get the prize money and save his sister's life with the operation. They can afford the operation. And it's like, no, shut up. I'm racing here. He could if he beats me fair and square, he can have the prize money. That's kind of what his mind was. Which you go Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer, go. Let's see. All right.
No, forever copyright should exist, Space Junk, because if you don't, you get bullshit like what they do to fucking Sherlock Holmes and all that stuff.
Star Wars Visions is going to be an exciting anime anthology series coming.
I'm being completely honest, this looks like complete shit.
Hold on, I got a complaint already. He said anime.
Anime.
Fucking stop
Yeah,
that shit.
It doesn't even look like anime that much. It looks like Western stuff.
Japanese animation inspired a lot of the people at Lucasfilm over the years.
I want to hear him say
It's going to
anime.
be an exciting anime anthology.
Anime.
I didn't even
There-
notice that the first time.
They're really just sort of kind of aping Genndy Tartakovsky's art style, which is a little bit more like of like a on the nose kind of anime style in the face.
Yeah,
but
it looks
everything else is straight up Genndy Tartakovsky.
It's like more realistic Genndy Tartakovsky stuff. That's what it kind of looks like.
Series coming to Disney Plus in September. Japanese animation inspired a lot of the people at Lucasfilm over the years. We loved the idea of seeing Star Wars expressed in that way.
That is one
Each one of
retarded
the
looking
studios
Jabba the
that we
Hutt.
approached, we found
He looks extremely
hardcore
Studio
Star Wars
Trigger?
fans. They all had a story they wanted to
Product
tell.
IG.
Fucking furry.
Okay,
bunny
these are really good animation companies, but I just want to know who the fuck is writing them. That's the biggest thing.
Hopefully the Japanese guys. At least not the cringy writers over there at Lucasfilm.
I hope so.
See,
and
that's-
yes, One Piece has been around for 20 years and is still great.
They have a good writing tradition over there in Japan that they keep alive. And see, Nelson Tria, I think we should appreciate that. One Piece was around for over 20 years and it's so popular. Hasn't the same been the same creator?
Yep, Ichiro Oda.
See, that I think that's maybe why. Because
Since-
it seems to me like it starts going downhill once another creator takes over the controls of the franchise.
And that's why forever copyright should exist.
I don't know about that, but
Well,
No, because
Razor
then
Fist
it's-
has a really
it's just-
good video on it.
If you do forever copyright, it's just going to stay in the hands of a company forever. And that company isn't necessarily going to be the person which, made the copyright or like the franchise or the story. It's
That's
going
only
to
if
be
you- Well, here's the counter to that. That's only if the company actually made it or produced it or commissioned it, and the company will still own it anyway because they will still own the trademark, which is forever. However, for like a personal project, like say Lord of the Rings or One Piece or something like that, especially most manga and anime, the company doesn't necessarily own that; the creator does. So that's where forever copyright does come to be an advantage because they can control it, and their family can actually still own it like a piece of physical property because every piece of physical property starts as an idea at one point. So why not just go to like stories and narratives and stuff like that you wrote and just have your family profit from that because it's still theirs. They're the ones that will probably have the most respect for it.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, yeah, well, I guess the thing that happened with Lord of the Rings TV show, the Tolkien's son died, and then the family's like, "Yeah, do whatever. We just want the money." Unfortunately.
Yep.
初めてスター・ウォーズの企画って言ってるもあれなんか
It's
こ
the
のような
animators.
夢のようなことができるのか
Director of the animation, I guess.
なっていうふうにはちょっと思いましたね。
So I guess if they're directing the animation, maybe it's going to be at least the animation is going to be done well, even if it's a crappy script. Hopefully, it's not too terrible.
Ugh, that's my fear of Masters of the Universe.
に来たなと。もう待ってました。その時の提案の内容がこれスター・ウォーズでこれやっていいのかっていうなんか面白いものだったんで。
We were looking for something from the heart and soul of the individual creators.
You shut up. Go back to the Japanese guys. You're just ruining everything with your English.
You know, if they were smart, they would produce an anime. They would let people in Japan produce an anime series and let them write it about the pre-Jedi, like the Jedi High and the original Species 6. Because here's the thing: Star Wars is very much influenced on, not just westerns and spaghetti westerns stuff like that, and also Flash Gordon is also inspired by samurai films like Akira Kurosawa stuff, especially like Hidden Fortress.
Samurai.
Very much so. That's why, the Jedi are how they are. And the Jedi back in the Old Republic before lightsabers were around actually had physical swords which resembled katanas and stuff like that. So you can do some cool shit with that. Like you ever seen fan art of where they take like stormtroopers, Jedi, and like Darth Vader and like other Star Wars
Put 'em-
stuff
make
and
'em
give them like
samurai?
samurai.
Yeah,
names.
I've seen
It's
that. It's pretty
fucking rad.
That's why I'm going to have I have an idea for a comic book that I'm eventually going to do. Hopefully, I have so many ideas, but it's called Samurai Wonderland. It's going to be one of two plot lines. Either it's going to be the plot line of kind of like it's going to be samurai, of course, but it's going to be like a Afro samurai sort of background with samurai and like robots and things. But it's going to be following the storyline of what if Mace Windu didn't die when he flew out the window, or what if the original Star Wars trilogy was kind of went how it went, but Luke Skywalker died in the beginning, and then it was Obi-Wan Kenobi went on a roaring rampage of revenge to avenge the death of Luke Skywalker.
So, am I thinking of Ethan Van Sciver, the one which worked for DC for like a long time, or one of the other ones?
He's one of them, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Was it he that said that he didn't like? He put so much work into like creating stuff for DC, and that he didn't own any of his work.
Yeah, he wanted to work on his own thing. Like he felt like he got the experience and everything, but it came down to it feels way better to work on your own legacy than someone else's.
And I would would definitely apply this to like for one fan films. And like, why make your a fan film when you can make your own original short film with all the resources that you have put into that fan film?
Clicks and credibility.
You can own that, and you can essentially not have to worry about Disney having the sword of Damocles over everything you've worked on. And being able to own it, I think, is extremely important, or at least it should be important to the individual. I don't understand the idea that you want to work on a Star Wars project, but at the exact same time, I think it's better to own it. And then I would also apply this to these studios. If I was an animation studio and Disney came to me and said, "Would you like to make a Star Wars like film?" While it would be an interesting idea, and I suppose it would even be amazing, I probably would end up turning them down because I do want to work on something that would be my own, not just someone else's.
Yeah, but it's safe money if Disney comes along and give you 10 million to do this one thing. Or you could work on your own and not know how much money you're gonna make.
That's a tempting part of it.
It's safe money, but at the same time, it's just work which you're not going to own in the end.
No, but you get paid, and paid is also good.
Your
I
money
like
is
money.
But then if you're just going off money and you're not going off of creative integrity,
I like money.
That's not necessarily a good motivation for that conduces good storytelling.
But
You say that, but the vast majority of the greatest art in history has been commissioned.
There's
I'm not saying that the greatest artwork. Well, you can't make terrible. I'm not saying that you can't make great art or great stories through commissions and through paying people. My point is that if you're like only in it for like the paycheck, you're likely to not actually care about the work that you not care about your creative integrity. You're not caring about the work which you're putting in.
I disagree.
There is one point that I would suggest that you do make fan films and fan fiction just to practice your craft, because it's a lot easier. Like basically, fan fiction, fan films can act as training wheels for the prospective artist. So the character basically it's a starting kit. All your characters already made. Basically, you're kind of getting a box of toys, and you kind of you have a world that's already built. You have the characters that already have built-in drama, personalities, and interactions, things like that. So while it's not your property, it does have a use to make fan films. There is a use to fan films and fan fiction. Just remember, it's not yours. You're just playing with it, but it is good for practice. I would always suggest to make fan stuff in terms of practice.
Yeah, because you already have the setting and the characters and all that.
Yeah, makes it a little bit easier.
And in terms of fan film stuff like that, sometimes it's easier to get suckers to help you out with things. If it's Star Wars as opposed to your own,
they have their own passions and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. Oh, I too like Star Wars. Awesome.
But of course, it is important to also create something for yourself. But it's
Absolutely.
not the only thing you should do.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. See, Alex Hale, I appreciate that. Though they let us make doujins of the series, I think it's a little bit different in Japan. Can't they like make a doujin out of something and then sell it for themselves? Like if they can make like a porn version of Dragon Ball Z or whatever, and they can just sell it to somebody and make money off of it because it's basically transformative according to that.
Yeah, you know how in the U.S. we have the little. If it's parody or satire or something like that, it's like you can get away with a lot of things, or you're supposed to. Google, you fucking cocksuckers. What? Yeah, in Japan, they take it where you can actually earn profit off of it. Like even if it's using the same character as anything, if it's like a doujin or something like that, you can make money.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No wonder everyone wants to go over there. Japan is awesome.
And you know what? It doesn't take any money away from the original creators.
It doesn't. It doesn't really. It's because it's transformative at that point. So you're making your own story. You're just kind of using the characters, but you're making your own story. And as long as it's not like it can't be mistaken for an actual property, then actual official property of it. It's just it's a doujin or whatever it is. Yeah, fine. It sounds good to me. Japan is awesome. I like that. Hey, Charlie's London. Welcome, Charlie's London. Thank you very much for the 499. Appreciate that. Says, hey, Lit. Sorry I cannot be with you tonight. Out with family. Congratulations on the 100 members. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. By the way, it's coming home as Shiny. Oh,
so Shiny, what's it?
It's coming home is football. It's a common saying when it
You mean
comes
soccer?
to. No, it's football because you use your foot.
So you mean soccer then?
No, because it's fucking. It's football. You kick a ball with your foot. It makes sense. Do you know what doesn't make sense? Calling football fucking rugby.
I don't understand that. I don't understand American. Try speaking American to me.
Nazi!
I
Say it
understand
in moon landing speak.
I only understand the proper term for rugby, which is football for some reason. I don't know why it's called football.
I have this discussion with Devil so many times. I've just given up. It's just like, yeah,
Actually,
fine. You speak American now.
I'll actually be
Charlie's
fair and say
London.
that
Yes, it is
rugby
coming
is
home.
fucking awesome.
Fantastic. Let's see. Pat Garris, thank you for the $1.99. Appreciate that. A report says that Star Wars Visions isn't canon.
Smart
I
move.
know, and I didn't care about that. I still think it's going to be crap.
I mean, I don't know. Could be.
Mr. Rodriguez says football. Cincinnati Ryu says soccer, Shiny. Soccer. And then Coco Tayat says soccer. Let's look at the Sockers have it. Pat Garris, soccer.
Think. Why do you call it football if you don't even use your fucking foot?
You do use your foot. It's called a kickoff.
You fucking run with it half the time. Most of a good 80% of the time, you're not kicking that ball. You're running with it.
It's 12
You
inches
don't
long.
even-
It's literally a foot long.
What will you have after 500 yards? A carried ball. It's
What do you have at the 500 yards? You have 5 touchdowns.
Ray Storman says it's soccer because you wear socks on your feet, Shiny. Yeah,
I love
exactly.
that one. That's a good one.
You wear socks on your feet.
Let's just call soccer what it is. Poor people's football.
Well, that's true. I played 11 years of it, so I know it's. I played soccer a lot. I'm part of the stereotype, I guess.
You can play soccer with a coconut and 4 sticks. And the sticks
You
are
can
the
play-
goals.
You can play football with a ball and 4 school jumpers.
You can play football with a football, and you run with it in your hands, and until you kick off.
And
That's
then
how
you
it
need a
goes.
goal.
And
And
then
you
you-
also need pads because you probably will get hurt.
Probably. That's why it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
remember
rugby is better
just
because they
randomly
don't
a
use
lot.
protection.
I remember so many games of football that you, as kids, we would just play on the field. It's such a simple, like a beautiful game that you can easily very set up. Like you don't need a tape measure. You don't need these massive goalposts. You just put 4 jumpers on the ground, like 2 goalposts that you're putting down, and all of a sudden you have a football field and you can start playing. This great game.
Until you need an instant
That's something which
replay
is-
to see if they're faking an injury or not.
Yeah, but as kids, you're not going to be thinking about faking an injury. Or you might be a little bitch and you fall over and you start crying, but you don't really have penalties in those games.
You have broken bones.
Their visions through the lens of Star Wars.
There are so many genres at play: big and bold, romantic and sweeping, funny, comedic.
で、この作品独自の、
There we go. Now we get some real commentary.
ところスタイルとしては、ロックオペラということで、
Like, if you notice that the difference between the people, the Japanese creators and the American creators, like the American creators, like they're like corporate and sanitized. Like, oh, there's so many journeys, so many genres. Like, what? That means nothing. You
Cut
said
to a
nothing to me.
Japanese guy and he's like, it's a fucking rock opera, man.
Yeah, it's like it's rock opera. It's awesome. Like you could tell there's so much passion in the Japanese creators, and with the American creators, like yeah, it's so many genres and there's romance and comedy. you're throwing a bunch of like eggs and flour in a bowl and you're not mixing it together. It's just that's all you're saying to me. The Japanese guys like, yeah, it's a rock opera. It's a story about revenge and also like they're making me a meal. You're putting a bunch of ingredients in the bowl and hoping I get tempted by it. Okay, it's a big difference between these two creators. I wanted to include the concept of traditional Japanese culture of mountains. And look at that. It's like this is awesome. This is the kind of commentary I'm putting my Dr. Alpha commentary. I wanted to have the traditional of this and that. It's a rock opera. It's about family. I want to include concept of traditional about mountains. Look at that. It put it in there. Look, it looks so cool.
Yeah.
Basically, the story of twins of the dark side.
That's totally Studio Trigger art right there.
Oh, it definitely is. Definitely is.
Love it.
I kind of like Studio Trigger. A little bit. And IG Productions. It's basically the story of twins of the dark side. So that's what he tells me. The other guy's like, it has genres in it. Like, what's talking about?
You notice how you notice that the clothing and like the outfits and everything like that actually look like there's variant cultures and like they look like they're technology.
Exactly.
Like, they're reflecting tone and everything like that. It actually has personality.
It really does. Even with this clip of them staying there, you can tell their emotional states and everything.
Also, you can tell just for them standing there, there's energy into it because they don't make like a static, just standing straight. Like he's leaning back a little bit with his arms and chest pumped out. That's a very energetic pose.
Exactly. And no Sasha's mouth or bean arms.
Mm-hmm. Like you can tell that the person up to the left is standing, to his right just a little bit and is about to walk past him. Like you can tell.
This confident character on the left, like exhausted looking character on the right there. Looks like an apprentice and master or something.
Appropriate use of a Dutch angle too.
Yeah.
A
lightsaber is stuff of children's dreams. What a good explanation of what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
It was an American guy. Like, we want to be inclusive and have a homosexual character in here. Like, what does that have to do with the story? And these guys over here in Japan, like, it's about twins turning to the dark side. The age where lightsabers is stuff of children's dreams. It's a rock opera. Like, this is all awesome stuff. Like, the Japanese guys are selling me on this stuff. The American guys over here, like, it's funny. It's got genres in it.
It's about gender equality and how to use a proper dildo.
Yeah, that's making me go away and switch this thing off.
You're just angry because the American guys pronounced anime wrong.
Well, that is a big portion of it. Yeah, they kind of suck.
Anime.
See, I will give people in in that little documentary series about the creation of Thundercats, I'll give them a pass on saying anime because it's from the fucking 80s, but there's no excuse now. There's no excuse now.
If I want to get one of these guys on my team, I'll take any of the Japanese guys rather than the American guys. Like, it's about gender equality, and these guys it's a rock opera. Let me take that guy. I'll take the Japanese guys describing it as a rock opera and the age where the lightsabers stuff of children's dreams. This is all awesome descriptors. Fantastic work. So you can tell these guys are passionate about their work. And the American guys like, yeah, this is a paycheck.
Yes, it's just a shame they only get to say like 2 lines about their stories. Like, I kind of want to know more.
Yeah.
That's because they don't want the misogynist patriarchal white supremacist Japanese people speaking too long.
Yeah, the evil misogynist.
Yeah, wait until they underpay them like Netflix does.
I'm pretty sure that happens over there in Japan, where the anime studios, they push you really hard. That's why their animation is usually pretty good. They don't really get paid that much, but they get pushed socially into doing their best and going all out on on everything.
It's a very disciplined culture.
Oh yeah,
it's like with the Japanese people I work with in producing cars and everything like that. It is, they're insanely dedicated to their job. They put a lot of pride and effort into their craft.
ガジェットだと思うんですよね。で、それをさらに今回僕はもうちょっと和のテイストみたいなものを。
We try to have some...
Like if they try to do that, okay, so if the American people try to do that, they try to put like, oh, we're going to make a more Japanese culture. They'll probably dress up in full-blown kimonos and stuff like that.
Yeah, something fucking stupid like that. But honestly, I really like the art style from the Japanese people, like this right here.
Oh yeah,
especially like this art style in particular, because it's it's almost circling back to another influence of Star Wars, which is like French-Belgian comics and sci-fi, like Mobius and Bande Dessinée and stuff like that, which Star Wars is influenced by a little bit, but also anime, especially in the 80s, got a huge influence from Bande Dessinée and stuff like that. And that's why you actually see a lot of it, into it today and stuff like that. So it's almost circling back around. That's why this might actually be a perfect fit art-wise, for Star Wars. Writing is still yet to be seen. Yeah.
Basically, mainly because Star Wars was heavily influenced by like Eastern culture in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like going back to its roots, and I think it's a good combination.
Retro, vintage feeling. We couldn't skip the Astro Boy influence. People love Astro Boy.
どちらかといえば自分は最初象徴的な意味を、さっき言ったように、人間の姿をしてない主人公にスターウォーズみたいな時代劇を
The lightsabers look like samurai swords. Look like
there you go. Hell,
that looks pretty cool.
It looks appropriate, does it not?
Nothing beats a Japanese sword, does it?
Nothing personal, kid. What?
How do they do that? Oimawa. Then it just explodes. That'd be awesome. This is like a hardcore emo Qui-Gon Jinn looking guy. I like it. And then
Super serious sensei.
Awesome.
Give me my dumplings and rice.
I'm kind of worried because the characters on the left kind of look like the girl from High Republic comics.
Yeah, but these are Japanese creators, so that's probably a guy. Like,
they could probably make the High Republic people actually likable and cool.
Broad shoulders, that's a guy in anime usually. They don't really usually want to make women look like that. And if this is America, yeah, both of them will be women, even with the beard. So, unfortunately, these are Japanese creators.
敵みたいな遭遇するっていうお話ですね。本当に最後はスターウォーズ。
A little creepy old man guy. This looks kind of like a cool enemy.
As his final work.
Version without the man bun. Version with the man bun.
本望だったなとは思い。
We feel so fortunate to be working with these filmmakers. They're so.
Whoa, the women look like women in this cartoon. This is a surprise. It's probably triggered anything. I can't believe I'm working on this project where the women look like women.
And the men actually look like men, masculine.
Yeah, tall, masculine. How dare they? How dare they?
Many opportunities to reflect Japanese storytelling in a Star Wars universe.
Star Wars Visions is completely different than everything else in Star Wars storytelling. Audiences will fall in love with it.
Okay, you notice how they're saying like shit that's completely out there and also completely fucking stupid and wrong. The reason why we're complimenting it so much is because anime is a good fit for what Star Wars is because it is influenced by Japanese culture. He contradicts that by saying it's like nothing we've ever seen before. Okay, maybe in terms of the animation, sure, but story-wise and aesthetically, you're fucking wrong, mate.
They're just saying random stuff that they can say about anything. We never seen anything like it before. Like this, they're coming out with nothing. They're saying nothing. This is corporate speak.
I bet you they're not even working on the show. Those English speakers that were talking.
Yeah,
I bet you they're not even going to touch the show.
You can record these guys and put them into anything. I'm going to put them in a Dr. Alpha commercial. Make a Dr. Alpha commercial and put them in there, and it'll just be the same thing. You never seen anything like this before because they have awesome Japanese style storytelling in here. Oh, it's Japanese style. Oh, interesting. Star Wars Trek.
I can't wait to pirate that.
Hopefully it's almost as good, at least almost as good as Batman Ninja. That'd be fantastic.
Which version of Batman Ninja?
That one where Catwoman looks like a woman.
Yes,
that one.
But you know that the English and Japanese dub are actually edited differently, right?
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they got slightly different stories.
I've only seen the English version.
English version is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it got to the part where there's a whole bunch of bats turned to giant Batmans who could punch a mech man out of Japanese castles. And I was like, okay, well, this is awesome.
Oh yeah, the fucking monkeys. That's what they were.
Yeah, there's a bunch of there's like a big gigantic monkey thing where a bunch of monkeys got together and where Grodd's monkeys got together and make a gigantic monkey, and then a bunch of bats got together and made a gigantic Batman. I think they combined or something, and then they punched a mech man out of castles. It was awesome.
Yeah, Joker makes a fucking mech. How insane is that?
I'm like, all right, well, this is stupid, but they embrace the stupidity.
Fun.
It's finally
stupid,
fun.
but it's fun.
It's fun. That's why I'm saying, like, can we kind of, I don't know, shelve the realistic superhero story for a while, and can we go back to fun comic book nonsense with like these super villains making these outrageous, super criminal mastermind schemes, and the superhero coming in to stop them? That would be fun.
And if you're gonna go realistic, at least make it fucking good.
Yeah, or
something.
something.
Or add just a tinge of insanity to it. That way it's not too realistic. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's superheroes. How realistic are you thinking? The only reason why they could do it with the Nolan trilogy is because it's Batman, and that you can remotely have like a realistic setting with Batman. But I don't think he ever meant to set the trend of making all superhero stories realistic. I don't think so.
He was basically making a Michael Mann movie with Batman. It was Heat with Batman.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the Watchmen effect, where Watchmen was kind of an experiment. We're going to have a more realism, dark, gritty superhero story where, there's consequences and things. And I don't think Alan Moore was thinking about, oh, well, obviously I want to make this so we can change the very landscape of the superhero genre. I don't think he was doing that. In fact, I think he got angry, because he gets angry and everything. But I think he got angry the fact that they started copying the darkness of Watchmen, the greediness of Watchmen, and they kind of changed the whole face of the superhero genre after Watchmen came out.
Yeah, now we have more comics with heroes fighting other heroes than we do fighting bad guys.
Yeah, remember the bad guys? We're the bad guys. Now it's just every comic is just Captain America fighting. Even Linkara got angry at that. Like finally, or like I think got angry where he said, where we have heroes fighting the villains instead of other heroes. Like everyone's getting angry about this hero fighting hero stuff.
Wow, Linkara had an opinion that wasn't shit.
Yeah, I was surprised too. I mean, he used to be pretty based. He used to be like a Reagan Republican, and then just switched things up, like going full feminist.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I used to watch his videos.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
He did have some good points, but I don't know what the fuck happened.
He was wrong about Frank Miller. I know that much.
Yeah. He kept saying that all the women that Frank Miller writes are whores, and that's a lie. Like,
that's not true.
Straight up. Like even in the comics that he was reviewing, it was a fucking lie.
He wrote warrior women that happened to be prostitutes, and at least in Sin City, but they weren't all prostitutes. Not all of them were.
Yeah, he really got the wrong idea that a woman that's just sexy or even sexual is a whore.
Yeah, I mean, it's like more like a Linkara problem. Also, it's not the problem with the prostitution thing is usually like they're weak and everything. Like they're being dominated by this evil pimp or something. The prostitutes in Sin City, even in the comic book, they own their own section of Sin City that not even the cops would go into. Like they run it from the bottom floor up, and that's pretty awesome. That's fantastic. They basically have an autonomous state over there. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And then they can defend themselves. Like I don't know why they're prostitutes. I guess it's easy money because all of them they're like master assassins. I guess it's like easier. Cause I remember like Mercedes Carrera, like she mentioned that she has like a degree in biology or something, but then she became a porn star because it paid better and it was a lot less work.
Well, I guess when you don't have fucking self-respect for yourself, man.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, she became like a big star in Gamergate, and then other stuff happened, unfortunately. Yeah. But let's make Shiny happy now. Losher Films. Check this out. 4K. And I guess we'll forgive Losher Films right now for siding against Gina Carano, but we'll see.
Again, I've had many conversations with Locha, and he's even helped me out quite a bit when I was trying to figure out Unreal Engine. He's an absolutely swell guy, and I don't really, even though I vehemently disagree with his take on Gina Carano, I don't judge people based on their beliefs. I judge people purely based off of like who they are and their actions, essentially. So yeah, even though I vehemently disagree with him, I still think nothing bad of him for those opinions.
Burn the witch! Burn the witch!
You're trying to say Gina Carano's not a hero?
The witch is not the hero. In this case, I guess that'd be Losha Films. Anyway.
Well, the rendering this is absolutely superb. The only down point really is the facial motion capture. Wasn't quite what Loach was hoping for, but
My Enemy, a Star Wars story. Sounds good so far. This is from like the bad guy point of view?
Yeah, you'll see. First, they would have put a bit more of a Fresnel on the planet, a bit of a glow as well, so you got that slight gradient.
It kind of those ships. I know this has nothing to do with it, but the ships kind of remind me of the what was it called, the XYZ Squadron or something like that, Alphabet Squadron. Well, yeah, it's a squadron made of like one of every ship. Like this, the stupidest.
Oh,
thing I've
it's
ever
just 3 X-wings and 2 U-wings.
Yeah, but they remind me of because they're X-wings. This is the fact that they're X-wings with another ship. Kind of remind me of the Alphabet Squadron, where it's just kind of made up of one of every ship.
And every single ship's a new leather.
Oh, it's great. It's you could tell that it was written by someone who has no idea how tactics or war work. They're like, oh, Alphabet. Would it be kind of quirky if I just had
What if we had an X-wing, an A-wing, a Y-wing, and a U-wing? Even though that makes no fucking sense, because squadrons have like specific purposes. Like you have your bomber squadrons, and then you have like the U-wings, obviously like a landing craft to put troops on the planet, and then you've also got like the A-wings, which is very clearly an interceptor. So what are you going to do with one interceptor, which you have basically taken down like all of the, like you've throttled down its speed so that way it can keep in line with the X-wings. You've throttled it down even more as you have to make it, stay in line with the information with the U-wing.
God,
and then you've got like
But it looks cool. It's one of each.
then you've got a Y-wing. What's this Y-wing going to do? A sad single bombing run. It's going to do a sad single bombing run towards the enemy, and it's going to do no damage, and it's probably going to explode.
I hope your missions consist of one thing that needs to be exploded because you only have one bomber on your team. I think I can just hear all the World War II generals and things just laughing at the Alphabet Squadron. That's ridiculous.
It must be like it must be the same fucking mindset as the assholes that made the F-35.
Probably, yeah.
The thing is, at least the F-35 was like it was trying to go for like one single multi-role fighter, and having a squadron of those can still work. It's not like having a squadron full of different planes which have completely different purposes.
It actually could. And F-35 was such a piece of shit. They tried it against every single fucking specialized aircraft of its kind, and not once did it succeed in any kind of role. Like the F-22 absolutely decimated the F-35.
The idea as well is, oh no, all the parts would be the same. You just got one aircraft for everything. It's like none of the parts were even.
So you can't do fighting.
So
you can't do fighting
for like the naval roles and everything. Like you couldn't transfer the naval parts with the regular parts or the sub role parts or whatever.
So it couldn't do fighting any good. It couldn't do bombing as good. It couldn't do close air support worth the fuck. So what do you got? Oh, it can do just a little bit of everything. Okay, so it gets shot down by the first fighter it sees. Whoop-de-fuck. That, children, is why air forces should be massive and with specialized roles.
Well, but the Alphabet Squadron, they're all specialized.
Yeah, they're specialized and looking like fucking letters.
They're special.
Special Squadron.
I like the Special Squadron.
I just like the idea, like they had the Special Squadron, and like, okay, get our worst pilots and put them all together.
Anyway, with this squadron here, you've got about 3 X-wings protecting these Y-wings. It's not Y-wings, U-wings. So it's not like you've got Alphabet Squadron. These are just running formation.
It's just the fact that seeing ships, seeing these ships kind of just. That's why Disney's like ruining Star Wars for me. It's just I see these ships and I can't help but think about the Alphabet Squadron. I instantly connect it to all the crap that they're doing. It's just awful.
So are U-Wings bombers? Or
No,
close air?
U-Wings are troop transports.
Oh, okay.
What's really nice is they've been using,
Phase
Loki's
2
been
underway.
using
You have
MetaHuman
the
for
location.
the faces, which look pretty good.
Hide
Just
us
not the
from their
facial
sensors.
animations.
They don't look that bad, to be honest.
Well, the facial animations are a bit iffy, but the faces themselves look good.
I see a huge problem with the U-Wing.
Look at the rendering on this; it's beautiful.
That looks fucking great. It's like if I just saw that in a vacuum, I couldn't even tell that was CGI.
I don't know what he's shooting at, but I sure hope he better be hitting it.
I'm so sick of seeing
Okay.
stormtroopers miss. I'm so goddamn sick of that. That is one thing I hated in The Mandalorian.
Which one were you trying to hit again?
God damn it.
You can see my blast mark all the way from Coruscant. Right.
Now I just want to show with these guys. It'd be kind of funny to have like this. There's two regular stormtroopers
Well,
just going into battle.
You'll see. These are the main characters.
Oh, that's cool. They already have more personality than anyone from the sequel trilogy so far. I like them already. I like them a lot. Oh, he hit it. Awesome.
Blast!
Open the blast door.
He's
Open the blast door.
Looks like tonight's on you. Next time you won't be so lucky.
Imagine Steven Seagal. Hey, put it to the same hole, son. Oh, it looks by him today.
You know what? At least he hit it once, and it was an actually far off distance target.
Yeah.
Look who's paying my mortgage next month.
Ever see what Seagal does? He just tells someone to do something impossible. He's like, "Ah, look who's paying my mortgage this month," and they just hit all the bullshit. Ah, speed! I'm paying his mortgage this month. Oh man. I want to see Steven Seagal be a stormtrooper. I want to follow him around. Like, you know how he was like in that that cop show? What if we did that, but in Star Wars, and then it's like Steven Seagal,
lawman.
Yeah, lawman, but he's a stormtrooper.
Steven Seagal, stormtrooper.
And he can't fit in his uniform. Like, it's too big. I mean, it's too small for him.
He
I
has
want that
force
show.
powers, but it only allows him to do like really bad martial arts.
Well, that's
These are
just Steven Seagal's natural ability to do really bad martial arts.
He carries
Yeah,
fanny packs full of blasters.
Keep telling yourself that.
TK-736 respond.
TK-736 responding.
Explain what you and TK.
Although a lot of this
887
set here
shooting
is modelled and
Target
custom.
practice at some rocks. Up.
Oh, they can't. they're not allowed
So
to describe-
the beach, the water, that's from Megascans. Sorry, my hand's in the way of the camera. It's making my head go weird. Then I think the railings is probably taken from Battlefront 2. Then when it comes to the crates, the smaller crates there are from Battlefront 2, but the platform, was it the base, and that big crate there, I think, is also an original asset.
Nice.
So there's
That's
a
actually
lot
pretty
of this
cool.
which has been specially made for this fan film. And this took about 6 months as well for 16 minutes.
You should do this, Shiny. You should make something like this. It'd be kind of cool.
This is what I again want to do with my own sci-fi idea. I want to use my abilities that I can make original assets and turn it into my own sci-fi.
It's gonna be pretty cool. I like this. I like these two
And
characters.
Roach is the person which actually inspired me to do it with Unreal Engine.
He did a good job putting a lot of personality in these two stormtroopers.
I really like them when stormtroopers are like pulled straight out of fucking MASH or Bad Company.
I like it when they're people. I don't like it when they're just faceless, like bad guys. They're just evil for the sake of being evil.
Because even in the original trilogy, they had a little bit of personality. You know,
Yeah,
just a little bit here and there.
He's like, maybe he's like a must be another drill. They're kind of just complaining about stuff. It's pretty funny. Like in the original trilogy, like, A New Hope. There's like, I forget what they were talking about. There was like they ended with must be another drill, and it was like when Obi-Wan was scaling that thing to lower the shield so he could escape.
Yeah, they had like two different conversations right there. It was
Yeah.
It wasn't just drill. There's like, did you see the yada 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 or whatever? I think they may have been talking about the Falcon or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. They even did that with in Wolfenstein.
I think it was the speeder. No, sorry, the speeder, the fighter, whatever it is that's behind Luke. I think it was the T-21 or something. They were talking about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Did you
kinda-
see? Did you see the new T21s? Like they were talking about fucking fighters and stuff like that. They were making small talk about some cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the thing with this. They actually did the same thing in the new Wolfenstein games. The Wolfenstein, the New Order. They had a part where he's kind of sneaking into the White House, which has been converted into a prison. And actually, these two soldiers, they were talking about like this one guy's like, "Oh, my son has a cold," and the other guy's giving advice on how to cure his son of a cold, and they're kind of having a conversation about that. And then of course you stab him in the neck. But it was a pretty good conversation. It was a very human conversation. It wasn't like, "Ah, I sure do love being evil. Me too. As a Nazi, I do also love being." It wasn't one of those conversations. They were just talking about each other, like, "Oh, my son has a cold. I really, really hope he doesn't die from it," something like that. And the guy said, "Oh, you just give him soup," and then it was a pretty cool conversation. I like it when they add that kind of flavor in. It makes it feel more real. Because these faceless soldiers, they're faceless soldiers for the idea of a game or a story, but the idea is, in realistic terms, they're not actually faceless soldiers. They're humans with a helmet on. So I like the fact that they can humanize some of these people, and they did that in the original trilogy, and I like how they're doing it right here. Very nice.
Yeah, they're not communists. They're allowed to be human.
Exactly. Precisely. John Reddick says, "Aren't you a little big for a stormtrooper?" I got a totally different context from that. I mean, yeah, it's a stormtrooper on break. And he goes to like a whorehouse or something like that, or red light district in the Jabba the Hutt facility. And and she goes, "Oh, aren't you a little big for a stormtrooper?" What's that supposed to mean? I want that to be in here, like that scene. That'd be kind of funny. Aren't you a little big for a stormtrooper? Aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Wait a minute, what'd you just say to me?
Another thing I'll say as well, Megascans make some absolutely beautiful free assets. There are also some assets which you can buy, obviously, but the amount of resources you can get from Megascans is absolutely unbelievable for such fantastic quality. The amount of they just go out and scan things, and that's what you see there with the rocks and the beach.
Yeah,
it looks really,
the ocean,
really
the beach looks really good.
It's because it's photogrammetry. They've literally gone out with specialized cameras and interpreted that into geometry as well as textures.
Awesome.
So why not just film it? Now, I'm being the stupid one, but yeah, why not just film it and put it on a green screen?
Wouldn't be you couldn't interact with it or get a 3D photo.
Yeah, but right now they're not interacting with it. They're just standing in front of it.
But it looks cool
because you can take those scanned assets. You can take those scanned assets, and the fact that you're putting them to 3D is because if you didn't have those scanned assets, it would just be it would have to be hand textured. It would have to be hand built, and you can't. There is no location which is exactly like this, that you can just go and film on, especially for the budget of like Locha Films. And then when you're going live onto an actual set, it's a lot of money. It costs like 6 million just for the room itself, whereas this you can do for relatively very little. And remember, this is not Locha Films himself going out and photographing all these rocks and sand. It's a company which has done this and then made it a free resource.
Also, why don't you make your arm? We can just make our own Mandalorian show, Shadi. Just get Boba Fett, kind of retexture him a little bit so it's like a different Mandalorian, and then we just have him fight stormtroopers and stuff.
Yeah, just get your rare, 1 in 14, $5,000 pistol to modify and turn into a blaster with your own armor on your own set, with your own spaceships, green screen, and AAA actors.
No, just use the assets from Battlefront 2. Or was it? Yeah, Battlefront 2. Let's just do that. Make your own Mandalorian show. It'd be pretty awesome.
Just straight up do machinima at that point.
That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Making sure our optics are dialed in properly.
Copy that. Stand by for instruction.
Standing by.
He just fucking accepts that answer. I love it.
Can't believe they always buy that.
Have you played Payday 2? It's pretty hilarious because there's a part where you can knock out bad guys or kill them or whatever, and then if you have the special techniques, you can talk on the walkie-talkie because you have to talk on the walkie-talkie because they check in like, "Hey, what happened? Sounds like something happened over there."
And usually, sorry, I'll let you finish.
Well, usually what happens is that your guy like tells a story like, sorry, I kind of dropped my walkie-talkie or whatever, and the guy, "Oh, fine, that's okay." It's kind of funny because there's a guy who's Japanese and he can only speak Japanese, So he's like, he picks up the walkie-talkie, just speaks straight up Japanese into the walkie-talkie, and it's funny when the guy goes, oh, okay, and the guy he knocked out is like some American, and suddenly, how can you speaking Japanese all of a sudden? There's nothing like that. He just takes it. He's just Jiro is speaking straight up Japanese to the guy, and he's just like, oh, okay, sounds good, sounds reasonable.
So, very quickly, the stormtroopers here, if you pay attention to the armor actually has physics. So you can see that the shoulder pads, for example, will actually move independently of the actual shoulder. They'll rustle around and they'll interact with the armor itself, rather than just being like stapled onto it like it's being stuck with Gorilla Glue.
That's pretty cool.
Nice.
I will say something that's maybe lacking a little tiny bit is the maybe a bit of texturing on the Stormtrooper under armor. Maybe it's just a bit too far away and the details are too small to notice, but I think it could. I can't really see much detail on it.
See, Everjane has the right idea, Shani. Let's make our own Mandalorian with blackjack and hookers.
Hell yeah!
Creating a thing like that is a lot of time and effort. Again, look at this. We're even taking like free assets like from Mega Scans, as well as taking assets from Battlefront 2. This took like 6 months to make, just 16 minutes. And then you've got to. It's not just 3D assets. You've got to also get in the mocap suit and act all these parts. You've got to write this story. You've got to then edit the mocap data, as well as get the voice actors in, and then you've got to mess around with it inside Unreal Engine forever, and then you've got to it's a long process to make something like this, which is why I prefer to try and work on something else rather than just doing another Star Wars fan film.
Hey, you make the space
right
I'll
now
film
because
the live
I
action
don't know
stuff.
how good this is. I just like it's like when my niece show me something. I was just like, okay, that's nice, I guess.
It's like how I can't understand the thing my husband says, or whatever it's called.
Exactly. Because I don't have the expertise or knowledge of how much go into this, I have no idea if this is good or bad.
She's just married a nerd, and for other reasons, and he just talks to her with about nerd things. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's just big. That's how my fiance feels all the time.
Let's see. Avery, thank you for the one. Appreciate that. E.C. Henry showed how deadly the stormtrooper are by going over the kills when they board Leia's ship at the start of the New Hope.
Mm-hmm.
He had a video on YouTube about it. If you want to go over it, I remember that someone.
I love it.
I'm not sure if it's that video, but someone went over it where it's like they lost very few men and they kind of wiped the floor with Leia's trained troops.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely,
how dominating they could, and they came they came to a choke point. By the way, they came to like a point where they could easily be obliterated because it kind of had to come in one by one.
And that's when people say that stormtroopers have always been terrible at shooting. Stormtroopers have always been a joke. You can very much look at like the first film, like when the stormtroopers are a serious threat when they're going on the Tantive. You can see that originally they were actually very competent. It's only like a modern interpretation of kind of like how in every media it's kind of like they remove the stormtroopers' skill a little bit, because it was what really fed into the idea that stormtroopers were useless was the the Battle of Endor essentially, and then it kind of started becoming in joke that stormtroopers can't shoot anything, that they're useless, and another insult to injury is that in Return of the Jedi they claim that these stormtroopers are like the best, they're the most trained. How the hell is his best legion, taken out by a bunch of fucking teddy bears? It doesn't make sense. It's pretty stupid unless these stormtroopers are incredibly retarded.
Well, teddy bears, but they got the strength of wild fucking animals because they are fucking 4 foot tall bears.
It would make sense if they were Wookiees. I think it would make more sense.
Yes, I would buy it as Wookiees because Wookiees are huge tanks, but
that also shoot
very incredibly
too.
strong. But they just didn't have enough tall actors to properly bring that to life. So that's why they went with Wookiees.
They had to use a fucking peck.
The Ewoks are pretty fun, though. I was probably the only person in the world who actually liked the Ewok adventures that came out of that. Not the cartoon, but the movies. Mainly the first one, with all the violence in it. Oh, no, the second one. No, the second one. Where they had all the war and the violence in there. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, or you'd think they'd stop asking after the first 24 times.
TK-736, proceed to mid-platform sensor hub and report status. We're seeing some noise on the long-range nodes.
Right.
Understood. On our way.
Memogenosis.
Noise. Exciting. You'd think guarding a supply post in the middle of nowhere would be interesting.
Oh, you know, girl.
At least we're outside this time, Nils. Beats the armory. Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's see what's wrong with this thing. There's our noise, all right. Try the oscillator. Nils, are those blasted? Yes, they are!
Oh no, those rebel terrorists.
Sir, they've detected us. Phase 3, jam their comm.
By the way, Shani, why were the rebels so angry at the Imperials? Some sort of tax thing? Some sort of taxes?
Yeah, taxing. Mm.
What taxes?
Well, you know, actually, rebels are just terrorists. They're horrible people. They just don't like peace.
They just hate Palpatine. They want to oppress Palpatine.
They just hate peace. They're just terrorists.
They just want to oppress Palpatine and end his religion.
Mm-hmm.
Command, this is TK-887. We have rebel ships on the... They've cut off our comms. Get everyone off the
That was a good effect. It actually did hurt my ears. That's pretty good.
platform. I'll warn command.
Rebels incoming! Get off the platform!
Wait, Richard Spencer is a stormtrooper? I guess it's kind of
Rebel ships incoming! Comms are down!
Restore comms immediately.
What was that? It's like, comms are down. It's like, oh.
Well, I don't think you can hear them.
And then it was just kind of funny. Like, he was like, it's daydreaming or something like that. Like Darth Maul from that show he watched a second ago. Like, oh yeah, today's gonna be my I'll show the Jedi can dance.
Hey, wait a minute. I was under the impression that people in the Empire were all white because it was a white supremacist organization. That man is clearly black.
He identifies as white. His fellow Aryans.
Transracial. Just like that one guy can be Korean now.
Yeah, he's Korean. So he just did. I guess he just identifies as white. Isn't it canonical that in Star Wars universe that the Empire is human supremacist?
Something like that.
That's what I heard. It wasn't in the movies, so it doesn't count for me. But I think it was like in the book or something like that. I know definitely the Sith were from KOTOR. They were kind of human supremacists. With the Empire never really had that. I mean, yeah, they're mostly all human.
I don't think it was necessarily human supremacist, but humanoid supremacist.
I don't know.
I think that would make a lot more sense.
What was it, Charlie? Was the Empire human supremacist in the books or something? Because they were in the movies.
They're not really like human supremacists. They're more just like they're okay with enslaving species for their own goals. So they don't like enslave Wookiees because they believe Wookiees to be inferior. They enslave Wookiees because it's like it's very beneficial to them.
They're really good at labor.
These very strong beasts that are very good at labor. Well, you know, let's go round them up and capture them, and we can use them for labor.
Also, I never understood how the Wookiees keep getting enslaved. They were like really gigantic warriors with the strength of 10,000 men or something, or like 6 men or something like that. And they have weapons, they have blasters and stuff, but they keep getting enslaved by various empires. How? They have a whole planet of Wookiees. I guess they just kind of keep overwhelming the Wookiees.
Trandoshans specialize in hunting down Wookiees, because Trandoshans are also extremely powerful.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
And get everyone in defensive positions.
Sir, comms are back online.
Launch all fighters!
They've counted the jam, sir.
Red Squadron, take out their fighters at the main entrance.
Like his teeth don't open, so he's just
He's one of those men.
He's like one of those grizzled Metal Gear Solid kind of guys. It's like his teeth never separate. If Steven Seagal ever opened his mouth more than a whisper, I would assume he'd be like one of those guys who always has his jaw clenched at all times. That's what I would assume.
He's got to be looking for Richie. Anyone seen Richie?
Nils got inside!
That's technically a war crime, by the way.
But bombing.
If they're retreating inside of a bunker and you bomb personnel like that while you're targeting.
I don't think
aircraft,
rebels care about war crimes. They're terrorists.
Yeah, it would be technically a war crime under multiple conventions.
Huh. Oh, it better win.
Yeah.
As the old saying goes, it's only a war crime if you lose.
Well, I suppose the Japanese certainly had that perspective.
No! Come on! We need to push forward!
Don't forget, family. Then you'll succeed.
We need them clear to move up!
Not as powerful as family.
Dom, what are you doing? The stormtroopers are powerful. Not as powerful as family.
Fucking 70 Camaro Mustang just drives in there, guns blazing.
We need a strafe on that
I'd take that. That'd be awesome, actually.
It would.
platform! Clear us a path!
On our way.
X-Wing's incoming! Fall back!
And to James B, thank you much for the 5. Appreciate that. Well, this is me out of the stream, guys. Really good day. Thanks, LD, Shiny, Zofrats, and company. Enjoy the rest of it. Well, thank you much, James B. Have a good day. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much.
When does the gameplay start in this game?
Never. It never starts. It's a dystopia.
It's just one long cutscene.
Oh God, it's a PlayStation exclusive.
It's Star Wars Gear Solid 4. And all the cutscenes like an hour long.
God damn it, Kojima. You bastard.
Let's see. Alex Halo, thank you for 2. Appreciate that. Through Streamlabs. Alex Halo says, don't worry, Shiny. HoloLive is developing a cheaper and better mocap suit that works just as well. So you don't need those weird green suits. They are used for the 3D streams, for their music concerts, instead of the live 2D program that they usually use. Interesting. Make it a better mocap suit.
Wait, read that again. What was he saying? The Holo.
This don't worry, Shiny. HoloLive is developing a cheaper and better mocap suit that work just as well. So you don't need those weird green suits. They are used for the 3D streams, for their music concerts, instead of the live 2D program they usually use.
Yeah, HoloLive is a very good program for the VTubers.
Okay, I'm just trying to find what this is about. 'Cause
Not
I
just that
have-
they're making a cheaper suit.
I no, but I'm just trying to find it. But all I can when I look up Rococo Hololive mocap, it just goes straight to Real Illusion. And Real Illusion, don't get me wrong, they have some absolutely fantastic. No wait, this is not them. I'm thinking of someone else. Who's got the cat that's currently purring? I hear a cat as well. No,
There's a cat purring.
That's my cat. That's Fester.
There's a cat girl. What's going on?
I don't entirely know like what that's about specifically, but I will try and look into it if I hear anything about it.
So someone mentions a bitter mocap suit, and then we hear some purring sounds. Is that Shiny on the back?
Shania is very happy to hear this.
Every live stream needs a kitty.
See, Marker 3D says, mission failed. We'll get him next time. Good next time, boys. Director Lewis says, war crimes are largely a joke diplomatically. If anybody cared about war crimes, the CCP's capital would have been glassed by now for COVID. It's just a way for the good guys to pretend to be moral. Seems like.
True.
Not necessarily. I mean, even Germany tried to stop itself. Well, it tried to abide by the Geneva Convention for the most part. You can't say that about Japan. And even, like, there were a few war crimes on the part of the UK and America. Like, there's nothing in comparison to, like, what Japan did in World War II. Like, I don't think, like, British or American soldiers took prisoners, made them dig their own grave, shoot them in the head, and bury them afterwards. I don't think they got to that point. And en masse as well.
Baton Death March, shooting medics, shit like that.
Not that I know of. Let's see, Anime 3794, and which is the .99, but that. It's Depression Quest, Star Wars Edition. Oh no.
Oh no.
Wasn't that a Zoe Quinn game or?
Yeah, but it was text based. Game.
Well, obviously, they have no actual program skills, so it has to be text based.
They don't have any skills. Period. Well,
more or less.
Okay,
yeah.
She had skills and giving up throat, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, no gaming skills, okay, no programming skills.
Well, again, it depends on your definition of gaming, but
Like with something, I guess. Well, someone's alive. Someone has to be playing the piano, right? That's there's a clone who's playing the piano. He's just sitting there, huh? He looks. I thought he was just dead, just sitting there, like he got shot and died
sitting there
because he wasn't moving at all. I was like, "Oh, was he dead?"
Yeah.
Don't even.
He could have said something. The clone started moving.
He could have. I thought he was dead.
He
was like crawling around and everything.
And Stormtroopers clones?
No,
not all of them. I guess they kind of switched. At
They swapped them out. They started enlisting,
and then he just sat there and motionlessly. I thought he was dead, but I guess he's not. He's alive.
Sit.
Stay. Roll over.
Bitch, I'm bleeding out. I ain't sitting. Give me a medic.
Well, Imp, I don't want to have to kill you.
Oh, that's
Why
expected.
don't that teeth opens? That's so weird.
Isn't that all you do? Kill
Is that what you do? You just kill everyone.
Limps.
That's
the teeth do open a little bit, but not that much.
Like they're all like these grizzled characters. It feels like
the jaw movement needs a little bit more.
They call them imps. That's kind of funny.
Oh, is it? We bring order and security to the galaxy.
Bring order. That's my favorite part of Mandalorian. It brought order, trade, opportunity. That was great. I like that line.
Prosperity.
And that guy was a good actor. Like that guy, Herzog. He's a good actor. He played He played Zek in the One Shot for that Jack Reacher movie. He's pretty good even there. All he did was sit around all day.
And that is Disney's only attempt to try and humanize the Imperials. And like every other Imperial's like, oh no, I just realized that I was working for a terrible, organization this whole time, and I never realized it. Like they were never people that would They never rationalize what they're doing, even though they were committing these horrible things. I mean, they try to, what was it, Agent Callus in Rebels? They try to have him flesh him out a little bit more. But we're talking about someone that in the very first episode kills his own men. I don't think you can humanize that character. I don't think you can just say, "Oh well, yeah, I didn't realize the Empire was evil because he was committing this evil shit."
Yeah, they have these over top evil guys in the Empire, and it kind of takes you out of the realism there.
You know who was the most human stormtrooper, and actually most human character in that entire film? It was the stormtrooper that picked up that nightstick and threw away his shield and gun and said "traitor" and was willing to go beat some ass.
Oh yeah, that guy was.
That
awesome.
dude was awesome.
That guy was cool.
Where's his spinoff movie? Like he had conviction. Like he was like, "Hey, that's the dude who killed all my friends. I'm gonna kick his ass with my fucking bare hands."
That guy was cool.
Fuck the blaster. I want satisfaction.
Destroy. I've yet to see a rebel with peaceful intentions.
You bring fear, oppression, and violence, not security. We push back against that. We have no peaceful options left. That was made clear with Alderaan.
Alderaan was... Not everyone in the Empire agrees with what happened there.
The subsurface scattering in this is absolutely brilliant. That's just
First I hear
metahumans
that.
because it's that great.
Is that how you justify destroying the Death Star? Hundreds of thousands of souls lost in an instant. Not just the soldiers, the families, the civilian workers. I had friends on that station. All of them gone.
They cornered us. It was either us or them.
See, this is the idea here where the SJWs are like, oh, this guy killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people, but they don't understand how war works. The SJW weirdos, it's easy to be a saint in paradise. It's easy to be a saint when you're not forced to either do something horrible or something terrible every day.
I think the point that Loach is trying to get across is that, you know, these two sides have reasons why they're fighting, and it's showing the difference of like the way their viewpoints, like how the Imperials see the Battle of Yavin and how the Rebels see the Battle of Yavin.
That's
You know,
what I
'cause
mean.
the Imperials think, wait, no, but they were completely justified in trying to, you know, stop these terrorists. When the Rebels were like, well, this is the last option we have. We have to destroy the Death Star. It's them or us.
Exactly.
So it kind of shows the differences in the two perspective there, which I do like.
I see all these like SJW weirdos coming out and say, "Well, this guy did this horrible thing in the past before," and yeah, from our perspective, it is terrible. Like it's maybe like a horrible abuse of human life. But the thing is, we can't really put ourselves in the same shoes because we don't know what they're going through. Because what they usually when they bring out these examples, these are guys who have gone through war or were in positions of power, where they need to make these executive decisions that might end up ending human lives. With the like he's saying here, from the Imperial perspective, he killed a bunch of his friends. He killed so many of his friends. All those innocent people are dead, and you don't really take the other side of it. You don't really have the full encompassing view of it all. But then he says that we were cornered. It's either us or them. It was either us live and you die, or you die and we live. And so they chose to destroy the Death Star and hundreds of thousands of lives. And it's easy to judge people like that, to judge people in war who have gone to these things and are forced to make these horrible decisions that will kind of haunt them for the rest of their lives. It's easy to judge them when we have not faced the same decision, and we have the luxury of only being able to, or being allowed, having the luxury of choosing between the right thing and the wrong thing easy to be a saint in paradise, and not able to fully understand or comprehend what it's like to be in a position like this. Like being this is a normal soul. If I take out the idea of blowing up 100,000 people, like this killing one person, ending one human life that is your enemy simply because he's on the opposite side of you, not because he wronged you personally, but because he's on the other army. Like that whole idea during the First World War where they had that Christmas peace, where they got together, they're like all brothers and everything. They didn't really have any animosity toward each other, other than the fact that they were on opposite sides of the war. They just happened to be parts of different armies. And that's kind of a factor of birth. Like they just happen to be born in Germany, happen to be born in England, that sort of thing.
Or even more tragically, like say the American Civil War, which you could argue was probably even worse in terms like that. It was like literally family against family. And you know, for as much as say, oh, it was like slavery, it's like not really. The aristocrats in the South and the North and everything may have made slavery an issue. The vast majority of the Southerners didn't take up arms or anything like that until after the South, until after the South got invaded by the North, you know, Fort Sumter and all that stuff. That was their motivations. Like, wait a minute, get your fucking military off our property. Because what's going to happen is that armies, doesn't matter if it's the same nation's armies tend to bring trouble in a lot of things when you station them there. Back then it did, and you know what, General Sherman with his march to Atlanta kind of fucking proved them right on that one.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what was it? Like in the DS9 episode where it came from, where that thing came from, that saying, it's easy to be insane, a saint in paradise. The Maquis were a group of people who had no choice but to leave the Federation because the Federation wasn't going to help them, because these are made of colonies who were left in the territory of the Cardassians, and they couldn't turn to the Federation. The Federation wouldn't help them because it would break the treaty. And all they had left was either comply with the Cardassians, who were being abusive, or fight against them, break off from the Federation, or defy the order of the Federation and fend for themselves. They could either become terrorists or slaves, as from their perspective. So it's those instances where it's easy to judge someone when you're on Earth and there's no war, there's no disease, no poverty, nothing like that. It's easy to make the right decision. There's nothing holding you down. It's a lot harder to be out there on the frontier and be faced with choices like, do I give up my freedom, or do I fight back, leave the Federation, become a terrorist, and attain my freedom, preserve my freedom? This is what the idea of it's easy to be sane in paradise. I like the fact that he's addressing it here. Like, the other side of it is also acknowledged, that blowing up the Death Star, it was horrible from the perspective of the Empire, because some guys might have had friends on that place, on that station.
In fact, it's been kind of a meme, the idea that the Luke Skywalker's, killed millions on the Death Star, because the amount of people that were actually working on that station.
Yeah, he thought it was a moon. It was huge. There had to be a lot of people.
It's the size of a small moon, and there's a lot of people on there that we saw. It's got to have its own fucking, bars. Like, it's got a Costa Coffee.
About 1/3 the size of our moon, I think. About 1/3 the size of our moon, I think. Wasn't it? Officially?
It's something like that. It's not
small moon.
It's not the size of our moon, but it's definitely smaller. I remember that much.
It's smaller than our moon, but still fairly large. I mean,
yeah,
our moon by itself would be
you've got to think of like the relative scale. The Death Star is small compared to a planet, compared to a normal moon. But considering the size of a small moon already, and then you're jamming people not on the surface area, on the inside, in the interior volume, which is a lot more. There's so much room in there.
Like, you got to think about how many civilian contractors and residents are on U.S. bases and stuff like that. Like, they're huge. Like in Germany and stuff like that. There's hundreds of thousands of Americans over there, almost. But I don't think at any one time. But they're huge. So the Death Star, yeah, you got to think there's probably a lot of civilian contractors and workers and stuff on there. Like, we were only in like one small section of the outer side of the Death Star, next to a hangar. Of course, it was going to be nothing but military people. You go a little bit deeper into it, it's probably going to be some apartments, some bars, like you were saying, stuff like that. People that, produce clothing and other stuff like that, shipping, fueling, a whole bunch of other shit.
Absolutely. So it's a really interesting thing to explore here.
And I would imagine that there's like a stormtrooper spa. Like they just go there to relax from all the stresses of the day.
Yeah, some hot Twilight babe, rubbing your feet and everything. Yeah, probably.
Luke Skywalker, we kill all the strippers on the Death Star.
Oh, and John Reddick, yes, the South did fire on Fort Sumter, but Fort Sumter was illegally being occupied by the North, who was cutting off trade to the ports in, I think, North Carolina. So technically, the North was invading.
Let's see, Velociraptor says, hello, everyone. How is part 2 going? I think it's been going pretty good. I've been having fun. And I see we have a story about Stormtrooper Excellent. By the way, LD, in the original Battlefront 2 and the old EU, it tells stories about the Empire side. Yeah, the original. I really wanted to bring back the story from the original Battlefront 2, like the old one, into the new one. But then we got the crappy story we got in the new one, unfortunately. Because the original story was really good. It was like just following the 501st from the Clone War era all the way to the Imperial era. And that was really interesting.
Seeing Order 66 from the perspective of the clones.
And how they actually kind of hated it.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. It was really good. It was really good.
We did what we had to do to survive. I'm sorry. We had people on Alderaan as well. When we first got news of what happened, we just couldn't believe it. After Yavin, we took a shuttle to the remains. We had to see it.
Oh my god,
Seeing
this
the
is
debris
boring.
where the
Like,
planet
this just two
was,
characters talking.
See, I would have loved to
Justified
have
a lot
seen
of
this produced by the guys who did that movie, miniseries of movies, depending on how you watch it, called A Grunt's Life, which is, if you've ever seen that, it is funny, but it is some of the darkest fucking humor you'll ever see about troops in Iraq and stuff like that. So I can imagine them, doing this right here. He's like, they, instead of like having this deep conversation, it's like, fuck you. And they're just going back and forth, like saying the nastiest shit against each other, probably even racist shit too. Just trying to one up each other on how fucking vile they can be to each other before eventually just trying to stab one another. Then the guy can't die, so he keeps trying to stomp him. He's still not dying. So he's like, damn it. Keeps stabbing him, still not dying. He's like, God damn it, die. Then finally he just fucking shoots him.
Save Martha. Why do you say that name? And they become best friends.
But I kind of think this is a bad example of, tell, don't show, where she's just telling me these things. It's just, instead of just let me at least see that they went to that place or something. But no, I just have this character tell me how sad he was.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frank Miller's also guilty of this a lot in some of his stuff, especially Dark Knight Returns. That it's a good story, but he has way too many talking heads in his comic book.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. Here's the person talking, here's the other person talking. Because he puts a lot of like news anchor stuff in there, and they put that in the movie, but it's even then it's still overdone, and it's definitely overdone in the comic book. There's so many talking heads in there, and it's not that interesting.
Anything wrong with the element of like how it's presented? Because it's not, when you talk about show don't tell, it's not that it's just tell the audience that the Imperials and the Rebels have their own perspective. This is them showing you that they have their own perspective by talking about these events. And if you were just gonna, have them show the Rebels visiting Yavin, it's going to be very disconnected from like the conversation. So it's much more efficient.
Not if you had that voiceover, like while he talked, we see what he saw.
I think that flashback would still be a bit disjointed, and then you're still having the element of telling anyway. Like
but this is
you would just have narration.
Yeah, I think
just, back and forth shot. It's like, okay, we look at him, and then we get a broad shot for both of them, and then we look at the other guy, and it's just the same boring stuff all over again. But I know it because it's fan made, and that's why they probably couldn't do anything about it. So
I think you
I don't want to be too negative because it's amazing that fans made this, but it's kind of boring. I'm sorry.
I mean, I like what they're trying to do and everything. It's pretty good for fan stuff, especially like the CGI and all that stuff. But trying to compare the fucking Death Star, getting blown up to what the Death Star did, doesn't really compare. It's like saying, oh no, there was a civilian on that enemy bomber, and I'm like, what the fuck were they doing on that enemy bomber in the first place? As much as I was shitting on Kevin Smith to the point where he retweeted me and something like that, he brought up a really good point in the first Clerks movie where they were having this same conversation, where he basically goes, where a guy in there overhears the conversation about them having to space. Yeah. He compares it to one of his buddy who was a contractor for Babyface Gambino or something like that, and he got fucking whacked, in the crossfire. And so he says, like, personal politics does come into play, and it's their own fucking fault. And I'm like, Alderaan was pretty much innocent. That's a planet. Being on a Death Star, on the other hand, you can go, I know the risk, and they're calculated, but boy, am I bad at math. Yeah.
We can pay a lot of money if I go and help out with the Death Star.
Yeah, it's like contractors who go over to like Iraq and build and stuff. They're told straight up, hey, you're going over there, and there is a high chance there might be suicide bombers and terrorists that might try to kill you just because you're American, just because you're mixed in with civilians. Do you want to risk it? And they sign up, yes.
Because the money's good enough, at least in their perspective.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this is a good showcase of talent. Like there's a lot of talent behind this movie.
Looks really good. That the rendering is really good.
But yeah, and that's where I kind of stop. It's like, yeah, it looks good, and
Needs
that's
a
kind of it.
script. Needs a
a little
script.
bit, a little polishing on the script. Let's see, Alex Halo, which two pages of that? Thank you, Alex Halo, through Streamlabs. See, that Alex Halo says the main company who owns HoloLive is called Cover. I don't think they finished the mocap suit just yet. I know they are trying to make their tech and programs cheaper. Okay, well, that's good. That's interesting.
Well, that is good. As long as it's not like Rococo and the fucking mocap suit gets damaged by fucking metal.
Like chairs and stuff, whatever, like common material.
Oh, maybe that's something you should have fucking told me, Rococo, before I needed to send me several replacements to the fucking sensors. And they're not all working properly as they should because they've been damaged.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, but they're damaged enough for you to send me fucking replacements. Maybe you should have told me in the first place and warned me that it was going to be damaged by metal.
By the way, that
you'd be surprised about how much fucking metal
air. It gets damaged by some rough wind if wind comes by.
I mean, compare that to the other mocap suit, like the really fucking expensive one. That's like £12,000. It's absolutely fucking fantastic technology. It's wonderful, but it's expensive. It's very expensive.
It's like
I do wish I could maybe one day afford that mocap suit, because I would love a mocap suit which is even more accurate than my current one, as well as being, immune to metal damage. And that immune to metal damage means I'd be actually able to use it for the streams because I'm not risking damaging it all the time.
If someone falls in your general direction, it might melt. Actually,
it's like the F-35 is like, it's a good plane and everything, but it gets damaged easily. So don't fly it. And he goes like, I don't fly it because it'll get damaged. Damaged from what? Flying. But it's a jet. Yes.
Damage for using its purpose. Anyway.
As we did.
I'm sorry.
It's kind of strange to think that this Stormtrooper would be female. Like, he would look exactly the same. Would be a female character in modern day Marvel or something. Like a comic book. It looked exactly like this. Like, no different. But he'd be a woman instead. Like, underneath he voiced by
does look like that tranny from The Last of Us too.
I'll tell you, you wouldn't get this in modern Star Wars.
Not really, no.
They were going for something very similar with Battlefront 2, but they then ended up having to rewrite the whole thing because they didn't want to tell a story from the Imperial perspective. That's why in Iden Versio, the game which was originally being sold as the story was from the Imperial perspective, they ended up changing that. So it pretty much just, went to the rebellion after the third mission.
Which it was kind of cool having to see the whole thing from the Imperial perspective. That part was interesting. But then they kind of ruined it. Yeah, they kind of ruined it.
Oh, the Empire was evil this entire time. Iden Versio, according to the fucking books, you committed numerous atrocities because you thought it was good for the Empire. You're not knowing of the stuff which the Empire does. But like her in the book is that she rationalizes it, that it's for some kind of greater good. And
the greater good.
She fucking knows about Alderaan. Also, like, you have to rationalize it, but oh no, the moment they fucking start causing bad weather on your own planet,
not bad weather.
I swear that's all the fucking Inferno thing does. It just creates bad weather.
Creates bad weather.
It makes it a bit stormy.
It's the Emperor's ultimate plan. Now all the planets will have rain. Endless rain. It'll be inconvenient, and they're going to have to take umbrellas to work.
We shall use it on Tatooine, and everything gets better.
And then everything gets better. I'm going to ruin their desert.
We're so evil.
That'd be like a parody thing. Like, I'm going to ruin their desert with rain.
Oh, it got better. Okay, let's use it on Camino. God damn it! Who picks these planets?
Oh, fantastic.
It's good to know not every Imperial agrees with what happened.
And then they kissed.
And then they became the best of friends. I like the line. It's good to know that the not every Imperial agrees with what happened. Yes, but you just slaughtered all my friends. Like the ones that were alive a second ago, you killed them all. So I'm really still not happy with you right now.
Yeah, you turn around for 5 seconds and grab that blaster and shove it up your ass. Which, you know what? Now, now that little kiss joke. Now I kind of want a movie where it's like stormtroopers to shit talking everything, get caught into a battle, and like one of them is like just thinks he's the suavest, hot as shit or whatever like that, and he meets like a female Jedi who's fighting on the other side. And is fighting against her and keeps trying to hit on her at the same time. It's like, hey, after you're not done killing me, you want to go out?
It could be a Spider-Man personality. It's like, this is the or Deadpool, like the Merc with a mouth sort of thing.
Yeah, he just keeps doing that, and like it just throws the Jedi off because he's showing so much personality.
Like, what? You're not a faceless minion? What's going on here?
Yeah, and then at the end of the movie, like in the post-credit scenes, they're actually going out on a date.
That'd be kind of hilarious, actually.
That would be
pretty good.
I got knocked out during the battle. What happened after?
The rest of your garrison evacuated through the back hangar. We didn't know that existed. By the time we realized, they already left.
Or else we would have entrapped him and lit him on fire.
We buried them along with our own at the south end of the beach.
Good. Why are you still here?
Our squad has a rule. We don't leave behind survivors. Not even Imperials.
We're gonna kill you.
I was assigned to stay and wait until sunrise.
And make sure you're dead.
We don't leave survivors. We're gonna kill them all.
We're gonna kill them all.
But I have to do it in front of my officers. That's why we're waiting.
Like 300.
Gonna make you dig your own grave, and we're gonna shoot you and bury you in it.
It's kind of like in 300 when they're kind of stabbing all the survivors of the Persian army. It's like, there's no reason we can't be civil. Right, sir.
Yeah, why didn't we actually kill him then from the get-go when we found him on the beach?
I don't know. Maybe he can't. Maybe his morals are stopping him. I'm not really sure.
But he was just told that he needs to kill everybody. He leaves no survivors.
No, we were just making that joke.
No, didn't he just say that?
He said,
He said that the squad has a rule, no survivors, and then we were making the joke that it's like, well, I'm gonna kill you now.
I thought that's what he meant. Let's see.
No, I meant when he finds knocked out person at the beach. Why didn't he shoot him?
I think it's
finish.
No.
Let him finish what he's saying.
No, the twist is that that stormtrooper is going to end up killing him, putting his head on a pike, and he's going to go fucking John Rambo on the rebels.
Oh, I want to see that.
Yeah,
see John
what a great
Rambo
movie.
with John Wick. That'd be kind of interesting.
It's just Apocalypse Now meets John Rambo with the stormtrooper.
Is he Brown Gaijin? There was 5% that. I'm an hour behind, but if we're talking about Dojin, then we also have to talk about Comiket and Comic Party. Also about that soccer. How about that soccer? It's a really good sport. I like soccer.
Soccer's for rebels and Capellans.
Exactly. The proper term is soccer, obviously. Velociraptor says, I hate the new the Battlefront 2 story is terrible. It kind of is, yeah. You think it's bad to begin with, but then Iden Versio gets a daughter.
Also, you probably want a comma after that Battlefront 2. Like, you hate the Battlefront 2, the story is terrible. Rather than just saying, I hate the new Battlefront 2, the story, like, it's not, you need to break it up a little bit.
Oh, what are you, a grammar imperial?
Look, it just makes it very difficult to read these chats if they're not using proper grammar to break up their sentences.
Let's see. There is a thing called a gray area. I see the world in the shade of gray. I'm a liberal, a classic liberal like my father before me. Awesome.
I will say there is gray areas, but there is no gray morality.
Let's see.
If anyone survived, we picked them up.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
And we kill them.
And we send them to the sex dungeon.
We kill them humanely.
Hang on.
We send them to Lindsay Ellis to HUD weird dungeon.
No.
Oh, God.
I've decided not to. I'll give you a transmitter so you can call for a pickup from the nearby
Decided not to. Oh, good. And they takes a pistol and shoots this guy. Got him. Has he ever Gen 75 appreciate that? Have you guys seen Bucketheads already? Yes, I think we have. That's the one with the fan theory or the fan creation where it's live action.
I've seen the fan film. I haven't seen the fan series.
I don't think the fan series is out yet. Is it?
I think there's a first episode of it. I just haven't seen it because I've lost interest in Star Wars for the most part. But like the reason why I watched this is just because I really like Loacher, especially since everything's done for me is help me with Unreal Engine. So I watched this just because I like his work, and I like it on a technical level as well. I can very much appreciate everything he's done here.
E.G. Douglas, I like how you think.
Let's see. So, yeah, Bucketheads. I like Bucketheads.
Is that the one? Is that the one where the stormtroopers become aware that they're in a universe where they have to suck?
I don't think so.
And the universe trying to get.
That's the one where it's kind of like this, but kind of like a Band of Brothers sort of feel to it.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that one.
It follows around. It's pretty good. They have a lesbian character in there where that's not in your face lesbian. It's just kind of something that comes out.
That's the movie, not the series.
I'm okay with lesbians as long as they're sexy lesbians.
Well, I mean, it's like, hey, who you got anybody back home? Like, oh, I have a girlfriend. Oh, okay. Well, that's just it, and then they move on. That's it. It's not saying I am a strong, independent woman. Sort of thing. It's just conversational.
All it really is doing is establishing that this character, has a love interest. It's characterizing them to some small extent. It's not like every 5 minutes, pointing out that they're lesbian. Bill Potts. It's not a Bill Potts, where her only character is a secondary character to what she's actually. I'll say she's the main character. She's just secondary to the Doctor. Her main character and her only character trait is she's black and she's lesbian, and she will make sure that she's lesbian every 5 fucking minutes.
It's like Spot the Vegan or Spot the iPhone user.
Pretty much. Or
I will point out I have an iPhone, but that's only for technical reasons.
I have an iPad because they're really good for business. That's literally the only reason. They're really good for business.
I have an iPad as well, but that's only because you get them for free when you go to my university and when you go to my college as well.
I know,
they just give you free iPads.
Both an iPhone and an iPad. We can't be friends anymore.
I admit I really don't like Apple, but I was intending to use the phone for facial mode capture because the depth camera is pretty good. But it didn't end up turning out to be what I hoped for, so I never ended up using the facial motion capture. And then the iPad, the only reason I have it is because of university, and they gave it to me for free.
See, E.G. Douglas says, I have also kicked an orphanage into a river. I do not feel bad about this. They are... What is this from?
Capellans. That's from BattleTech. Capellans are basically just space commies.
I gotta get into BattleTech. It sounds really awesome. I like it so far.
Fucking
BattleTech is awesome.
It's just humans. It's a lot simpler, more focused.
By the way, best chat. Told you. Spot the Apple user.
Spot the Apple user.
Systems.
Why?
Because I believe a sensible trooper like you can help us get closer to peace.
Through superior firepower. Now put on this bomb vest.
And get going.
You need to report to the Emperor.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time, boys.
Concerning the direction of the movies, your mission failed.
And then they kiss.
And then he kissed me.
Very nice height vlog there.
That water looks really good.
Yeah, the water's also brilliant.
Yeah, the sun glare actually looks really good too. Actually, the lighting overall just looks excellent.
Mm-hmm. Now stab him.
There's like a rebel comes along. Oh, watch out! There's stormtrooper next to you.
There's a little bit of a rendering issue you can see on the
by his eye.
Well, it's to transparency. I've encountered this before, and I can't remember how I fixed it. When it comes to transparent materials, Unreal Engine likes to have a TISM, and it won't have focus blur on those transparent images materials. Let's say I have a window, and everything, like the window itself, will not focus blur at all, as well as anything behind it. But everything else, like in front of it, or like anything behind it that's not not like directly behind it, if you're like the hole in the glass, for instance, that will be focus blurred. So it's just a weird issue with Unreal Engine.
It's Liam.
Gillian.
Allah Akbar! Boom!
And then it's like, what? Hey, Gillian, watch out! And he shoots a stormtrooper. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. I got him. Oh, saved your life.
I never realized the Empire was evil this entire time.
Then,
oh no! I turns out I never believed in it, and I'm just gonna turn around.
And then his good old buddy Geode comes in.
Navigated by Geode, who appears to be a rock.
Gio just follows him because he's a rock. He just squishes him. Doesn't even move.
I just like the idea. I just like the fact that canonically, The Rock has a girlfriend. Like The Rock, the Stone Man, has a girlfriend. But Matthew McConaughey, the Matthew McConaughey character they made, is asexual. Like, what is going on? How does that happen?
I don't know. He just had to get his rocks off, I guess.
His abs are stone rock solid. You know, he's always hard.
Stupid puns! Boo!
I believe that's your right.
Yep.
Oh, Gillian. He's hoping the next time we meet, there's less explosions.
He killed all my friends.
The problem is that we know this is for naught because we know how the story ends. There's no peace.
Get to bed, and then there's explosions.
There's no peace. It's just the fucking Empire just loses and.
Then Liam just throws a thermal detonator into his ship as it takes off.
I was like, he killed all his friends.
He had this thermal detonator. Kaboom!
He gets over the fact that this guy helped kill all of his friends at the base pretty easily. Oh, where's his friends now?
Yeah. Nah, he would be beating them to death with a helmet.
May the force be with you, Liam.
Now.
Is Mace Windu the entire time? Hey, Gillian. Hey, is that a stormtrooper over there?
Those U-rings are just fucking flak magnets. Look at that profile.
They kind of are, yeah.
Anyone show up?
No, sir.
Also, look at the doors as well.
quiet.
You've got to squeeze out of those things.
That's a terrible dropship design.
All right,
Mhm.
let's pack it up and get back to the fleet.
Let's back up. Get back to the fleet, boys.
Hey, they said no one showed up. There's a random stormtrooper right there. Open fire.
Watch out. And then, how did he not see him? He was right there. He's just standing right out in the open on the beach.
You can cut the sexual tension with a knife, or you can cut him sexually with a knife. Oh
The
shit!
soundtrack
He
as
forgot.
well is quite surprising for like a fan project.
It's really good.
Jay, thank you much too. Appreciate that. You can say that Geode makes her bedrock. Hey-oh.
Go into yourself.
That's why he's so good.
I hate it.
They forgot to leave the transmitter.
Oh, I'm gonna say you try to starve to death.
They're gonna starve to death now in a destroyed base.
Anyone bring you sunscreen?
I mean, there are worse places to be stranded.
Oh, there he is. There's his ride.
You. Why did you not open fire on those rebels? Traitor. Pow, pow, pow.
Traitor.
See,
Well,
still
the
not
shuttle
a-
tends to be like the sign of someone important. Like a sentinel would be something which is going to be like used for more, lower down grunts. Because like a lambda shuttle's like the sign of a moth or like Vader or the Emperor. It's like the higher grade landing transport.
Not gonna send an investigating team or nothing?
Oh, no one even comes out of the ship.
This is a Moff on vacation. Like, what happened here?
I just come with my sunscreen. I was coming. I was gonna have like a nice suntan.
Don't get on my ship. You're bleeding.
You get blood
I
all
don't
over my
want
ship.
blood all over my ship.
And don't do that. That's mean. Let's see. That was pretty good though.
Yeah, it was good.
That was
we
pretty fun.
we riff, but we riff out of love.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
I did talk to Locher about the face mocap, and I think he says he's gonna try and work on it a bit more.
Loja. Fred Loja. That's F for Fred Loja.
Robert Loja.
R for Robert
Loja.
R for Robert Loja. O for on top of Robert Loja.
What are you guys on?
I don't even know what they're referencing.
That just went into an inside joke and nobody followed it.
We're referencing a joke back when Family Guy was actually funny.
Yeah, it was a pretty good Family Guy joke.
Yeah.
Now let's see.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. I think Family Guy was always like the lowest of humor.
Oh, it was, but it
Well,
was. It was the first couple seasons were still enjoyable.
Let's
And I mean like the first couple, like 1 and 2. Once you get to about 3, fuck that show.
Okay, let's see. Okay, where is it? Colin Sanders. Colin Sanders made a new video essay, but Professor Geek made another video essay that was really interesting because this is exactly what I came to. What I concluded after watching Batman Ninja. Like, can we keep your realism out of my fantasy? Let's see what he says. I'm not sure if I would agree with it completely, but it might be interesting. Let's see. Share audio. There we go. I don't want to change the world. Professor Geek.
I constantly get these kinds of comments on my video.
Danny's gone.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I talked about in that first No Agenda Here video, Kevin Smith's wrong take on Masters of the Universe. And I looked at the character designs for Teela, even the designs which have her in her quote unquote traditional costume, which isn't traditional at all. They've covered it up. They've done this puritanical woke thing where they have to make sure we've got a flap covering her rear because we can't see anything untoward there.
Okay, just quick point. Lighting could use a bit of an improvement.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. He's kind of I think this is a live stream or something like that.
Well, I think it's probably just recorded with like StreamYard. Sorry, I don't think it's a live stream.
I think he might have cut this into small. I don't know. It just seems like a live stream to me. Like it just cut into smaller pieces.
Ideologues become Puritans. Like it wasn't that usually the other way around, but no, that's what they are now. We'll talk about that later. And I talked about how even though the colors are right or whatever, look at her body design. They have made sure to only accentuate the same parts of her body that are accentuated on He-Man, because the agenda there is there's no difference between a man and a woman. Don't you dare show us something like an hourglass figure.
He's not wrong.
Because that would symbolize and signify the iconic feminine. And that's what Teela is. She's a warrior. She's a she-warrior, no doubt, and a very formidable, very powerful warrior.
I don't think the agenda is that the men, also women, are just as strong as men or the same as men. I think that it's often they just want like unsexualized, like very powerful women. Because if you're trying to say that like women and men, if you try and say that their agenda is that women and men are the same, I don't think they treat it the same by any regards, because you can always see that men are always denigrated, especially in their ability and competence. When you're looking at these kinds of like more woke shows or movies, so it's not necessarily the same. I think they just want to they get the idea that anything which is like sexualized, that is like bad because it's objectification or whatever, then they also want to like be progressive, so it has to be that this person is like incredibly strong, incredibly competent, very powerful, and that's mostly what the path that ends up leading down to a lot of these materials. Because on a lot of what they ended up writing, at the extent because of this political bias, ends up being shit, because it's not really following the rules of writing. It's following like what is like woke, what's in at the moment, because they're making a character which is just powerful all the time, never has any downfalls, never has any weaknesses that's like relevant to the story, or don't lead to the magical learning of some kind of abilities. That's the end result.
Yeah, I think so. Seems that way.
The irony of it all is that when they try and make them like not sexualized or anything like that because they think it's objectification. The problem is you don't objectify. It's not objectification because you don't sexualize objects. You sexualize people.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: she wasn't even sexualized to begin with. Okay, so she had like her feminine outfit and everything like that, but that's not by itself sexualized. Sexualized means to like, make it clear that there's sex appeal, that there is, the desire for sexuality.
Transformers where what's your name washed the car or something? It's like that.
That's sexualization, and also fucking Chad as fuck. Michael Bay may have flaws, but 13 hours and making what's her face wash her car for the role. Those are two things I cannot fault him for.
What, you're washing his car?
That's correct, Chad. I'm bad at math. That's three things I can't fault him for.
Methods of her warrioring.
Oh, and also I will point out that
they come
like the
across as
idea that anything which is like attractive is objectification. I find very stupid because like when you see like an attractive woman, it doesn't mean that you're automatically seeing them as an object. You just see them as attractive. You're not removing the personality of them. It's not like you're gonna I'm just gonna fuck them because I see them as an object. No, you just think they're attractive. They appeal to you.
And it's also it's usually deeds and acts and stuff like that that make someone attractive. Like as you were saying, it's like Tila is fit. Like she's from a warrior culture. Fit girls, from like warrior culture stuff like that we know this from history, like with Sparta and stuff like that. Spartan women trained. They were also considered some of the most beautiful women, at the time, like world famous, like almost mythologically so. Like that's what causes someone to be attractive is when they have done things and their body has developed to be attractive.
I would say that if like feats and like what they've and accomplishments and who they are, that's kind of a separate element to the purely physical attractiveness, even though someone being very physically competent does lead into an attractive like body, for instance, because you're not going to be fat. You're going to be very physically fit.
That's why your boy Zach mentioned that when they try to make fat superheroes, like you said, there would be no fat superheroes. Because if you're doing like what Batman does every day, you would lose weight even if you started off a little bit fat.
A strong, muscular woman would be like Gina Carano. It wouldn't be the, whatever they interpreted fucking Wonder Woman as when, in the alternate cover.
And even if they were somehow fat and everything, all that physical activity would give them like a build of some sort, which would make them look, a lot better. Because even a fat guy that's got like muscle underneath it, like an ex-football player or ex-soldier or something like that, they got the shoulders and arms stuff like that. They got a better build, so they look more attractive. And I'm sorry if you're hearing the Thundercats guitar. That's my phone going off. Same thing with women. Is like you can tell the difference between a fat chick who is just always fat and like a chick that had like some sort of fitness and then got a little fat. Like there's always that difference because how it sits on them is a lot different.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, how it sits and how they move. Because if you're just fat and don't have any muscles, it's hard to move around. But if you actually have muscle underneath, it's much easier. You keep balance and stuff like that.
Oh yes,
it's why fat people that never work out waddle.
We have another guest in the back room. Let's see who this is. Oh, another special guest for the evening. Let's welcome this next guest.
He could have some serious emotional scars. Every soldier has scars. Shepard's a survivor.
Welcome, Smud Boy.
Hey. How's
it going, Smud?
Wow.
Right, Smud.
How has the stream been running? I haven't been keeping track.
For me, it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty fun for me.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Oh, okay. No fighting, no
lots of fighting. Don't worry.
I finally get to meet the Smud Boy. How's it going?
Hello. Who am I speaking to?
Jake Simmons.
Oh, Jake, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. You?
I am having a great day. This was like cottage weather, but I decided to stay home and write. So
that's what
I've been doing.
That sounds good to me. And you missed Shiny laying into Doomcock and
Doomcock's making the shit out of Shiny.
Shiny tried to be a good boy, but he just had to ask some few questions.
It's pretty cool. We actually had Doomcock on here. That's pretty awesome, actually.
I will point out, if I really wanted to try and like be mean to Doomcock, I would have easily just brought up how he tried to cancel like Ryan Kinnell.
Oh yeah.
Because like
You
even if like
I'm glad you did. I kind of want Doomcock to come back. And
I'm going to speak personally. I don't, but I know this is not my stream, so that's kind of the reason why I wasn't trying to start shit in the first place, because I know I'm not going to enforce like just because I think poorly of Doomcock, extremely poorly of Doomcock.
Shiny, do
I'm
you,
not gonna.
do you have a new mic? You sound very mature for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm sure I've always been mature.
How long has it been since I've heard your voice? I'm like, wow, that sounds like a different band.
Been a while.
Probably been a while. I have actually missed you because I haven't seen you in quite a while.
I haven't felt since it's been a long time. Nanomachine, son.
Nanomachine, son.
Last time was probably one of the Smudcasts.
Oh, okay.
Like because I know I withdrew from the Smudcast quite a while ago, but I did appear on one or two.
Yes, you popped in for a bit. Yeah, just to say hi and do your thing. That was great.
Were you talking about my voice, or are you making a joke about what I was actually saying?
No, you genuinely sound different to me.
Okay.
I could pick it apart a little bit.
Must be all the alcohol.
Oh,
I don't drink that much. I only drink on a special occasion, or if there is a particularly difficult bit. Sometimes the videos we covered on the Smudcast needed that extra bit of rum and coke just to make it through.
If I wasn't running the stream, I would be drinking, but I'm running the stream. So.
Oh, some Tennessee whiskey would be so good right now.
It would be delicious. I want some whiskey real bad.
The drunk cast just
some
getting
people
absolutely hammered.
Don't make that distinction between Kentucky and Tennessee whiskey, but you do, sir. Very good.
Yeah, it's delicious. Delicious.
Yeah, and I also know the difference between bourbon and not bourbon. If it's not made in Bourbon County, it's not fucking bourbon.
You're kind of like it's not champagne unless it's made in Champagne.
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really technically champagne. It's not champagne unless it's made in Champagne, France. Digger 610, that was too much of that. How come no Shiny on Smudcast anymore? Well, I guess he just didn't want to do it anymore, I guess.
For long, complicated reasons, which I have explained to Smud before. So he knows why I don't do it anymore, but it's very long and complicated. I'm not going to get into it right now.
Oh yeah, a Smud boy. What do you think about this idea I came up with? I think I may have told you, but I forgot. But what if you had a cool Batman story where Fraser Crane, Dr. Fraser Crane meets Dr. Jonathan Crane at a convention or like a psychiatrist's conference? Because Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow from Batman, they're both psychiatrists. They both have a doctorate in psychiatry or whatever, and they're both Cranes. So I thought, what if they met each other? It's a cousin he doesn't talk about, and kind of pulls in Fraser.
I don't think they have a doctorate. They're psychiatrists, so they have a medical degree. So it's at least a master's, so 4, maybe 6 years. But combining genres, a comedy drama with
comedy.
That's going to be tough. You could do something like that with like a one-off, but I don't think a miniseries would work.
Oh yeah, one-off definitely. You can't really do that with that. Frasier.
It would just be an episode of Frasier. Just a weird episode.
Weird episode.
The illusion of Batman swinging outside his window. I don't know. That sounds a bit weird.
And then what was it? Someone mentioned like Marty Crane kind of trained with James Gordon during the academy. They know each other.
Marty Crane? Are you serious?
Yeah, Marty Crane trained with Jim Gordon. They went to the same police academy together. It'd be awesome.
The newest show on TBS, Crane and Crane.
I'm trying to think how Seattle would work with the skylines. Like, how would Batman swing from, I don't know, whatever that crazy needle is? I just
Batman Seattle.
Yeah,
he'd have to run up the needle like every single time he wanted to do anything.
There's nowhere else to go.
He would just have like asshole little college white pricks just following around us, lecturing him on privilege. He's trying to be stealthy.
It'll be really good because he'll be needed in Seattle because after they defund the police, he'll really be needed.
Oh God, can you imagine Batman just beating the crap out of just people? Just people wearing masks in black. You're like, okay, they're all targets to me.
Get them all.
Batman, I thought you had a no-kill rule. They're commies.
That only applies to people.
Communists aren't people.
Communists are
And
not
commies
people.
aren't people.
Don't you remember to pull a sniper when asked about if they felt bad about killing people? And he goes, I don't know. I've only killed commies.
I have never killed a man in my life, just commies.
Just like those orphans, they were Capellans.
Exactly. I remember the Metal Gear Solid 4 where you can go and you can be non-lethal or you can be lethal, and then they kept the stat of how many war orphans you created if you killed people. Like, how do they calculate this? All these men have kids, I guess?
It would be based on averages, I guess.
So you just every time you kill a guy, your war orphan count goes up. Well, that's awesome. I'm gonna kill some more guys. Make some more orphans around here.
Yeah, it does make the games less, I wouldn't say less fun, but the range of weapons and items and tools you get, you just don't use any of them. You just have the two guns, the Trank pistol and the Trank Mosin Nagant. That's it. That's all you get.
Pretty much. And the whole thing with the disguise system, I never even used that. I just kind of snuck around using not being seen at all.
They tried to copy from Metal Gear Solid 3 the whole
switch uniforms and stuff.
Yeah,
that was actually a lot easier because all you could do, you're like in the whole terrain, and then one uniform covered like an entire terrain.
They tried to make sense of, because in the game you can get stealth camo where you just go completely invisible. So they had to make it like, okay, what can we do? So octo camo was made so that it adapts to whatever terrain you're a part of. So it looks like that's when we saw with the trailer, that really awesome trailer where he's fighting those cow robots, and it doesn't see him because the watermelon just taps him, and his leg just turns into a watermelon
cow
shape.
robots. Those things are weird.
Yeah.
I think they're called geckos or something. They have like weird lizard legs, and there's like a robot or something.
Nanomachine leg thing. I don't know what the hell those organic
nanomachines, son.
Yeah.
Also, Senator Armstrong. Can we vote for that guy for president? I think he'd be way better president. Bring it back to war, son.
An actual wrestler would be good. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be good. It'd be awesome.
If Jesse the Body Ventura was like 40 years younger or something. Maybe.
I think he actually is Republican. Jesse Ventura. I think he is Republican. I think he is.
Well, yeah,
but he's batshit insane though.
He's really far right, like far out there. So conspiracy theories are just like part of his flavor now. But he used to be the mayor or governor of Minnesota?
Yeah, he was some sort of politician.
Yeah.
He needs to return as governor of Minnesota because clearly they can't do shit without him.
I thought insanity was a prerequisite for being a politician.
Well, there's different flavors of insanity.
Have you ever heard the definition of insanity?
Once or twice, yeah. Belongs to everyone.
No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to everyone.
Sanity belongs to everyone.
Sanity belongs.
That's a new one.
Sanity belongs to everyone. All you need is a little push.
We're all mad here.
Oh yeah, the Alice in Wonderland. I think that's why they always like the lazy writer would always go, okay, I'm writing a Batman story. How do I make a villain? I don't know. I'll just pull something from Alice in Wonderland. Okay, job's done. Going to lunch.
Because the only shit they know. It's the only like fantastical, like crazy thing they know. It's kind of like people who keep writing like different versions of Deadpool as OC. It's like, oh, my character is, technically insane.
Gwenpool.
I think Rob Liefeld did that with Wolverine. Like he made like 10,000 different Wolverine ripoffs, and for his characters.
Yeah, but they were all cool though.
They were all cool.
The thing is, when you just rip off a character, it's always just so fucking lazy. Like, how many Spider people are there now? How many versions of Wolverine?
Spider-Man.
How many versions of Iron Man? Just create something fucking new. Stop creating like 60 fucking Spider-Man.
Like
they can't create anything new. They're fucking stupid.
It's like the equivalent of infinite reboots. Like just constantly reusing the same idea over and over and over again.
There's always that rich philanderer or philanthropist, whatever you want to call them, in every sort of superhero / city comic book or animated cartoon. Like Gargoyles had
Xanatos?
Xanatos.
Yeah.
We have Iron Man. We have Spider-Man's nemesis. We have, of course, Batman. And then Superman's nemesis. They all are rich, crazy, with all this technology, and they're in a powered suit because it gets around the whole concept of how does a man go up against a gargoyle or a superhuman or
Xanatos is really cool. Xanatos is so over the top crazy. He actually has a trope named after him called the Xanatos Gambit.
It's watching it as a young man or as a young guy, you didn't pay attention to that level of complexity because when you listen to it, he's just saying, "Oh, I got all this battle." It's always about battle data. He got all his information. Everything's recording everything, he lost like millions and millions of dollars. Like, I just learned all these things. Like, you lost half your castle. You've lost all these resources, but I've gained all. It's like the next time he
the gargoyles win, and then it's like at the end of the episode, like, okay, Xanthos lost all of his robots, and he lost obviously, and then at the end of the episode, it's like, haha, all according to plan.
Yeah, and then you actually watch the next episode of the season 2, which isn't that great. He has like an army of gargoyle Goliaths.
Yeah,
and it reminds me so much of Alex Ross's Kingdom Come, where Batman's old man, and he's got this army of Batman robots, and it's just running around the city. It's the same. It happens so often. All these patterns are done to death.
Well, hell, even Batman and Superman are not even original characters. Superman is from Doc Savage, and Batman is a straight plagiarism of the Shadow.
The Shadow, yeah. He is like just a Shadow, but in a bat suit. That's kind of what he
like.
is.
Literally, like even the Joker is a ripoff from a Shadow story.
The Joker, I think that the look for the Joker is ripped off from The Man Who Laughs, which is another movie, but the look is just copy paste onto the Joker.
Well, like the Shadow actually did fight before the Joker actually came about a killer clown psycho that was going around, killing people. And he had to fight him, and of course, Shadow being a Batman ripoff, or Batman being a Shadow ripoff rather. They already did it once, so I don't know. There's not a lot of originality in comic books, unfortunately.
There's not a lot of originality.
Needs more originality. That's what I would say.
Yeah, let's see.
I will say Spider-Man's pretty damn original. Though I will say his villains aren't not.
And by the way, we have another guest in the back room. Let's see who this is.
You're such a physical, nasty beast, dude. You're such a nasty physical beast right now.
Welcome, Mandy Summers.
Like what? Hey, y'all.
Who the hell are you?
This is the girl that is the girl that is getting me in trouble with my fiance because of her pictures on my Twitter feed.
No.
Excuse me, who is this?
Keep posting them.
Shiny doesn't like there's too many girls now.
Yeah.
Jealous of what's behind her, which is all this wonderful merch.
Oh God, there's like two girls in here. What is it, woke?
So woke,
I buy lots of stuff that I don't need.
We're just talking about Batman and how he's a ripoff of the Shadow and Superman. And gargoyles, I think, somehow. Oh, yeah, because the Xanthos thing. The Xanthos has the kind of the Lex Luthor thing going on. And the Xanthos is so over the top crazy that he actually has a trope named after him called the Xanthos Gambit. It's basically some sort of kind of out of nowhere plot pull that, he obviously lost, but at the end of the series, at the end of the show, he's like, all according, I may have lost millions of dollars, but it's all according to plan. Sure, Xanthos. Sure.
Yeah, okay. the one he had 3 points. One of them was I got all his battle data. I'm strong. I am not scared to fight Goliath, and I can't remember the third one. But it was so like off the cuff. You're just like, this is a win. How you've lost everything? What are you talking about?
Do you ever have the opportunity to watch Gargoyles, Mandy?
I have not.
It's pretty good for the most part. It's ridiculous and insane, but it's pretty good for the most part.
I'm gonna have to check it out. Wait, where can you watch it?
If you're a fan of Star Trek Next Generation, like half the cast from there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Voice acts the gargoyles, so it's
like Diana Troy is Demona, who's really like a Shakespearean character. It's kind of this self-destructive, but she blames all of her misfortunes on the humans, even though she causes her own misfortunes.
Keith David is the main character too.
Yes. Yeah, Keith David's also the main character. They have Worf is in there. Michael Dorn is in there, but he's only like his name is Coldstone in there. It kind of becomes like a robot gargoyle sort of thing. He has to fight himself. And then there is
the animation style is very comparable to Batman the animated series too. Like it's favorably compared.
Jonathan Frakes is Xanthos. He voices Xanthos. It's very noticeable.
Jonathan Frakes, is he the guy that was like that Factor Fiction?
Yes, that guy. We made it up. It's a lie.
It has.
Yes.
That's Jonathan Frakes.
It's got John Rhys Davies as Macbeth whenever he pops up. When they go back in time, there's also Jim Cummings, but Jim Cummings is in a lot of things. So
yeah, he's like in everything. He's basically the voice of
Disney. Is a Disney animated show from like the early '90s. Jim Cummings is of course in it.
Yeah, he's on everything. Winnie the Pooh is everywhere. He can't dodge Winnie the Pooh. Okay.
You make it sound so menacing. Winnie the Pooh is everywhere.
Winnie the Pooh is everywhere.
The president of China is not pleased.
Yeah, the president of China is everywhere. You can't escape him. Okay.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I wrote it on my leg.
It's really
so
good.
I won't forget.
I suggest it. It's good for the most part. It's very entertaining. I like the City of Stone is probably one of the best 2-part episodes they have on there, where you get to see like the full tragedy of one of the characters. Because the whole thing is that Demona and Goliath were in love, and then she feared the humans or something, and then she kind of betrayed everyone to these other humans. And the ideal was that the humans were like, okay, we'll kill everyone in the castle except for your people, and so she allows them in. And so the deal was that they're going to kill everyone in the castle and leave the castle to the Gargoyle clan. That's what she wants. She hated the humans.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is that they attack and they destroy all the gargoyles and kill all the humans, and they go back into the deal. And so Demona thinks that Goliath is dead because she finds like this other gargoyle that looks kind of like Goliath. Because the way they kill all the gargoyles is they attack during the day and they're stoned during the day. They can only come out at night.
Right.
So she destroys all the gargoyles, and then she blames all the humans for being, traitors instead of herself, who made the deal in the first place. So that's kind of her entire character. She's kind of tragic that way.
Yeah, typical woman.
It's Anime Fan 3794. Thanks for 499. Appreciate that. Xanatos is so crazy overplanned, he went back in time. Oh yeah, that's a big one. So Xanatos is rich, and his dad, they bring in Xanatos' dad, and his dad keeps critiquing Xanatos, like, you're not a self-made man. You didn't earn any of this. Okay? And because the way Xanatos got most of his fortune was that he got a mysterious coin in the mail that was really ancient. So he managed to sell that for a bunch of money. And then he used that money to get more money. So his dad's like, you're not a self-made man. If that coin never came in, you'd be nothing. And then Xanatos goes back in time and has he's part of the Illuminati. And he hands an ancient coin to an Illuminati agent, and for them to save that coin so they can send it to him in the future. So then, as a young man, he can sell that coin and get a bunch of money. That's a Xanatos gambit right there. He's like, obviously, I'm self-made. I'm just going to go back in time, get a coin, have the Illuminati keep that coin for me for a couple of 100 years, or 1,000 years, actually, 1,000 years. And then they will give it to me as a young man. I'll sell that coin and become rich. And that's, so take that, Dad. Checkmate. Like, come on, his dad didn't factor in time travel. Who would?
You can't. It's hard to factor in time travel.
It really is.
It is. It's difficult to do.
Especially if you don't know the rules of time travel. Is it Terminator rules? Is it fucking retarded ass J.J. Abrams Star Trek rules? Or is it Iron Man rules?
It's like anything goes rules. Whatever's cool. And also, I think the Gargoyles had like the Ku Klux Klan in there. But they're not the Ku Klux Klan. They're just anti-gargoyle. They have really cool cockable hammers. I don't know.
I mean, Red versus Blue is absolutely shit, but I well, these days anyway, that's what I mean. In one of the more recent series, there's a joke because they're messing with time travel and it's really stupid, but they break down like the different types, and what they call one of them like the J.J. Abrams style of time travel, where there's literally no rules. It's just whatever, and that's how they describe it.
I like the first 5 seasons of Red vs. Blue, and they did they did a really good thing about that, where you could go back in time, but you leave like a bunch of copies and stuff like that. And so I was like, okay, that kind of sort of makes sense if you squint at it sideways.
It's based upon something, and it's logically or internally consistent with what they've already established within the show. And I'm just a really big sucker for the Freelancer seasons as well. Then you get to the chorus arc, and then it's already starting to lose its steam, and then you get into 14, 15, 16, and it's just best to leave it there. Again, another example of a show which is being milked to fucking death to the point where it's just continuing forever for the sake of continuing.
I think
you really should leave it alone.
Do you want to fight?
I think when they started doing the motion capture that was not based around hitting Griff in the nuts with a street cone, that's when it started going off the cliff for me. Like the Freelancer series, where it was like flashing back to like the Freelancer project and stuff like that. I was like, oh, this is so boring and bad. Of course, it also had what I call the Final Fantasy cinematography, where the fight scenes were all over the place, but it would always do like that spinning around in a circle to show everything while zooming in and out.
Oh yeah. Let's see, White Holiday. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. I said congratulations this morning, but here's $5 devil dollars to solidify the celebration. Awesome. Thank you very much, White Holiday. Very much appreciated.
Devil dollars. Is that
Devil
anything like Demi dollars from Doug Dimmadome? I'm Doug Devil Dome here with Devil dollars.
Devil Dome.
How does that equate to Donkey Kong currency? That's what I want to know.
Donkey Kong currency.
About 6 bananas.
About usually, yeah. Let's see.
By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, was it DKK?
It's Danish
Danish crowns.
We have the best currency. Just admit
back
it.
when Zofrats was doing a super chat, it just came up with like 5 DKK. I made the joke that it's Donkey Kong currency.
Donkey Kong currency.
Yeah, actually started with PSA Sitch on his stream that he's just like Donkey Kong. I was like, oh,
Donkey
okay,
Kong.
I guess that's. I think that's
I'm now upset
that's
that I didn't come
revenge.
up with this joke first.
That's your money now. It's just Donkey Kong money.
It's just
the
Donkey Kong
Danish
currency.
trade bananas. That's their currency.
Let's see.
And
Anime
it's
Fan
supposed to
3794.
be so cool because it's crowns like royalty.
Sounds so cool.
Do you know what's
let's see.
better? Actually having a fucking crown. That's what we have. It's called a queen.
Yeah, but we also have a queen, and we use crowns as currency.
So, do
I don't know
you
what
really
I don't know
have
what
a
it is about
monarchy?
queens, but
Yeah, we
like
have a queen. Our queen
Do
is
you?
better than your queen.
all the queens, like they
Well,
last.
I've never
forever.
heard of her, so I don't think
Have
so.
you never heard of Margrethe? Margrethe is so cool.
No.
We have a bunch
I'm
of
pretty
queens
sure
too, but
British
they're
royalty
dudes.
is the only royalty left in the world, and
Oh,
there's no others.
Margrethe smoke cigarettes
okay,
and eat hot dogs.
question.
He's so cool.
Okay, no. Question. Put your hands up if you've ever heard of the Danish queen.
Of course, they haven't heard of the Danish queen. They think we live in IKEA.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't the prince who just died? Wasn't he technically like a prince of the Danish or whatever, Netherlands, or
You
Normandy,
think
or
of,
was it Normandy?
Henrik?
Whichever. It's like there's other royal families out there, and I guess you can also lump
Yeah,
Japan in there
Margrethe
too.
got
They
married
still,
to
they
the
still have the
French
emperor.
royalty.
They're all fictional countries.
Well,
Everything
I
outside
mean,
everything
like Australia.
outside Britain is it's all.
I mean,
fiction.
looking at the UK's current political system, you're fictional too. But you know,
Let's see. Anime Fan 3794. It was 499. Appreciate that. Technically, in Xanthos' case, it was stable time loop, pretty self-contained, just basically a loop to loop in a time stream. You had to kind of complete the whole round there.
Yeah, no grandfather paradox whatsoever. No, don't even think about it. Yeah,
As long as you didn't get anyone pregnant while you time streamed, okay, then it should be okay. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm just expecting like like these shows are gonna have like such complicated like time loops and stuff like that. Like a giant testicle-headed dude is just gonna come in and go, what the fuck? You done fucked up your timeline. What the hell? Like a freaking Morty.
Hello, Peter Gilmore.
Oh,
Welcome, Peter
God.
Gilmore.
Don't reference Rick and Morty, please, for the love of God.
Gilmore
I'm
says,
desperately trying to Google what a cockable hammer is because I have no idea, but I'm not getting anything what I think y'all were talking about.
probably
over
not. You
here.
probably shouldn't look up cockable hammer.
It's not. It ain't looking good over here.
Well, the bad guys in Gargoyles would have these hammers that they go like a shotgun, and they just kind of
Oh my
start hitting electrical.
Oh, that's cool.
It is really cool.
Wait, so they got
Everything's cooler when you cock it.
Yeah,
And that's not a euphemism.
it's kind of like adding pirates to the story. Just, if you make something cockable, it's just way cooler. Let's see.
That's true. That's true.
Anime Fan 3794, that's the $1.99. Appreciate that. Why are Shiny and Zoe arguing over drag stars? Let's see.
Look, if you know anything about the history between me and Zofrats, you know that from day one we've been arguing. So
Yeah, I started with a rebellion against Shining at the day one mark.
The
It's just like,
failed
"Fuck Shining, I'm
rebellion,
gonna rebel.
because if you haven't noticed, I'm still here.
Yeah, but I'm also here, so somehow I made it onto the show.
Yeah, but your rebellion still failed.
Look at these people who haven't landed on the moon talking about fucking incestuous
I'm in
families.
space. I'm beyond the moon. Look at me.
Yeah, but you haven't landed on the moon yet. You might be in space, but you haven't landed on
I've
the moon.
landed
yet.
on alien moons. That's
Not
better than
our
your
moon.
moon.
Yeah, but they're
Nothing
not
counts.
Earth's moon.
Not the Earth's moon, okay?
And you haven't planted a flag on it.
Is he Assassin's Guild?
No, we dropped a bomb on it.
Assassin's Guild President Walt. Lakers 5, appreciate that. Congrats, Literature Devil. Hey, Mandy and the panel.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And see, Titanic Tuna says Hammerable Cox.
Ooh.
Wrong way around.
I wouldn't want it that way around. I wouldn't want that.
Wrong way around.
I wonder what I'll get if I Google that.
Probably not anything pleasant. Probably get some
Well,
furry stuff.
It's American Ghoul, would just be a gun.
Probably would be.
Just a gun.
By the way, did you know that Harley Quinn is getting a new power? Another power.
Oh, really?
All the
you,
other powers
James
that she
Gunn.
has.
Fuck you, James Gunn. Stop it.
Is Harley Vision like the pyro from Team Fortress?
I think so.
Just everything looks really sparkly and nice, and cartoon.
Really nice, yeah.
Which is really kind of a rip off of Deadpool Vision.
Look,
y'all remember that?
no one, shut up about Deadpool. No one likes Deadpool. I mean, a lot of people like Deadpool, but I'm just going to say people don't like him because fuck Deadpool.
No one
I
likes
like Deadpool.
I think they're trying to make aren't they trying to make Harley Quinn into the DC Deadpool?
Yeah,
They have, and they've been failing. Because DC already has a Deadpool. He's called fucking Lobo, and he's awesome.
Well, I mean, the Harley
too
Quinn comics they
masculine.
made are pretty more on point. But it's kind of like
That's why he's awesome.
here's what Harley Quinn Vision would probably look like. I think
I love these.
The pirate.
Whatever happened to the
Like
TV
Team
show they
Fortress
were gonna
2
make?
was like my childhood.
Damn, you're young.
I don't know. I feel no man.
It scares me.
Weren't they going to make a TV show after these guys? Where'd that
Yeah,
happen?
they were. It was going to be on Adult Swim, but it didn't go through in the end.
God damn it.
He's not here, is he?
He's not here.
How do I get this fucking thing off?
The pyro.
You know, they did make a pilot of the thing though, and it was called Expiration Date.
Human thoughts lie behind that mask.
Was that? Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a good one.
Of chronic and
Didn't someone make a meme of this for like Smudcast, or was it Morning Nonsense? And I can't remember who
forgot.
it was.
Oh, dude, there's so many Team Fortress 2 memes.
What someone like put us is like, it's me, and it's like, I don't talk about that thing, it scares me, and then it's got Smud. It's like someone can imagine what lies behind those inhuman eyes.
Maggie
And
Mayfish.
Yes.
It could have been Maggie Mayfish, but I can't for the life of me remember who made that meme.
Let's see.
Probably Mark.
That's what I assume that Harley Quinn Vision is going to look like. Yeah, it looks so awesome.
Whenever it starts and it's magic, it's the music is moving, it makes you feel happy like an old time movie. I'll tell you about the magic and the free
You know, considering its technical limitations and when it was made, I think Source Engine is actually pretty stupid.
All they did was just hire everyone who just did all the fucking porn with Source Filmmaker, and they got it working.
Well, no, this was the original debut of Source Filmmaker. I was talking about the Source Engine itself.
I thought
And,
Source
if you look at
Filmmaker-
Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 for like 2005 is like absolutely beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's still good looking. But wasn't Source Filmmaker out a little bit way before this, technically?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it came out around the Spy trailer.
Yeah, I think so. Just
I think,
whenever
it
all
was,
the
I think it was in
fucking
beta or something, so it was not fully finished.
yeah, just when all the fucking Source Filmmaker porn just started dropping, whenever it happened. Because goddamn, they wasted no time on that.
The new technology comes out and people find a way to turn it into porn like immediately.
That's the first thing they do.
I'm kind of
That's
proud
the
of that.
first- That literally is the first thing they do.
It's
Whatever
always
it
been
is,
about
they turn it
society.
into porn.
Right into porn.
I mean, yeah, like that Samsung girl is like fucking porn of her all over Twitter.
I think
within,
they
like
made-
a day of that coming
I
out.
think they made
That's
her
like
just
Rule
for the porn.
34, though.
Hey, you know what? However you do it.
Let's see. Truthblade says, I keep forgetting Shine's just a couple of years old. Yeah.
He's a
older
couple
than-
years
I
old.
think
I think
he's
it's just a
a couple
baby.
years older
It's
than
like two.
him. A couple years older than.
No, you're just a couple of years old.
If we keep
No,
forgetting
I'm
Shine's a couple of
fucking
years old.
21, you piece
But,
of shit.
You're clone, so you're like what?
Hey.
You're clone, so you're like what? 3?
21 is old for a clone.
21 is dead for a clone.
No, it isn't. It's like 40 something.
Let's see. Oh, I just remember that. Oh yeah, we have another video here that says how Black Widow put men in their place. I haven't seen the movie yet.
Yeah, it put us in a
Oh.
place of not watching that goddamn movie.
I'm not watching that piece of shit.
It puts men in their place.
I'm not watching this, and I'm a DCU fan. Fuck this movie. Release the Ayer cut.
Where is that place? Where do men belong? Like fixing a car? Like I know women belong in the kitchen, but where do men belong?
I could probably say several places, but I'm not sure if YouTube will allow it.
Yeah, war, a battlefield. What's going on?
I've already checked out with all the Marvel and DC stuff like quite a while ago. I think.
Yeah, me too.
When it came to Endgame was definitely like the beginning of my disconnection and disinterest in Marvel, and then it kind of goes into like you get WandaVision, Falcon the Winter Soldier. Now like Loki was kind of like the last straw, and I'm not watching anything else. And then when it comes to DC, I think I've just lost any kind of interest in DC these days.
I lost the MCU with the first Thanos movie. I was just like, yeah, I'm stopping now. This is good. This is a good ending.
Hey, and y'all know me, just fuck anything MCU from the third act of the first Iron Man movie and forward. And
the MCU.
You know, I'm a Snyder fanboy, so you know.
The MCU. I can't wait till they start with the take a hint from Black Widow and start making like everyone else fat. So they made Thor fat, the most masculine and awesome guy in all of the Avengers, one of the most, and they made him fat. And now they made another fat guy. Red Terror, or whatever his name is, from Black Widow.
Red Tornado or something, I think.
Are they going to start doing that too?
Am I thinking of a different character?
I'm gonna start doing that too. I'm gonna start like making all these fat heroes.
There's like Red Defender or something.
He's a fat, incompetent Russian communist, and that is exactly how you should portray Russian communists.
No, they're Russian communists. They shouldn't be fat at all. They should be starving.
That's very true.
They should be waiting bread lines and stuff.
In Russia, we don't have food. We eat bugs. That's the shittest Russian accent I've ever done.
It wasn't very good, I have to say.
In Soviet Russia, we eat the bugs, not the food.
Much better. See, Devil knows how to do
That was good.
Look, I'm terrible at my own fucking accent. Don't judge me on my other ones.
See, Devil even makes a better British accent than you, Shiny.
Yeah, my
Look,
British accent is on point. Okay?
No, it isn't. It's fucking shit. It's like an Australian accent mixed with a British accent.
I have big stick energy, right? I got big stick energy. That's British, right? That's British.
That's so British.
Very British. I mean, it's kind of like remotely British. I mean, the Australians are British.
You can barely do a Cockney accent. Cockney's like the easiest to do because it's just so like overemphasized. There's nothing subtle about Cockney.
Nothing subtle about Cockney.
It's what the fucking you're a bunch of immature people. Jesus, anything has the word cock in it, you think it's the most like hilarious thing ever.
Hey, listen, we're not the one with penis knees. Come on.
I'm not the one with penis knees because Cockneys the people that live in London. I don't live in London. I live in the north.
Whatever, Hobbit.
Live in the north. Lots of plants have a north.
I'm probably taller than you. I'm 6'2", not a hobbit.
Ha! 6'4", bitch.
Fuck you.
I'm nice.
Get off your high heels, then you'll be on my level.
Harley Quinn is not renowned for having powers, much like most cast members of the Bat family. And she's not part of the Bat family. She's a villain in Gotham.
She's part of the Batman Rogues Gallery.
Yeah, because they're trying to make her a good guy now. Her gymnastics background, I think that's her only claim to fame is her gymnastics. Black Widow at least had like training since she was a kid. Well, Harley Quinn has gymnastics training. That's what makes her awesome, I guess.
She went to gym class.
When though, while she was going to get her psychiatrist degree, was she did she minor in gymnastics or something?
She has a minor in gymnastics or something. I think she's like an Olympic medal gymnast or something. Olympic level
being
gymnast.
A gymnast doesn't mean you're good at fighting.
It's good. It means she's really good at flipping around.
It does mean you're fucking strong as shit though, because gymnasts, their exercise stuff like that is no fucking joke.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, it is not.
Although I have heard that they changed her backstory to where she kind of slept her way through school, so that's how she got her degree.
That was actually made by Bruce Timm, actually.
They couldn't just leave her smart. They just had to make. Oh well, obviously Harley Quinn is too stupid to be a psychiatrist.
Harley Quinn has been so flanderized at this point. Like they take the parts of her character and make it her entire character. So like she was a little bit insane in her original interpretation, but now just being insane is her entire character.
if I ever on the off chance write for DC and I write Harley Quinn, I'm going to stop this bullshit where they're trying to make her into a hero or like an anti-hero or something like that. I'm just going to have her fucking kill a child.
Yeah, let's do that.
Like, like you're not gonna like try and save this. She's gonna go up to a child and say like, "Hi, cutie," pull out a shank and just stab him right in the fucking neck.
Yeah, because the Joker told her so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna make it
hit
like
him
there
with
is
a
no.
hammer.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that and then hit him with a
Yeah,
hammer,
the
make it a
hammer.
closed casket
Yeah.
funeral.
Kind of you might get fired if you do that.
Hey, you know what? At least I won't have to see fucking Harley Quinn being portrayed as a hero again. She fucking murders people.
And see, anime
Look
fans.
at your script like, yeah, you're fired.
Yeah, give me the CPS reports first.
What's
That'd
the-
be great.
In was it Hell of a Boss? It's like, yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
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 I'm pretty
no.
fired. Sorry.
I mean, can we go back to heaven? Yeah, no.
That's what I like about the parts of David Ayer's Suicide Squad. You know, the parts they left him fucking tagged. It's like she just hauls off and fucking caps the guy right in the fucking face. You know, they make no fucking attempt to make her look like a hero. She's fucking batshit crazy and homicidal.
Mm-hmm.
So enough of it.
She's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see her becoming like a reformed or something because they did have a Batman the animated series, which was pretty good, called I think Harley's Vacation, where she gets out of Arkham, she's reformed, and then she tries to buy a dress, and she buys it, but then she takes it out before she takes off the clerk can take off the tag, and it gets
It's just a misunderstanding, and it just gets out of hand. Yeah.
And she ends up kidnapping someone important and driving a tank down Main Street or something. So that's kind of accelerates pretty quickly. But it's all due to misunderstanding, and she goes back to Arkham after that.
Yeah,
but it
I
wasn't
mean,
really her fault.
Yeah, that could have just been like a really good thing. Where it's like she's just been in the fucking tank for so long, in jail or prison or Arkham, whatever, that she doesn't know that they got the little sensors on the thing.
Yeah.
So she's just really confused that the security guard is like trying to stop her and just like remove the clip.
Well, they think they're judging her as like a villain. She thinks they're assuming that she stole them because she used to be a villain.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that she's walking, fucking hyenas down the road, but
Yeah, she's walking hyenas down the road. She's wearing like a tank top and like hot pants and stuff like that with the two hyenas. Yeah, so I mean, this doesn't really help her case that she has like two hyenas just on a leash somewhere.
I mean, to be fair, she keeps those hyenas under well control, so
No, she does. Yeah, she trained them really well. Yeah. See, Anime Fan 3794, which is the $1.99, appreciate that. She's an extended family member of the Bat Books now. Yeah.
I remember in Injustice 2, they had her be part of the Bat family, like because she turned good.
What's kind of funny, all the villains and the rogues, not all of them, but a majority of the well-known ones, all have some sort of degree, whether it's medicine or psychiatry or just like Dr. Freeze,
Dr.
Officer Harley Quinn. There's Ivy, she's got a medical degree. There's Man-Bat, Scarecrow.
That is really interesting, isn't it? I never put that together, but they do.
Wow, everyone in Gotham must be incredibly well educated.
They're just so smart. They're like, I'm going to go into crime. It's like, what a great idea.
Wow, they predicted the future. People with college degrees are fucking criminals.
Even the Mad Hatter is he's an inventor. Like he just makes that hat that can control people's minds.
But does he have a doctorate?
I actually don't know.
I think he's a shit here. I don't think they get a doctorate. I think they get like a PhD or something.
He probably has a master's or something. I don't know, but they never. I forgot what his name is. His name is Thatch. I think his last name is Thatch. I don't know what his first name is.
Even Rachel Gould is a physician. So it's like there's all these amazing things. I'm guessing because Batman has every other degree under the sun because he's so freaking brilliant.
Yeah, the only dumb one's Killer Croc, and even then, he's not supposed to be like stupid dumb.
Yeah,
not supposed to be. It was a big rock.
And I think even Bane is I think even Bane's supposed to be pretty intelligent too.
Bane is very intelligent. They just fucked him up in the movies. They made him where he just running around behind poison. It was sad what they did to him in that.
They made him a simp
Batman
in
movie.
They
did. They ruined him.
Dark Knight Rises did him pretty well, even though if he wasn't fucking Hispanic.
Agree.
He was better, but he was still a simp for Talia.
It's
really ruined his character.
It's even worse in
what
like
villains
the
aren't
Harley Quinn show where they turn Bane into a complete joke. He's just an idiot.
Yeah, I
But
think
you
they-
said
they-
you can
they-
watch it.
Harley Quinn show.
People-
He's actually a really awesome character, like really interesting. So it's really sad that they just refuse to do him right in movies.
It's flanderizing and playing on the stereotype of, the big dumb person. Oh, I'm bait, I'm stupid.
Because he has muscles.
And he
Because he
can't
has
tell
muscles,
when
he must be
Two-Face is
stupid.
fucking using him.
I hate that stereotype. That shit is so fucking old.
You know,
I know.
Speaking of that, okay, so Conan the Barbarian, he's really strong. He's basically like Batman. He has all kinds of training because all his wandering around and everything. He's been a Cossack. He's been like an assassin. He's been a thief.
Pirate
He's been
even.
he's been a pirate. It was really cool. His pirate stories are really awesome. He's been like everything under the sun. You would think, and he's also described as being really cut, and muscular, and huge, and everything. You would think he'd be like the stereotypical dumb barbarian, but he's not. He's like really, really smart and
He
philosophical.
was actually a very successful statesman too.
Yeah.
He ran Aquilonia. He was smart. You know why? Because back in the day, you had to train both your mind and body. Like that's been a thing since forever. I don't know when this shit if you're big, you're fucking dumb, or if you're skinny, you got to develop your brain. No, people who are like
D&D
people
or
who are,
something.
I don't know, but people who develop who are like sickly and like can't develop muscles, like they have to compensate by by building their brains, and like people who are stupid got to compensate by getting strong and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean like everyone else has to be one or the other. Robert E. Howard, was a writer and a master of the English language, and he fucking boxed. He was strong as shit. Neil deGrasse Tyson, we can argue back and forth about him all day, but he played football. Fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy's a dweeb and everything like that. And they say he's smart, but he's a fucking idiot. You ever listen to him talk about any subject he doesn't have a degree in? Everything. He's a fucking moron. Without
Mr. Rogers was a sniper.
Yeah.
Isn't Bill Nye
He
the Science
was?
Guy like a
I think he was a sniper.
Was he really?
I think so. I think I heard that a long time ago. He was a sniper.
Well, I know that Bob Ross was a drill sergeant, and what's his face who played Drago?
He was a
and-
drill sergeant.
Yeah,
Wait,
like,
Bob,
Ross was
Bob
a drill-
Ross, like Happy Little Trees, Bob
Yeah,
Ross.
happy little
He
mistake.
was a
here.
drill
That guy's like
sergeant.
He was
he's
a
like
gun.
he's like Gunny.
Fucking
That's
Dolph
crazy.
Lundgren. Dolph Lundgren has like 4 fucking master's and doctorate degrees in
And Dolph
like,
Lundgren just laughs in the face of a
biochemical
big, strong,
engineer.
dumb guy.
Holy
Like,
he's literally a fucking genius.
like Dolph Lundgren has more of a scientist than Bill Nye the Science Guy is.
He's got like an IQ of like
Wow.
160 or some shit like that.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it makes sense because because scientifically speaking, if you train yourself, you're pumping yourself full of testosterone and everything like that. That actually does help your cognitive functions. Like, you know how they say like all this bullshit, like, oh, testosterone increases violence and everything. No, it increases your ability to make
That must be why
violence.
women are so dumb then.
Yeah.
I mean, I studied.
I've
in,
noticed that being fat and out of shape has more to do with being dumb than anything.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I have a degree in English and everything. I have a black belt in kickboxing, so
Right.
if that helps a little bit. I have trophies too. It was
Well,
fun.
if you were smart, you wouldn't have got a degree in English.
Yeah, well, that's true. You Skip Cole, thanks for 10. Appreciate that. I have to run to the dog park, but we'll be listening. Fantastic. I've really enjoyed today and love you all. Also, I love the shiny Zofrat's romance angle. Good job.
Can I just
Devil, it looks like
clarify
he's got a
that?
competition.
Can I just clarify that I only have eyes for Devil?
Is he-
Shiny's nice, but he's kind of young for me, so
I
think
wouldn't
that's
ever
Devil me.
stoop down to the level of dating someone who's like doesn't speak English.
I speak English. I'm
my
speaking
bar.
English right now.
I'm afraid I don't understand Danish, though, Frats. You're going to put it into Google Translate.
They only speak American. It's the only language I understand.
Shiny, if you saw what she really looks like on the inside.
I'm fine.
I think it's
I think
hilarious.
I've seen
that-
enough of her.
I think it's
To
hilarious
be
that
fair,
Lily
I can choose
Clone
between
and a
Devil
knife
and
here,
Shiny. I'm gonna pick Devil.
I've
Look at
already
him.
no.
Handsome.
No.
I find it very, very hilarious that a lowly clone and a knife here are trying to say who's better than who here.
Let's see. Assassin's Guild President Walt, like where's the that says SJWs only know how to write stupid, not well. Yeah, that's pretty true. They know how to write
true.
stupid men. They know how to write men stupid. That's what they know. So this is Bob Ross. Let's imagine him, but Bob Ross instead.
I can never imagine Bob Ross doing this.
From now on, you will speak only when spoken to. and the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, sir. Do you maggots understand that?
This is Bob Ross. Do you maggots understand that?
Yep.
Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair.
I love
Sound
this
off
movie.
like you have a happy little pair.
But yeah, go to Bob Ross's Wikipedia. United States Air Force. Yeah, military career.
That
Master
is
Sergeant.
crazy.
Uh-huh.
He
He-
must have found green. He found that smoke and he calmed himself.
Oh no, what it
and
was
then
is
grew
he
out
was-
the afro.
he was actually tired of like yelling at young men that he was sending over to Vietnam and everything like that, and he decided, I don't want to yell anymore.
Let's see. So,
That's
He wants to
Bob
play
Ross.
Happy Little Trees.
Bob Ross still.
What's your name, scumbag? Bullshit. From now on, you're Private Snowball. Do you like that name?
I love
Do you
that
Yes,
name.
sir. Well, there's one thing that you won't like, Private Snowball. They don't serve fried chicken and watermelon on a daily basis.
Oh my god.
That is
This is Bob
I
Ross
love
right
this
there.
fucking movie.
As imagine that's what Bob Ross did when he was a drill sergeant.
Oh, you should show what happens when fucking what's his face Kingpin goes up against the drill sergeant there. Fucking what's his face? He played Kingpin.
Woody Harrelson?
No, and Daredevil, the main villain.
Oh, in Daredevil. I thought you
Yeah.
were talking about the movie Kingpin with the bowler.
That's Vincent D'Onofrio.
Vincent D'Onofrio, he got his start in this movie along with Animal Mother. Adam Baldwin in this movie is he's such a horrible piece of shit, but he says the most horrible shit, like just like all N-words must hang when he got in front to like bang a Vietnamese prostitute. It's amazing. It's like it's so unapologetically like up your ass about everything, and it's actually how real Marines will speak.
Let's see. So this is Bob Ross still.
Sucker down here who just signed his own death warrant. Nobody, huh? The furry fucking godmother said, I'm fucking standing. I will PT you all until you fucking die. I'll PT you until your asshole for sucking buttermilk. Was it you scroungy little fuck, huh? Sir, you little piece of shit.
That's Bob Ross. That's what I mentioned what Bob Ross did like all day. Don't serve
my
fried chicken and
gosh.
watermelon.
Jesus.
I think we just broke Mandy's brain here.
Is there another guest in the back room? Let's see who this is.
And you weak ass fat beard cucks who let these bitches come in here and make it unhospitable. Tell the fans that they're Nazis if they don't like their characters being destroyed.
Welcome, Bad Boy Beta.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I was talking about Bob Ross, who used to be a drill sergeant, and watched the Metal Jacket. To imagine what he was kind of like as a drill sergeant.
That was a good movie, Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, it was.
Good movie.
I like the first half. I can't watch the second half because it makes me sad.
I just watched the first half. I like the drill sergeant part.
M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E.
Fantastic.
Wasn't Mr. Rogers something like that too? Wasn't he like a soldier or something like from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood?
I think he was a sniper. I heard he was a sniper.
That's what they're saying.
Let me look that up.
Really? I mean, I remember hearing that like he wore the sweaters because he had tattoos all up his arm where he
I heard the same
served.
thing. Yeah.
Well, Wikipedia doesn't say anything about his military career, so that may just be a rumor.
That'd be cool with like John Wick. Like
He was a Presbyterian minister, though.
Like what they had like a I don't know a Mr. Rogers movie, and then like they kill his dog or something, or they kill Mr. Finley, and he's like, oh no, time for vengeance. And then he has I swore I'd never use these guns again, neighbor. But you see Mr. Rogers in his nice little sweater just go downstairs, start hammering his floor with a hammer, and then break the concrete so he gets his guns out, and he goes on a happy little revenge journey.
Yeah, I don't think I'm shocking anyone by pointing out that Charles Bronson was a World War II tail gunner and lived.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Charles Bronson.
I can see that.
And for anyone who doesn't know, if you were a tail gunner in World War II, you had a 95% chance of dying, not being a casualty, just dying.
This is getting obliterated.
Yeah,
But
and
people
Charles
were pissed
Bronson
when they got-
survived.
Bet people were pissed when they got handed that duty sheet. Like, here you go, you're tail gunner. Oh,
Wasn't the bolter even worse than the tail gunner?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like they
Like, 'cause
were.
there was
terrible.
if it gets shot down, there's like no way of escape. It's because you're gonna get crushed, and you can't. It's very difficult to open the hatch to get out as well.
Yeah. It was a shit job.
Very exposed, unarmored.
Actually,
I
he
just-
may have been a ball gunner, not a
I
tail
love
gunner.
I love watching Charles just shoot a gun. Compared to watching Steven Seagal shoot a gun in his movies,
Uh-huh.
I'm just like, he knows how to hold a gun, he knows how to aim, he knows how to fire. It's like, yes, this is how you fire.
Unlike that.
I
Unlike
swear
that
that the
prick
way
from The
Steven
Walking Dead.
Seagal like aims guns, it's like it's so limp wristed. Like it's like his wrist is.
Have you ever seen Under Siege 2? It's the one where
They
they're
made
on
a
the
2?
train. Yeah, there's the second one. It's on a train. And there's a scene where Steven Seagal's talking to like this woman bartender, and he points over at his niece, and he's using his middle finger to point. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Why are you using a middle finger to point?
Why are you pointing with your middle finger?
Steven Seagal crapped his pants.
I remember that.
Did y'all hear about that?
I think Luke told the story where like he's claimed he couldn't be knocked down. So the
He
guy
was
said,
saying
"Okay."
that he could get out of a rear naked chokehold, is what I think it was. And he was like, no, I can do it. I'm a ninja. I can get out of it. So
And he
they
got
put him
choked
in
out.
one, and he choked out and then crapped his pants and laid there. Oh.
I remember I remember there's a story similar to that with David Carradine when he was learning martial arts for the show Kung Fu.
Kung Fu.
He had the mistake of challenging a certain individual to a martial arts sparring match.
Was it Bruce Lee?
It was Chuck Norris.
I was Chuck Norris.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Chuck Norris is not just an actor. He was actually 6 times world championship winner in karate and retired undefeated. So he could literally whoop ass and take names.
Yeah, I mean, he might be awesome and everything, but he's no Steven Seagal.
I
don't know.
Or seen Steven Seagal before it came to like the JonTron video, but then that opened up like a whole new world of just specialness when it comes to the world of Steven Seagal. Like all the interviews you can watch, like his movies, like even the Come Town video is very like funny. Just to look into some of Steven Seagal's movies. It's kind of like he's a living the room of like people.
It's a
Like,
shame
it's-
because some of his
oh,
early movies are pretty
sir,
awesome.
you need to
Yeah,
be
like
very
late 80s,
careful
early
with
90s
that.
Steven Seagal movies are really good.
Anyone seen Richie?
Yeah.
my favorite quote by him was in the one where he's in Alabama or wherever, like Montana or somewhere like that. It's like something to do with like chemicals being dumped in the local water supply or something like that. and
Oh, was it the Patriot?
I know what you're talking
This
about.
was early '90s. God, what was
On
it?
Deadly Ground?
I think it was on
was it
Deadly
not
Ground. I think it was. He's beating up a bunch of hillbillies with a wooden pole that he's going to like use like to fix some porch or something like that. And at one point he stops and he inspects the pole and he goes, "Oh, I cracked my wood. It's no good now."
Is that the same movie where he's like
Glorious.
fighting the guys that are like on drugs and he's like, that's no freebase accident, that's syphilis. It's that
I
because
don't
that's
know.
one of
It's
his
been a long
lines.
time since I've seen it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I don't know.
I always like the line, like legit, a great line from him is, I think it was, what I think it was Hard to Kill. And he goes like, no, don't shoot. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. And he goes, that's a shame because those bullets would have saved you a lot of pain. And
I know what you're talking about. It was,
I still love one of the lines where he's like, "Are you really that good?" The music pauses like every once in a while. Like to the point where it's almost parody, but it's played completely straight.
No, you can watch. Everyone should watch Golgo 13. That's because Golgo 13. If Steven Seagal could play anybody, it'd be this guy. It's an anime. Golgo 13. It's so crazy. It's so over the top crazy. We talked a little bit about in the first part of the stream, but yeah. Actually, what's your favorite one, Smut Boy, of Golgo 13's assassinations? It's
Oh,
basically
God.
just James Bond on crack. That's kind of what
It is insane. I mean, pick anything. He makes a plastic gun that he fires in the middle of a stadium that kills some JFK looking dude. He attaches balloons to it, so it flies off and
flies away.
so no one can find it. And in this craziness, he punches a cop so that he gets sent to the police force, and they charge him for assaulting a cop for like $800 or whatever. As he has like a night in jail, and he just gets left out. So they can't charge him for anything else because it happened during that day. Even if they found evidence of him,
like the one where he assassinates Crump in Crump Tower, and he uses the gun that melts in soup, so he can hide it.
I really like the one where he shoot through the USA building to hit the guy in the elite or the penthouse. It was just first of all, it was called the USA building.
The USA, that's how you know it's in America.
There's that one episode. He's in a building in a city. I don't know the exact city, and he's at like the 100th floor or whatever, very high up, and he's sniping a guy 2 kilometers away through through all these other buildings, and the window he's hitting is bulletproof glass. So he hits the exact area of where this guy sits for like 10 minutes of a day or whatever, and he had 7 bullets, the exact same location. It's like boom, all you hear is ding, 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 ding. It gets louder and louder until the window breaks, and then he just drops the gun down the garbage chute, and they find the gun and they bring him here. Were you in this? Were you in this room? Yes. Is this your gun? He says nothing. It's like, and then they look at the distance the gun must have shot. It's like, that's impossible. No one could have done that.
Oh God!
Just let him go.
And he never changes his face. Like, so his face is always like solid, this grim-looking face. Nothing, never ever changes.
Even when he's banging women, he just never changes.
Yeah,
You're not impressing me.
Yeah, that monotone look on his face that doesn't change.
We weren't sure whether he actually likes sex or just does it because he has to keep appearances up. It's just.
I think
the few episode I watched, he didn't do sex. The girls did the sex part.
He just laid there. He just laid there.
Go 13 and touch a man. He doesn't have sex. He just pulls down his pants and goes, now.
Pretty much is how it goes. That's how it goes. The Brown Gaijin, which is 5% of that. My favorite part of Harley's Day Out, that's what I think this was called, is where Harley asked why BM risked his neck to save her. And response is, I had a bad day too. Yeah, Batman was really awesome in Batman the Animated Series.
He was.
He cared for people. He was compassionate. He was a real hero there, where he balanced out his ability to beat people up with his compassion. You get to see that with Baby Doll, where she's like they're running. It's the end of the episode, and she's running, and she finds her like a hall of mirrors. There's a mirror that makes her look adult because she's like an adult in a kid's body because she has this disease that never allowed her body to mature, and she just starts crying because she could never be this beautiful woman that she wanted to be. And then like Batman finds her, but doesn't do anything. He just kind of hugs her because she's just crying. And
oh yeah, that one's so sad.
Yeah, but it's
if
good.
You don't tear up with that one, it's like you got no heart.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. It was just,
they carried that. They carried that through to Justice League too. Like when that one girl was dying and she was basically like a walking bomb or weapon or something like that. If she got like triggered the wrong way, and so Batman just basically
when she dies, the whole illusion was going to basically destroy the city. So that's why, like they said, okay, look, we have to kill her, otherwise it's going to end up causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, I was thinking about you mentioned Alice in Wonderland. You're talking about villains. That was Batman Beyond, the Royal Flush Gang.
Yeah.
And you're right, Shiny. She had these crazy psychokinetic abilities that went out of control, and she could read Batman's mind. And at that, once you have in a story a character that could read minds, you're like, oh, okay. It's kind of like time travel. It's like, oh, all right, is this Marvel? Are we doing the Professor X thing where he just knows everyone, what's going on? He can control everyone. It's like, no, it's not. It's localized. She's about to die. She knows how much pain Batman's been going through. And she's like, oh shit, this dude is like suffering just as much as I am. And
she also knew that he wasn't going to use the weapon.
Of course.
Yeah, I saw that clip on YouTube.
Yeah, it's really good. The Batman, the animated series Batman, he's my favorite version of Batman because it balances out his ability to beat up people, and then he's also really compassionate.
He's
Except-
a complete character.
Except in Batman Beyond, he beats the shit
Yeah.
out of people.
Batman Beyond, he's a little more like Frank Miller style, where he's just kind of, I'm done with this. I'm just going to beat people up.
I don't
Well,
have
he's old and
time.
at the end of his life. He's got that old person mentality of, you know what, fuck it.
Exactly. That's kind of what it is. It's same thing with Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns.
I love in like the Justice League animated series they have like the comparison between the two, and the old Batman goes like, I can't believe I was ever that green, and then just like pulls this criminal across, like, this is how you interrogate someone. It's like closing on the stick. Next thing you see is the guy's crying.
And he's like telling him everything about his life.
It's like, I went my bed when I was 14.
Let's see. Anime Fan 3794 says, because of you, YouTube has actually recommended me scenes of Go-Go 13. That's fantastic. Specifically, kills a man and then
Just watch.
That's very much Go-Go 13.
That's pretty much
Watch-
Go-Go 13 in a nutshell. Kills a man and then has
watch
sex.
the first episode. While he's banging a prostitute who demands more, he jumps into a closet before getting shot, kills the man through the wall, jumps into a biplane, flies I don't know how far, does a shot on the biplane for like 2 kilometers, and snipes someone. It's absolutely crazy.
Hey, he's James Bond on crack. That's kind of what he is.
That reminds me of that Nicolas Cage movie, Drive Angry. Did anybody ever see that
I
one?
don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, it's where he comes back from hell. Yeah. And he's having sex with a woman in a hotel room, and she's completely naked. He's fully clothed. And she's like, how come you're not going to get naked? And he goes, I don't disrobe before a gunfight. And like four guys break in with guns, and he like throws her off and he shoots all of them.
That just sounds like Go-Go 13 also.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of Crank. Y'all ever watch Crank?
Oh, yeah.
I saw both of those movies.
Where he's it's like just the scenes where he has to fuck to live, or where he's
Yeah,
getting,
that one.
where he's getting a
To keep
blowjob
his heart rate up.
while having
Yeah.
a car chase gunfight.
And then,
Yeah,
and
it's 'cause
then
he can't come.
she stops before they finish. Like, what are you doing? And he's like, you fall asleep after you finish, so you can't do that. It's like,
And he just rages, just jumps out and just fucking whacks those other guys, just pissed off. Like,
I think it's like also after he kills these guys in a car and he shoots the car's gas tank and you think it's going to explode. You're like waiting for the explosion and then nothing happens. So the audience also gets let down. There's no explosion. Now, of course, it's going to be explosion. He shot the gas tank. There should be a big earth-shattering kaboom, but there's nothing. So
wasn't that in a Last Action Hero? Like he gets to the real world and everything like that. He shoots at a car like 4 times in the trunk, and it doesn't do anything. He just looks at his gun like, "That's not right." Usually they explode.
Yeah, it's supposed to explode.
God, Last Action Hero was good.
Crank,
Yeah, that was-
Crank 1 and 2 are really, really over the top awesome. I like both of those movies because they're so insane. It was really good. Let's see. What's this?
I think we saw a clip.
Oh,
of
yeah,
Steven
this.
We have seen
Seagal.
this
He was
before, but I
probably
just
one
want
of
to
the
play
more
it again.
unique guys I met. Let me tell you a little bit about Steven Seagal. So we did an interview at the beautiful Phoenician Resort in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a 45-degree day, piping hot, and we're in the penthouse suite. And Seagal rocks up to the interview, and he's 2 hours late, mind you. And he gets out of his car, and he's like, I'm so sorry I'm late. I had some special international diplomacy phone calls to make, but I can't tell you about it. It's top secret business, but I'm sorry I'm late. It's like, okay, Stephen. And he gets out of this car that's a black SUV that looks like something Elon Musk designed, because this SUV, MK, we were told, had bulletproof windows and a bulletproof frame, but the frame could also, according to Seagal, sustain an RPG attack, a rocket-propelled grenade attack. Okay? And in the case of a chemical attack or a gas nerve attack against Stephen, it could be hermetically sealed. So Stephen essentially will be sealed and protected in the car.
Hold on.
while the
I
gas and
just
chemicals
always love
dissipated
this
outside.
idea of him going to a car dealership and saying, okay, here's what I need. I need a car that can withstand bullets and gas attacks. Why do you need that? There's international diplomacy. Okay, I can't tell you.
No, he goes to one of those. He goes to one of those police station auction off things. He's like, "You got anything that'll stop bullets and gas attacks?"
I have
Well,
this
anyway,
car.
guys, I got to call it, guys. But it was good talking to you, so my boy Mandy is like. It was good finally talking to y'all, all y'all. It's been great. Let's have more live streams in the future, y'all. Great,
Fantastic.
I work, with War Dance Comics on Issues Volume 1, led by Mike Marshall. You can follow them at just War Dance Comics on Twitter, or you can follow me, War Chief Dino God, or whatever the hell my name is, on my 7th fucking Twitter account that is somehow
It
not
looks
been
really
banned
good,
yet.
by the way. I would recommend checking it out.
Yeah.
If
So,
someone could put that in the chat, that'd be good.
whoever has been linking it in the chat all day, thank you for that. But you can
That's
find me.
chat.
You can find me on Twitter and everything like that. So y'all have a good day, and it's been real fun. I've had a good time, Lit Devil.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on.
Bye.
All right, see y'all.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Let's see. Okay, so it's Steven Seagal, bulletproof car, gas-proof car, and then bulletproof vests. Awesome.
And international diplomacy.
International diploma.
Why does he think he needs all this?
I have no idea. He's just crazy.
There are there's another story on YouTube by a mobster where it's kind of funny, but it's a bit longer video, and he's been traumatized ever since. So
it's fantastic. This is international diplomacy. Like, who calls Steven Seagal for anything relating to diplomacy? Who calls this guy?
Right? Who goes to him and thinks he's the one with the answers I need?
Okay, Stephen, we've got this incredibly complicated situation. Our best diplomats cannot figure this one out. You're the man that we have to go to right now. You're the only person that can save the world. This diplomacy. It's probably like the cheapest thing
the
ever.
office and they're like, "Did he buy it? Did he buy it?"
I got an extra 20 on the. What if he's talking about his D&D group? Like, what if it was not actual international diplomacy? He was playing D&D before the interview, and he's had some international stuff to take care of, some diplomacy.
What I think it is that like maybe Stephen like keeps ringing up the government constantly. He's like, do you have any special jobs for me? It's like, yes, Stephen. How about you
right,
go
Stephen?
to this person over there? It's very important. It's international diplomacy. See, they don't actually know that you're an agent. It's like very incognito. So you've got to just to go talk to them. That you'll know when you see the signal. Just a way of getting him away.
Mr. Gall, just say you're stuck in traffic. Okay, you don't have to give us this ridiculous lie that you're saving
He's
the world.
like the kid on the playground. It's like lies to make himself look cool. It's like, actually, my dad's like, he works at Nintendo and he's like a super like fighter and everything, and he knows karate, and like he also has like several Victoria Crosses, and he's in the army, and he's a super secret agent spy, and he's a pilot.
My running theory is that if you ever seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like the personality of Mac from that character, from that show, is just Steven Seagal. My theory is that they just saw Steven Seagal and just turned him into Mac.
Oh my gosh, that's so spot on. He is just like Mac. Didn't he do like a cop show too? Like a
Steven Seagal,
like
yeah.
a cop, and he kept getting
Steven
in the
Seagal
fucking
lawman.
way and acted like an asshole and just like. I mean, he was a total chop on that, right?
Oh, badass. Okay. It's just,
You see that right? The bullet goes right where I aim.
They have the same
Yes,
hairstyle
Steven,
too.
that's the point of aiming.
They both have like Steven Seagal and Mac both have this slick back hairstyle also.
well, if you remember, Stephen was actually was a county sheriff for a few years, and they actually
so.
filmed it called Steven Seagal Lawman.
Well, yeah, that's
And-
what we're referring
That's what
to.
it was. Yes. And he kept getting in the way of the cops and acting like he was just a nuisance. And they were like, go stand over there, Steven. And he kept getting all up in it. And yeah, he acted like a fool.
I liked Way of the Gun, where he acted like the gun is like really spiritual. We're seeing less of this, and we're seeing more of this. He's like an Asian teaching that he like brings into the gun, and you've got what the fuck? And then like the only difference he was changing between this and that was one was raising the gun quickly, the other one was raising the gun slowly and calmly. I have no idea.
Right. Because back then we didn't have dojos. Anyway.
Understood, Stephen. Understood.
He's insane.
That's great.
Because apparently someone might instigate a chemical attack against Steven Seagal. So we go upstairs to the interview area, and Steven walks in. And as you know from your show here, it takes a while to set up the set on any interview show. And our producers and lighting guys take 2 or 3
We've
hours.
got one of those things on your seat. It comes out and
hermetically seals me because I demanded it in my diva list backstage. Of course, it has to
We
be
don't want
done.
you getting
I'm
hurt.
sealed. I'm protected. But Steven walks into set, and all of a sudden he wants to change the lighting. You know, this light's too tall, and this light's too low, and you've got to shadow half my face and make my hairline lower. So our producers had to rearrange everything. And then my sound technician is going and putting on his lapel microphone, this little thing here, and he's going and putting it on. And he's got this strange look in his face, our microphone guy. And he comes over to him and he goes, "Voice, I've got to tell you something." I go, "What is it?" He goes, "Seagal's wearing a bulletproof vest." I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, under his shirt, he's wearing a bulletproof vest. I'm like, that's kind of weird. It's 45 degrees outside. Guy's wearing a Kevlar. And he's got these hunting glasses on, which I wouldn't let him wear for the show. I forced him to take them off so people could see.
I think the interview would be better with those hunting glasses.
These hunting glasses. The interview's about to start, and in the background is Stephen's bum bag. He's got a fanny pack, they call it in America, a bum bag. So I wave to my producer and say, move the bum bag out of shot. My producer picks up the bum bag, and Stephen's like, sir, be very, very careful. There are many dangerous things in there that if you drop it, could kill us all. So my producer carries this bum bag like Indiana Jones handling the gold idol of the Havitos natives in Indiana Jones, carries the bum bag out of shot. And he comes up to me and he goes, Seagal's got 5 handguns at least in the bum bag. I'm like, what? Are you serious? Stephen goes to get makeup from our makeup artist. And mind you, our makeup artist has a normal American accent, but she makes the mistake of telling Stephen she's of a Jamaican background. So all that day, Stephen does a really bad Rastafarian accent whenever he talks to her. Throughout the entire day, he wouldn't drop it.
I just imagine Stephen Seagal doing
this
terrible Rastafarian accent. He just sounds like Jar Jar Binks the entire time.
Oh my god!
He does it poorly.
Hey, brother, how's it going?
Misa.
Well, Stephen always tries to talk like he's black, like he's for some reason just transracial or something.
Oh, you was a good makeup artist. Misa Steven Seagal, like he talks like Jar Jar Binks, so you think that's what they sound like?
I don't know how open carry laws are in the States, but I know people who own guns and carry guns, and they're very secure.
Oh yeah.
So if someone picks up a bag, like it doesn't matter. Like it's just a bag with guns in it. It's always the safety's on. There's no bullets in the chamber. It's not loaded.
But also, okay, why did he make such a big deal about it? For one,
That's
2, yeah. Why
small.
did you need at least 5? That's 5 at the least.
You know how small a fanny pack is?
It's not that big.
Like all 5 Derringers. They're just like one single shot with tiny things.
He doesn't have time to load them, so he just take one gun, shoot it, and take the next gun and shoot
I
it.
never reload. I just carry another gun that looks like the first gun.
Then I throw it at them, at their heads.
Wasn't there a guy who did that? I forgot. There's like this some movie where he had like a bunch of those old-fashioned guns because
I can't remember what it was.
I think it was.
But yeah, there is someone.
Sigmar. Like it was It was what was it called? It was at 40.
Snatch?
I forgot what it was called.
No, I don't think it was Snatch.
I know for a fact that sort of happened in Boondock Saints, where
Yes,
Don
that's what I was
McManus
thinking
had
of.
he had like 6 guns, but they weren't like one-shot guns. But I think in what was it called? It was that Warhammer game where you're fighting a bunch of rats. Vermintide. There's a character who shoots guns like that, but they're all one shot, and he has like a bunch of them on him. I think that's what I'm thinking about. Maybe.
To be fair, Vermintide is a crazy game. I love
It
it.
is a crazy game. I have both games. I have 1 and 2.
Yeah. I was just looking up Steven Seagal on Wikipedia here, and oh my god, he has got so many alleged allegations and lawsuits filed against him.
I know
this is a whole new area. We need to look at this at some point.
I know he has a Razzie.
But this is the funniest thing. In 2005, Seagal Enterprises, yes, Seagal Enterprises, began to market an energy drink known as Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt.
Oh, jeez.
And it has been discontinued.
His lightning bolt.
Oh, but here's the funniest thing. Seagal also marketed an aftershave called Scent of Action.
Scent of Action.
Seriously?
I want to buy that.
I need a bottle of that. It'd be awesome.
I do know his house is going up for sale. Was it a few months ago? It was like a $3 million house in Arizona.
Oh.
And it has like bulletproof ceiling windows.
Of course it
floor to ceiling bulletproof windows, except for the outside. What's it called? Infinity pools. Those weird looking.
Yeah, where they look like there's no end.
Right. Yeah. So he has one of those. It's a really swanky looking place. So I'm just like his cars are bulletproof. His house is like. It's like, what are you scared of? Like, what's happening in your life that you need all this security? I don't get it.
Holy! It's probably one of these people that were supposed to do a stunt with him, and he did it wrong and ended up hurting them. And now he's worried they're going to come back for revenge because he's notorious for like fucking people up during stunts.
Oh God!
He doesn't give a shit. He'll end up like breaking it. There's like 2 or 3 people he's broken their arms and stuff. Yeah,
He doesn't know how to not hurt people like Steven.
no, he doesn't know how to
Stop
sell
it.
the punches. He just throws them, and
I remember in one interview with Piers Morgan, like Steven Seagal was asked, "Are you still dangerous?" And he goes, And he's like, "Do you still fight?"
Oh yeah.
This is only a few years ago. He's an old man. He's like, "Yeah, I'm dangerous."
He's very dangerous.
He should be in a movie called Dangerous. It's because Steven Seagal in Dangerous.
Oh, look at all the other fucking movies he's had. It was like, well, I'm trying to remember what the movie was. It was like the subtitle was, "They didn't just cross the border; they crossed the line."
Oh god.
oh, jeez.
That's brilliant. I love it.
I just remember Casey fucking Ryback.
But seriously, go to the IMDb of Steven Seagal, and you will see an insane amount of movies. Like he's released 1 or 2 like a year. To that extent, there are so fucking many.
Yeah, and when he's not beating up stuntmen, apparently he's getting hit with sexual assault charges.
I also want to point out that most
like
of these
a
films,
ridiculous amount of them.
Really?
I'm on his, like I said, I'm on his wiki page.
Holy
God,
shit!
the shit this guy has
There
done
you go.
or
He's-
been involved in.
Go 13. Steven Seagal's Go 13. And it'll be
A
perfect.
bad man.
A bad man.
Is that because he has a movie called A Good Man?
A good man. Yeah, pretty much. If there's anything that Steven Seagal can play perfectly, it's probably Go 13. Because Go 13 doesn't require any acting really.
Oh, then that's perfect for
It's
him.
perfect for him.
It's absolutely perfect.
you know. Also, for most of Steven Seagal's movies, they don't get above a 3. Like, I think the highest he's got is Under Siege, and Under Siege is like scored like a 5.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
I think his
Under
best
Siege
one.
was fun. I liked that movie. It was fun.
Oh my god. Apparently he was threatened by a crime family. The
Yes.
Gambino crime family. Jesus.
That's
Wait,
the video.
What happened there?
That's the video I linked to. I don't know if you guys watch.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm reading it on the wiki smud.
Yeah, Sammy
apparently he owed
Salvatore.
a film producer $3 million. So the film producer enlisted members of the Gambino crime family to threaten him in order to,
Yes.
in an attempt to recoup the money he allegedly lost.
Wow.
They even picked him
Maybe
up.
that's why he has a bulletproof car.
The mobsters
Right?
picked him up by car to bring him to a meeting with one of the heads of the family, and they told him, okay, you either have a choice of making 4 movies with the producer, or paying him a penalty of $150,000 per movie, and if Seagal refused, they would kill him.
Oh my god!
I guess he said yes.
Oh god.
No, wait, Steven Seagal. I guess he pulled out one of his guns from his fanny pack.
Actually,
Obviously had with him.
Devil, you joke, but Seagal later claimed that he brought a handgun to the meeting and
he
was
fought
able
his way
to
out John Wick style.
and was able to stall the crime boss and escape the meeting unharmed. So he
This
said,
is so
Impressive. I love
foolish.
it.
You know,
He
I
is
really
so
think that what he
full
did
of
is he cried on
shit.
the ground.
Can you make this
That's
movie?
what
That sounds
he
awesome.
did.
this was back in 2001.
Can you make this movie? That sounds awesome.
Yeah, Mandy, let us believe that he was so awesome that he fought his way out of a crime
All
house.
right, you know what? Fuck it. At this point, yeah,
I mean,
let's
why
just
not?
go with it. Why not? That's
Oh, and he
like the
testified
least
against
craziest
them.
thing he said.
He testified against them when they were arrested in 2003 for a laundry list of charges.
Wow.
I love it.
Oh god.
He's living in a fantasy world, but he's bringing us into it. It's awesome.
That's true. That's true. I would love to see him and Gary Busey do something together.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah,
They
that could be
seem like
cool.
a good team. They would do well together.
We ship it.
Yeah.
Even
This is the
speaking
thing I
this
saw
hard
earlier.
whisper.
Oh,
It's like it is in the movies. It's like the NSA is perched in the air vents recording everything he says. It's really, really strange. And during the whole interview, he would look off camera to a space like over there where there's no one there. And so I'd be like, what do you keep looking at? And he's always very twitchy, very nervy, you know, and he's a big boy, 6'5", and really thick. And he's one of those guys that you just don't quite know what you're getting. You can really drill deep into his psyche, and you don't know if you're going to get buried treasure or if your drill bit's just going to shatter into a 1,000 pieces. So out of all the guests
For
that
that
I met
second one.
during the show, Steven Seagal was probably the most unique one of all.
Also, he's 6'5". That's amazing.
He's
He's huge. He's huge. Yeah.
I don't know why I picture him as a short guy.
Small man.
Well, it's because it's like he's very round, so
can't
like,
remember-
you expect him to be pretty fat.
Was it the 70s or the 80s where he
Hold on,
showcased
hold
his
on.
Aikido skills on some sort of show? And he was arguing that actually, if he was smaller, he could do Aikido better because you need a lower center of gravity. But all his like I don't know if you've seen guys train with judo guys, they're pretty much just dummies to be thrown around.
Well,
So
it's Aikido is like a really fake martial art. It's
no, it's not a fake martial art. It is a martial art.
It's a lot of pretending. That's why I call it a fake martial art.
If
Because
you
like
study
watch
any martial art, there's
No, but
lots
what-
of ways to protect yourself. And Aikido is not about fighting; it's about dissipating energy and not causing damage. And
it's about someone coming to attack you and then rolling onto the ground when you slightly touch them.
Those are the ways those guys protect themselves. It does look funny when it happens, though. So, but that's the thing. Like,
Whenever I've seen Aikido, it's always like this person runs in and then they get tapped and then they just fall to the ground. Like,
Okay.
like some really bad like stunt acting.
By the way, Smudboy, we have to watch the Golgo 13 live action movies. I haven't seen it yet, and there is one
you don't wanna
exists.
do that. No,
we
you
have to
don't.
watch it.
No,
Yeah.
no, you
we
don't.
have to watch it.
You really don't. It's okay. It's okay.
I just noticed Sensei Ryu's comment about Seagal and Gary Busey in a movie. Yeah, they were in a movie, Under Siege.
Oh, well, is that where Gary
The
Busey's
first
a bad
one.
guy?
Yeah, he was like the ship's second in command, the
Oh,
battleship's second in command.
I haven't seen that movie then.
I think he knocked his lights out at one point.
I've got to watch this. I've got to. Under Siege is the one they're in
the
together.
first one. The first one, yeah.
Well, that's with Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah, that's the good
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch this because they're
Yeah.
both nuts.
Oh God, there was another great line from that movie too. What's her name? I forget the actress's name. Erica something. She's like, oh my God, you're just a cook. And it's like a lowly cook. And then he like kills like 5 guys, and she's like, I thought you were just a cook. And he's like, yeah, well,
How'd you
I
survive? Well, there was a ship. There was a cook
Devil.
there.
No, Devil. She goes, I thought you were just a cook, and he goes, yeah, well, I also cook.
She
It's like, that's not an answer. That's not an answer.
that was the,
Oh my god.
That was the obligatory stripper dance scene. It's just like what?
Yes. Yep, that was it.
Oh, wait a second.
So-
Keith David was in a movie with Steven Seagal. The one where he actually
Actually,
gets hurt.
did like voiced Anderson.
Yes, Keith David's awesome in everything. He's in
Yeah.
Gargoyles. He was, all sorts of voice acting. This is one where
One second.
the only movie I remember where Steven Seagal actually gets hurt. I can't remember what it was called though.
Yeah,
but
one movie.
Yeah, after all the movies after, he never gets touched. It's hilarious. No one lands a punch. No one hurts him. I don't know why or how. It's just the most ridiculous thing you see in all his films. No one comes near him. And it's always the 1-2 chop, and then the one chop where he just hits the guy's neck like a clothesline. The guy doubles over. Like every single guy he comes up against. That's the same move he uses against all these guys.
Is that Trek Fu?
It's
That's how you know it's a good move, though. If you can just do it over and over and over, and nobody like picks up on it.
Just one move over and
You
over.
see
again.
these short Taiwanese guys just double over every time he comes out. It's just like, oh my god.
You know, I'm
So
going to get copyright
painful.
claimed anyway, so let's go ahead and just watch this. We haven't watched it in a while, and I really like this
Oh,
one.
Wood Bebop. It's so good.
Yeah, the
I love
ghetto.
how they dance.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's fantastic. I love it. Hood Cowboy Bebop.
Brought to you by Tom Good. Oh, these guys. Okay. These fellas before.
3 Vader Reason. Mars 2071, Milky Way Galaxy.
That doesn't look like Mars. That looks like somewhere in Texas.
Oh yeah, this
Terraform
is
Mars.
filmed in somebody's backyard, but it's still amazing.
Super
Terraform
soft
Mars.
lens. All the lighting is overblown.
This is already way better than whatever Netflix is going to come out with.
Yep.
Didn't we watch this before on Morning?
Oh
Buzz?
yeah, but it's
Yeah,
awesome.
great. This is hilarious.
Today's the big day, boys. We got 12 bomb planets underneath the biggest casino on this planet.
Where the hell these holograms come from?
Ross, are you not afraid that the feds are listening to us right now? By the time of any response from any law enforcement, We have over 500 bombs in the nearest hospitals, making them our hostages.
But that still doesn't answer my question, boss. Are you not afraid that the bounty hunter is going to come and kill you?
Bounty.
Bounty. Who? And I want to see like can they do like a one like this where it's a Spike Spiegel goes after him and then he gets killed at the very end of the day right before he captures him by Gogo 13 and it's like a showdown between Spike Spiegel and Gogo 13. That'd be kind of interesting.
We are the biggest criminals in this sector.
In this sector.
Come after my mail.
I think he's drinking apple juice or something. That's what it
No,
looks
no,
like.
it's white wine. Just believe
Doesn't
it.
look like anything like alcohol. It's just like apple juice or water with or really diluted apple juice. Here we go.
I think it's time to blow this thing.
What are you guys doing?
3, 2, 1, let's jam. Slow motion.
And then
Start
dancing.
dancing.
I just love it.
And he starts dancing. He's over
The
there.
fuck is happening?
Continue dancing.
What's happening?
Give me this, you fool! You really thought you'd get my bounty? You failed!
You're an
original, aren't you? Cowboy! Just do it! Do it!
If I did that, I wouldn't get your bounty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, he had 2 bullets.
Yeah. And he somehow took all the bullets out of the other guy's gun in some manner.
I still
It's
love
awesome.
it. It's like it's fan made, but it's so well
It's
done.
great. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 10 times
it.
better. It's going to be way better than whatever Netflix is coming out with. I know that for a fact.
Guaranteed. Netflix is just one trash fire after another. But guys, I'm afraid I have to go. My dinner has arrived. I'm gonna go eat.
Sounds
But
good. Thanks for joining us.
No, thank you for inviting me and congratulations.
you very
100
much.
members. Like what? And you guys, it was so great meeting all of you. You were
It was fun to
awesome.
meet you too.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Oh, no problem. And you guys in the chat have been awesome. Love you guys to the moon and back. Y'all have a great night.
You
Bye.
too.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's see. Colifar says, whatever you do, do not look up Adult Swim salad mixer. Do not. Do not.
No,
Oh,
everything with Adult Swim is always questionable.
Titanic tuna. That looked like JoJo for a second there. Oh yeah, JoJo. JoJo's great. JoJo was a gift to mankind. Just mankind, though.
Mainly men dressed up nicely, fighting
it's
each
like-
other.
It's the thing I want. It's got the manly muscle men, and they fight, and it's awesome. And they undergo like all kinds of stress and strain, and kind of. I think they have like a video game Street Fighter rules where they can, no matter how badly they get beat up during the fight, they're okay as long as they win it. They don't need to be hospitalized or anything unless they get shot or something. But usually, like no matter how badly they get wounded, as long as they win the fight, they can just brush themselves off and it's fine. It's like Mortal Kombat. They can break all their bones, including their face. But if they win the fight, they can walk away and just brush themselves off.
I just
Or-
love the clothing and the posing and that anime. They all
It's
look
great.
fabulous.
Yeah, super fabulous. Let's check out Steven Seagal again, because he's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Still live, Shiny?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I've
still
been
on it.
watching
There you
a
go.
shit ton of
what I like to call the Entenmann's Donut Goatee Seagal era films.
Yeah, we watched one last night.
Anything post 2000.
Dude, let me check off some calls.
Probably 2011 or 12.
Okay.
So the last 4 years of Seagal movies. And he's never been like particularly an active guy, but you know, like
Under Siege era, he's in good shape.
he's in
like,
he's in Above the Law. First of all, what people don't realize about Seagal is that when Above the Law came out, he was already like 34 years old.
Right.
He wasn't a young guy. So his first movie, he was already, you know, like
Steven
getting
looks so
on.
different
And you
when
can
he's
see his
young.
hairline's fucked up in that movie. You know,
Yeah,
it's
he
all
looks
like
kinda
thin, you know, in the front.
Yeah, he
And
looks
then
all
in
right.
Hard to Kill, his hairline's fixed.
His hairline.
As he starts getting
he's
fat.
a little bit fatter, and he just got progressively fatter
Like here.
throughout his entire career.
Yeah, that was
Keep
back in the
talking.
day when you didn't have to be cut.
Yeah. Well, now he's 65 years old, and he's in his 60s.
His body
and he's still making movies where it's like we need to send our best special forces.
Have you seen his
and
body
then he
stuff?
spends half the movie in a chair. He like refuses to get up. So we watched last night Sniper Special Ops, and there's no colon. It's Sniper Special Ops, and that's
He
because
just wanted-
that's
Sniper
because
Special
the Tom Berenger Sniper series are not related to Sniper Special Ops, and he does maybe 5 seconds of sniping in the movie. It's right in the beginning. He refuses to take his sunglasses off while looking for the sniper rifle. So he's wearing these dumb fucking like snowboarding sunglasses while like looking down this rifle. And then when
How
they
far
show
away
the
is
enemies
Iron?
in the reticle, they're like 5 feet away. They're taking up the entire scope. So he's probably like 5 feet away from these guys.
So awesome.
And missing. You know, like, I don't know why they let him miss for
When you say he
suspense.
refuses to take it off, you're saying you think Steven Seagal, the actor,
Yeah.
is like, no, absolutely not. I'm not getting out of this chair. I'm not taking off
Yes,
the sunglasses.
100%. I guarantee you that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because the thing about all these movies is they're all produced by Steamroller Productions, which he owns.
Okay, that gun was not
Oh,
scoped.
God.
It's Steven
owns
Seagal's
They're not
company.
produced by Seagal Enterprises.
Look how far away is like. Yes, the recoil of a gun would be big, but you're not like 4 inches away. Like, what are you doing? Just get your eye in there.
Also, like with the sunglasses as well.
Well, that's
Like,
stupid. Yeah, to begin with.
you're not going to be able to see shit through those sunglasses. Like, obviously, you don't want to with the kickback of the gun. You don't want to have your eye too close.
Yeah,
To the thing because
So the stock is either too far away,
bad black
or
eye.
the scope is too far up the gun. I don't know what's going on here. This is weird.
I love the fact that the guy he gets his flask shot and he's like, "Huh, I'll just
how'd that
stand
happen?
here. I'll just stand here and continue to look around."
I'm just stand here and be curious about how my
This-
flask got a bullet hole through it.
Yeah, this is like a really high caliber weapon. That thing would have like ripped right through that flask and hit him in the neck. So I don't
It should
know
have.
what the heck's going on in this scene.
Like, isn't
Yeah,
it
and
go-
you hit his flask. You suck at aiming.
I should just take this picture and then put that on the cover and say this is Gogo 13. As Steven Seagal is Gogo 13. He's aiming down a sniper, so it's perfect.
And he has a spotter next to him. So what the hell was the spotter doing the entire time?
I have no idea. The spotter
Yeah.
he's the guy who's like, okay, you need to move up a little bit. He has binoculars, and he tells him like where to aim and everything and how.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
tells him when to shoot.
Is this to show that they're getting old and they can't do the job anymore? Is that sort of the scene? I don't know, but it's just everything looks weird.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, he owns it with some like
Steamroller?
Indonesian guy or something. Yeah,
It's like when you work at a
Steamroller and
restaurant, you
Voltage.
have to wait on the owner of the restaurant.
Yeah, yeah. So you know all these people. Then he brings all these fucking old fucks out of retirement. So it's like like Rob Van Winkle, like dying wrestlers. to be-
Yeah, it's all like
Yeah.
retired WWE.
Really? Yeah, yeah.
guys.
Oh, I gotta
check this
it was in Sniper
Rob Van
Special
Dam.
Ops, it's like
RVD. RVD's in
Hell
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
the Sniper Special Ops. He's like
the lingo guy.
Overwatch 2 is at Charlie. Anything in my area?
I love it.
He's playing like they're part of like this like Special Ops team, and they're all like in the minimum age is
fantastic.
51 years old. And they're in like Afghanistan somewhere.
Of course.
And then they show their commander, who's a major, and because it
He's
wouldn't
a
make
colonel.
sense, he's a colonel, and it wouldn't make sense if he was like
Young.
their age. So they have like an 87-year-old man.
In army clothes.
Yes,
Really?
this fucking decrepit old man in an army uniform, and is like, "Well, I don't know if we can get up that mountain by sunrise." I had a divining rod tells me there's gold in them hills. You know,
In
and
them hills.
it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so. I mean, Seagal is like he literally puts
Guys,
such
only the gun.
minimum effort into the action. Like the way he fires the gun is
It's-
like
it's against
I can't
the
describe it.
Yeah, he
Like
just sort of
for the
lazily,
podcast.
like, yeah.
He's just like limp wristedly fire the gun, like not even looking where he's shooting.
Yeah. No, there's
Oh,
there's
so
one
good.
scene
What
in
is
Sniper
that?
Special Ops where he's working some radio and he's just sort of lazily pointing a gun at the window next to him in case anyone comes, because it's understood that he never really has to
He doesn't
aim the
even
gun.
care.
Oh yeah, his
That's
partner
why he's
also
doing it.
gets
That's
shot
to
and
guard
it
himself
needs
because
to
it's
drag
understood
away.
that he doesn't have
It's
to aim the
clear-
gun.
There's like no recoil, like zero effort. It's just like, yeah, we know it's a prop, Steven, but you have to actually make it look like it's real.
It's like a toy when he's firing it.
Well, in a lot of these productions, don't they use like real guns, but they just fire blanks?
Well, they should use Army
Probably not
surplus guns
his.
or stuff that you can get legally, of course. You couldn't just get, unless you have a license, then you could actually get the current military stuff, which is fine.
I remember
But-
that Stargate SG-1, like they used real guns, but they just had blanks in them.
Oh, yeah, the P90s were a Belgian design. So, yeah, those are sold worldwide. So, you could, in America, for sure, you can get those guns.
I
But-
remember when they used the P90s on SG-1, they didn't fire them very often because they didn't have enough 5.7 millimeter blanks for the P90s. So that's why I didn't fire them that often.
I remember the P90s were
Because
a
they
lot
were
of
relatively new at that
the
point.
show.
The P90s were relatively new in terms of like blank conversion, at that point. So they didn't have enough 5.7, blank cartridges at that point. So that's why they didn't fire them very often. Then
Well, no, but
later
they-
on in the series, they're like, okay, go nuts.
Then why did they swap them like from the MP5 then?
Well, I think the in-universe reason was because it was like better penetration, because the FNP 90 has like ridiculous penetration. It'll go through pretty much any bulletproof vest on the market, and they're like, yeah, the 9mm is just not cutting it anymore, so they went with the 5.7mm.
People I've talked to who've actually fired the P90 say it's one of the most accurate and powerful guns for close range. It's not like a rifle, like for long range.
No, it's a submachine gun.
It's so smooth, and the kickback, like it's designed to reduce kickback, and the where's the exit chamber for the bullets are like the bottom of the gun, so it just naturally falls. It's so tight and easy to fire. So
Yeah, and it's built for like lefties or righties, and that's why the cartridges eject out of the bottom in case there's any like misfire or something like that.
It
directs
is
it downward.
an elegant gun for any scenario, and I'm glad that we got to see that in Stargate, because you're thinking, oh, the American military is going to have high tech shit. It's like they'll just get the most elegant, simple thing that does the job, and just everyone gets it. It's like,
An
that's
elegant weapon for a more civilized age.
Remember when they were doing the weapons test for the Jaffa?
Oh, yeah.
This is a weapon of terror. This is a weapon that kills.
This is a weapon of terror. It's designed to intimidate the enemy.
Right, but
This
you
is a weapon of war.
These
it's
are
designed
loud
to
and
kill the enemy.
I love it when O'Neill tells the guy, by the log, he's like, "Hey, you in the skirt, make it move." And he pushes the log a little bit, and Carter just mows it down with the P90.
It's the Taker 610. That was a 5. Appreciate that. Congrats on the 100 members. But appreciate that. And 12 hours of nonsense. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. See, now a request. Please end the stream with saying, "Sorry, my face is tired from everything." I bet you it'd be best if Smudboy did that. It'd be great because he's
Oh
a massive
god,
guy.
you get that meme every other week, so it's kind of like, yeah.
My face is tired from everything. No, let's see.
One about the meme though of with the Stargate. I remember the one that you sent me in Star Wars. It's like, this is the Imperial Star Destroyer. It's designed to intimidate your enemy.
Yeah.
This is the Venator Star Destroyer. It's designed to kill your enemy.
Yeah, you got a big kick out of that one.
Yeah, I love the Venator. It's a sexy ass ship.
I remember the P90s were a lot of fun in GoldenEye. Because they were, I'm pretty sure they were in GoldenEye.
yeah, that's right, they were in
You could
GoldenEye,
do with
yeah.
them too.
In Counter-Strike, they're really fucking good. And I always love to use them in Counter-Strike, as well as just having like just a bit of a hard-on for that weapon, considering its inclusion in Stargate, and I just love the show.
You can
So it's
actually
like-
you can actually buy a P90. I mean, it's obviously semi-auto.
I'm
and
not sure you can buy it in the UK. Like, there are weapons you can
you
buy
can't buy it
in
in
the
UK,
UK.
obviously, but you can buy like the civilian version of it. It's just got a longer barrel and it's semi-auto only, but it still has like the same 50 round magazine capacity.
I'm
I'm
trying
still
to
waiting on
remember
where I
like
can
what
find a civilian
the
version of
laws
it.
are on UK guns. I think it's like the bullet size or something is a limit, as well as like the size. I can't remember exactly. It's really fucking complicated, and I can't be asked to remember. I just know that there are some guns like the Mac 10 like you can legally own.
Yeah, good luck finding one though.
No,
Get
there are
to
places.
the States, buy a real gun.
There are places that you can get the gun. Again, it's perfectly legal to own and buy one. There are places
yeah,
that
it is,
do
but
sell
it's
them.
kind of hard.
Have
It's
you-
kind of hard to
Again,
find.
go to the countryside in the UK. Farmers do own guns.
Yeah,
a lot like
Yeah, but
you,
don't
yeah,
they
you
usually have
go
a
to the
permit?
city, no gun. You go into the country, there are guns.
There's actually a
that's
website.
kind of like-
there's actually a website you can go on where you can bid on guns and like other ammo and stuff like that. You can even like buy like
Gun Bay.
No, it's actually called Gun Broker, and you can actually like go on there and you can like they have like a certain time limit to like buy certain guns, and you can buy like guns, ammo, other kinds of equipment. Hell, even stuff that you're not even really supposed to have, like rocket launchers. I'm not even kidding.
Really? That's
Yeah.
That's
amazing.
awesome. I need to go there.
You can
Can
buy
we
an
get one from
RPG 7
Steven
for like
Seagal?
$7,000.
Can you go ahead and buy like a civilian version of a nuke on there? That'd be pretty useful.
Clear that he's
I-
like
I don't know, maybe you actually
connected
can.
to like some sort of wire.
Yeah.
And like you see him pulling the
Steven
guy, but
Seagal's
he's
just
like
touching,
literally
there's
he's
no
just
tension
touching
in
his shoulder.
clothes.
Yeah.
And then the fucking body moves across the ground as Seagal is
Oh, I'm
That's
so
really good.
jealous. I literally almost peed my pants.
Yeah. Anything post 2012 is like this.
Sergeant Chandler,
Yes, man. Here's the best part.
are
This
you
is totally
really
Mac.
as good as they all say you are?
Ah, yeah.
And he's got one of those, oh, and he talks like a black person now.
Yeah. Well, that started with Glimmerman and it's progressed where now he talks like a slave.
Thanks for not leaving me behind. Don't mention it, brother.
He's like a he's a jazz man now.
Oh hell. You know these motherfuckers
Oh,
don't have patience.
He's
for
Prop Joe. He talks
Oh,
like
God.
Prop Joe.
Yeah.
I got a proposition for you.
What's wrong with you, man? You slipping. But you can't check your six. Robert? Just like old Tom's, huh? Me saving your life and your hooker girl flying up into the wind.
Well, I already told these motherfuckers if they want any of my business, they have to come around here, cut me off. Cut me
This
off
slang?
some
What does he
of that.
say?
You know,
so
maybe
fucking
we'll
good.
maybe do a little mission here in a minute.
He should play a black guy in the
Steven,
next.
yeah, he could. Well, he plays a black guy in Glimmerman. It's like for whatever reason he stopped being Chinese and he's black in that movie.
I'm confused. We got the badges, we got the guns, we got a screwdriver. It's kind of like, taking a screwdriver to a gunfight. And pig, that's an old phrase. Y'all must not be from around here. Y'all must be from another country.
What's on the queue is Asian Connection, which I want to watch with him.
What a fucking retarded name.
He's so
I
fat.
wonder what the connection
Wow.
is on that.
Oh, jeez.
What it's
It's the
referring to.
connection between Steven Seagal and the dialysis machine. It's the fucking stent in his arm.
That means one of us has to die. Live and leave it to fate.
Yeah, they go like
That
through
guy
his,
was just trying to
special
cut your
arms
steak.
dossier, like on the computer, and there's a picture of
Let's
him
quit the
young,
steak for you,
that we were
sir.
joking
Oh.
around last night.
It's like, I'm just going to cut your steak, and all of a sudden, all of a sudden, they're stabbing you.
He was trying to give him a
It's from a
trim.
movie. It's from another movie
yeah,
from
it's
like
from-
30 years
Yeah,
ago.
it's from like fucking it's
Well,
the
and
same universe. They're all in the same
in the
universe.
cover for Sniper Special Ops, they've just photoshopped his fat head on someone else's body.
Yes.
As poorly as they possibly
Oh
could.
man,
That's so
I love his
Yeah.
fat head.
No, they fucking pump these movies out. The other one we watched the other night, A Good Man.
That's barely a title. It's all 3 words too. Yeah.
A Good Man. Yeah, where he plays.
Does he play the good man?
Yeah, he's the good man. Of
course.
I wonder how much pussy he get. Do you think he get more than like Osama bin Laden got? I'm gonna be sorry to kill his ass.
And so basically the plot is this. He's like some kind of ex-special. It's always ex-special forces.
Right.
And he's living in Bucharest. And he just has an apartment, and he's been tracking this weapons dealer that got away when he murdered all these people that killed his partner. They have a flashback scene in the beginning where you see him sneaking into some building, just fatly going around corners, while his special ops partner, who looks like a fucking homeless person. This guy's like, again, 57, 60 years old, emaciated, shitty, like fucking, like Civil War general, like
Fu Manchu type shit.
That kind of shit, like McClellan. That's what he looks like.
Yes.
And he's like, we got to get into you got 2 tangos on your left, this homeless guy in the woods on Overwatch, and Steven Seagal. And then like a thing blows up and some girl dies.
And
so
some
he
girl
wants
dies.
to go find this weapons dealer who's a Chinese guy. And he's in Bucharest, and he's like killing these Russian gangsters. And his calling card when he kills them is he leaves some incense on the ground and then just scribbles some bullshit in Chinese. And so his neighbor, who's this woman who's like having trouble getting into her apartment one day and has like, a young girl with her, he's like, need a little help, and then he just breaks into her apartment for her or whatever. And then they're in there, and he's like, your kid's nice or whatever. And she's like, yes, I love my sister. And then you see, like, that's supposed to be like, let you know, like, yeah, her pussy isn't ruined. That's her sister. It's not her daughter. And then Seagal's like, your sister.
They make you wouldn't
That's what the implication is.
My name's Lena.
True.
And she's my sister, Mia.
What's happening?
And then and then the plot gets really fucking convoluted where the arms dealer is doing a deal with the Russian mob who he's not really interested in, but the Russian mob owns the neighbor and the sister because her dad owed them money. So when the dad died, she had to become a bartender in their strip club, not a stripper,
not a whore, not a prostitute.
They just make her be a bartender.
She's pure.
But then she still has a really nice apartment, And
the Russian mafia sounds pretty reasonable,
right?
dude.
Yeah. So the Russian mafia loses all their money or something, and they owe money to the arms dealer. So instead of giving him the money, they're like, "We will give you the girl instead."
So she's their slave?
Their slave, basically. But the arms dealer, like, I don't know why he would want a girl. He's like, no, it's $2 million. I don't want just some fucking middle-aged Romanian woman, And then he's like, deal. And then they bring the little girl instead of like the main one. And he's like, well, I guess I can sell her to a pedophile. So he lines up a sale with a pedophile. And then the pedophile shows up.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And
there's 3 human transactions in this movie.
Yeah. And then Seagal shows up with this other guy. He does this thing now where he brings a younger martial artist in and they do
all the real work.
Ass-kicking.
Like really young Mel Gibson.
So Seagal does barely nothing. Seagal meets the younger guy and he's like, all right, I'll help you, but you got to do everything my way. And then the guy does everything for himself. Seagal does literally nothing. They save the guy, or they save the girl, and then at the end of the movie, the neighbor is just like, basically like, well, I can't thank you enough, and then he just fucks her.
Yeah, Steven's like, just very quickly, look how fucking tall he is.
He's a really big guy, yeah. He's big and thick. He's big and thick. He's got big stick energy. He's got big stick energy.
He's got a big belly as well, but maybe that's just a Kevlar.
In the sex scene.
He is. He is Go-Go 13. He
really is Go-Go 13. He doesn't do anything.
No, that is not correct. He just fucks her. He just fucks the woman, even though there's been no romantic connection between them. He's older than her by 40 years.
They make these poor young actresses.
I was gonna say how
that
much
are
fucking
never gonna get any other.
Well, the fucking scene is him fully clothed while she's naked and he's just touching her body.
Really?
Yeah, he doesn't. He's still wearing his sunglasses.
There's a game
yeah,
called
game.
Ride to Hell where they
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
make any models.
Oh,
they
yeah,
only
that
made one
shitty
model
game.
for the main character, and he never naked, but he still have sex, and it's so bad because it's just fully clothed models just grinding up against each other.
Is the Andrew Sabina? Thanks for the 20. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. The entire day has been fantastic. Glad you liked it, Andrew Sabina. Awesome. I've enjoyed listening. Thank you, everyone. All right. Fantastic. Glad to hear that. Thank you very much, Andrew Sabina. Awesome. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Very generous. Let's see. Gorgeous Rex says, you thought it was Romanian prostitute, but it was I, Dio. It was I, Dio.
Navigated by Geo, who appears to be a rock.
You thought it was Dio, but it was I, Geode.
God damn,
And that's
so
Steven
awesome.
Seagal's definition of a good man.
Yeah, that's the good man. Fuck, man, I want to watch this. I'm jealous.
Dude, they're so good.
Do they ever say "good man" in the movie?
No, they don't.
That's a big
Oh, that
disappointment.
sucks.
Yeah. I mean, they're filled with like basically
Falls
every
over.
trope that, from the 80s. Like there's another one I watched, Code of Honor, last night, and it opens up with like a bunch of different types of gangs meeting in some meeting area. So there's bikers, and then like
Yakuza.
Cholos, and then black eyes, and then Russians, and they meet. And they, of course, have briefcases, and they're like, "You got the stuff," and it's like, "I want to see the money
You got the
first."
stuff?
Right.
And it's like, I don't even know where you buy a suitcase anymore.
Yeah.
Like that, how much that the props department spent days looking for a suitcase to put that money in.
Yeah,
well,
you
I
can't
was
tell
saying,
me.
I tweeted at him, I really want to write a movie where Steven Seagal kills James Bond. And I don't
You
want to
get
license
Putin
James
to produce
Bond.
that, yeah.
You could make
Yeah.
that in Russia. And there could
He's
be
best friends with Putin.
Yeah,
already.
You could do it, and you just imply really heavily that it's James Bond without.
No,
ever
I
saying
want to
it.
use the name James Bond. Who's this James Bond motherfucker? Nobody says their name twice to me. I'm Guilan.
Can we just make a shitty action movie?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be awesome.
As shitty as those movies look, they still cost probably $4 million.
I know,
$5
but
million.
you know what I'm saying. Just like
Whatever,
let's
dude.
do
We
a
just-
feature length.
We'll rent some Humvees. It's not that
Yeah,
hard.
dude.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Steven Seagal is just magical.
Anyway, stream memes time. Stream memes
I'll pull him up.
time. Yeah, second round
I also
stream
had to
memes.
say from researcher Rodriguez, there's also some fan art.
Okay, we'll go over the fan art too. I wonder who it's fan art of. Very curious.
I also posted some stuff in there, but you don't have to show it.
I want to see a picture of Steven Seagal's head pasted on
great.
the Literature Devil's body.
It's a bar.
The bar, yeah. So that's
And there's mud. It's just a
Yeah.
little...
okay. So that's Glib. That's me. That's Let Dev.
And
That's
that's
Smud.
Yokai in the front, in the middle. I think that's
I-
Yokai.
Yeah, I think this is you.
Looks like Smud is just like, what is this? What'd you do?
Why is Smud a pirate?
Looks like he's
But
leaning
if
against
you
the
look at
bar.
Smart Boy's avatar, he has a
a patch,
eye
yeah.
patch.
Yeah, I know he has an eye patch, but it looks like a pirate.
It looks like he's leaning against the bar, thinking about his life. Like, ugh.
Isn't that what you do at a bar?
Emotional scars. Those emotional
I'm
scars.
surprised Smud doesn't have a peg leg.
He could
Maybe-
have some serious emotional scars. Every soldier has scars. Shepard's a survivor.
Those
Maybe
emotional scars.
Smud has 2 peg legs. Maybe that's what it is.
Still, I love the perspective. It was
I'm
really well
huddling.
done,
Very
Rodriguez.
good. Very good.
I love it.
I like it. Here we go.
Yeah, but someone in chat said I draw shiny more than I draw devil. I was just like, oh no, I just only show devil these pictures
The next
because
one's
they're all lovey-dovey, and you guys would hate it.
The next is awesome. I like this.
I like that picture of like Lit Devins over at the one before this where he's like Lit Dev's like, what the hell are you doing?
I think it was before we started dating, so I was just like, yeah, I'm just going to come on to you.
There's more. I think this is Queenie Todd, and then Mrs. Levin. And suddenly it's become all so clear. Everyone goes down well with beer.
But yeah, he needs all the hugs and kisses. He's so cute.
All the hugs. Let's see.
So yes,
There you
I
go.
do draw devil. I just don't show it to anybody.
It's in her private collection. I'm sure there is more that we
yeah.
just don't see.
Oh,
And that
that's
probably we don't
sounds
want
small.
to see.
You don't want to see shirtless devil? What's wrong with you, Shiny?
I remember that one he made of me and Sitch.
Yeah, when you put shirtless and hairy. It was so much fun.
Let's see.
So where did we leave off?
Further up.
I don't remember the kangaroo. So, there it is.
Here, Emu Wars. So.
Yeah, Emu Wars. Let's see. I swear to God, I remember this one. A pistol whip. I think it was like because of the pistol whip joke, or something. I guess. Or shenanigans or something.
Yep.
A Farva. Oh, it's because we also mentioned these guys, the Super Trooper guys. They could make a comedy about the Emu Wars. Farva, what's the name of that restaurant you like with all the goofy stuff on the walls and the mozzarella sticks? You mean shenanigans? Ah.
I love that scene.
Finally, Diet EFAP. Exactly. Let's see. I'm going to bean inspiration to girls everywhere. Bean. I thought I said bean. What the?
Bean. I'm going to bean.
How do you bean inspiration to people?
I'm going to bean.
And then there's the anime girls. Try harder. Begun the emo war has. Begun the emo war has. We're all the white women.
Oh God.
Let's see. These aren't the drugs you're looking for. These aren't the drugs we're looking for. We're looking for different drugs.
Where are the other drugs going?
Oh, that's a good picture. All right. You see here. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to stress. Stress leads to doobies. And doobies lead to Twinkies. When you're high AF and telling your pets all the wild conspiracy stories. Like, what? The horse, like, what? Don't do drugs.
Don't do dark side, kids. Don't do lava. That's probably the better.
Not even
once.
once.
Take from this.
There was a picture I saw. It was a picture of Luke and Darth Vader in the elevator in Return of the Jedi, and they're like one beer, and then next picture is like him dragging him to the shuttlecraft, Darth Vader, and Darth Vader's going like, "I was a terrible father."
That's awesome. Let's see, what is this? So before cocaine, after cocaine, he's like a pimp. Before meth, after meth. Before weed, after weed, he's just happy.
I once tried to take Shiny's avatar and turn his frown upside down, and it's the worst thing ever.
It was really creepy.
It was so cursed. I hated it.
So Shiny shouldn't smile.
Look, this is a
He's
happy.
British. He's got
I
nothing
keep
to smile
forgetting
about.
that with this new virtual avatar, I don't have hands, but I'm pointing to my face, and it's like, look, this is a perfectly happy smile.
Yeah, don't turn it upside down. It looks horrible.
Let's see, Yoda was no stranger to adversity, but his addiction to death sticks may have been his toughest battle. Is it before death sticks? After death sticks? Not even once, kids. Not even once. Unspeakable evil.
No, I love this. This is
And
so
so
good.
my nephew Zuko managed to topple the evil Fire Lord Ozai. And it was wonderful. Peace returned to the world of Avatar, and everything was great. And it warmed my heart that my nephew remembered all the lessons that I had taught him, including the weaknesses. And then he kills Zuko. That's going to be awesome.
Litev, you kind of sounded like a coup from Samurai Jack there.
And then a foolish avatar wielding a magic sword stepped forth to oppose me. See how Alphabet Squad came into existence? Alphabet soup?
It all makes sense.
Alphabet-y spaghetti.
Alphabet soup. Let's see here. Steven Seagal, Stormtrooper outfit. That's a Stormtrooper.
Happy. Why can't
He's so round.
No. If Steven Seagal ever wore a stormtrooper outfit, he'd be wearing the sunglasses over the helmet, and he'd be carrying a 1911.
Steven Seagal as a Stormtrooper. There he is. Every once in a while. Shiny. I am your father. No. Yes, because Doomcock came on for a little bit.
That's not true. That's quite literally impossible.
That was pretty fun talking to Doomcock about Star Trek. That was pretty awesome. Let's see. Shiny saying sanity is for everyone the insane. Indeed. As some man, you are badly outnumbered. Again, my good lord. Perhaps you should defect and join us. Everyone's mad here.
Like, just... There you go, okay.
Everyone's mad here. Kept you waiting, huh? Shiny when he sees Funko Pops.
You really hated poor Mandy. It was just like, who are you? Why are you here? Why
fuck are you?
Get away from here.
Okay. I'm going to be very honest. Having Funko Pops, and a lot of them in particular, I think does particularly say a lot about the individual which has a lot of Funko Pops.
How many is a
so
lot?
nice.
Just asking
Mandy's
for a
so
friend, Shiny.
cute.
How many is a lot?
More than
like
one.
a stack of them.
Okay, good. I only have 3. I mean, my friend only has 3.
My friend, my buddy.
Yeah, my friend. You wouldn't know him. He lives in Canada.
Luckily,
Not
I only have one, and that's just because it was given as a gift. A really shit gift, I'll admit.
Listen, they were on sale. Okay.
That says, "Look inside. You know it to be true, Shiny."
We also have to take into account that I have a no thought policy, like no simps, no thought. That's my rule. Vote for Shiny now, and that is the platform I will run on.
Are you saying Mandy was a thought?
Maybe.
But she's so cute.
Not all women are thoughts. That's the people. You're a thought.
I can agree. Disagree.
If she
about
breathes. Let's see. When someone says Donkey Kong currency, it's like a bunch
Donkey
of
Kong
bananas.
currency. All the bananas.
Bananas.
That was true. I think he actually used bananas currency in the game.
Yeah, you can buy stuff from that.
Danish versus British. Like the
Yeah,
old
I
game-
posted this. We have to we have to decide now. The picture on the left is the Danish queen, and then there's the boring British queen. She's
Yeah,
just like,
I think the Danish queen is like she's about to make a deal with the mafia or something like that. I mean, write a secret.
cool. And the British.
No one knows
an
about
old
the
lady.
Danish queen.
It's
No
about-
one knows about her. She's
Look at how
irrelevant.
Cool she is.
The Danish queen looks like she's about to go on a rampage. Like she's okay. Let me light one up real quick, and then I'll just gun everybody down.
You know
It's
that
just- it's about to
sounds like you
smack
get in
somebody.
your voice, like when you're like really like a bad smoker. That it's kind of like how the Martez sister sounds. Like you just been smoking 6 packs for like.
Hey, Danish
100
queen,
years.
are you really as good as they say they are?
The queen's like 90 something, and she looks like she's in better shape.
The Danish queen looks like, if I don't like this fucking cigarette, I'm gonna kill you.
Exactly.
She looks
And
like,
our Danish
that's
queen
what
is
she
actually
has.
also 91 or something.
Oh my god.
So she's as old as the British queen, but she looks so much better.
I doubt that.
Yeah, the British queen is like, I party hard.
I party
Yeah,
hard, young man.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
But it
It's
seems like
translators
the
now.
vote is a tie. It's like 5. No, 5-4. Oh no! How
Is
dare
it-
you guys?
Translator's note: Kaikaku means oh yeah. Just according to Kaikaku, I may have lost all my pieces, but it's all according to plan. See, when LD loses $5. Oh no, where's that from? I forgot.
No idea.
Looks vaguely familiar.
The Danish are at it again with their banana crown.
I love this. It's so good.
Banana currency.
On average, Danish women are the tallest in the world.
Oh really?
Ah.
I
Then
just
why is
I don't help
Zofrat's a-
on that.
Why is Zofrat's a bloody dwarf?
I'm very small.
She's a rebel.
What is this? What kind of Harley Quinn is this? Kind of like a guy in a wig. What is going on
You
here?
can put anything in a box. A game of con science.
It's like a man in drag.
He kind of looks like the wet queen from Alice in Wonderland. Like
Yeah, a
her
little
head
bit.
is a little bit too big.
Yeah, it looks vaguely mannish.
I guess Harley Quinn's a man in drag now, I guess.
I don't. How do you put a thought into a box, and how do you put a hate into a box?
Harley Quinn's in the box.
I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, this
Or
is the
better.
thing. She blew up the bomb she planted into Game Boys that were given out to random kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, evil
What
Harley Quinn.
the
Okay.
fuck?
Okay.
So she's just killing random fucking kids.
Apparently.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty evil. I like that.
I don't think even the Joker went that far.
I'm not even sure the Joker was like purposely targeting kids.
But wasn't it because, Bed by Beta, wasn't it you who wanted to kill kids? Or was it the other guy?
Yeah, but
It was,
wants to kill kids, yeah.
So was it Jegs, that's it.
Let's see. Anime Fan 3794, which is the 499, appreciate that. Read the message I posted along with Harley Quinn panel. What was the message there?
Oh yeah, the
Oh, yeah,
page
the-
where she blew up
yeah.
bombs
Okay,
planted in
okay.
Game Boys.
See, who wore it better? Black Widow or Black Widow? Interesting.
Black Widow, definitely.
I'll say Black Widow did.
Safe bet.
The moment you find out that Dolph Lundgren is exceptionally more qualified to be called a scientist than Bill Nye. Yeah, Bill Nye has he's like something in engineering or something.
Mechanical engineering.
He has a bachelor's associates, or he has a bachelor's in science, mechanical engineering.
I thought he was a mathematician.
He has mechanical engineering, while Dolph Lundgren has a chemistry degree, a chemical engineering degree, a technology degree, a master's in chemical engineering, and a Fulbright scholarship recipient. He's a Fulbright scholarship recipient, so he's way more qualified to be.
They
called a
made
scientist.
they made jokes about it in the Expendables too.
Yeah, like he's really, really smart, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. A Shiny and Zorfetch should be like, time to die, time to die.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I'm very uncomfortable by this.
Let's see.
This does not give. I did not give my consent.
It's Bob Ross. Who said that? Let's see.
And now some happy little birds. You
Look at
understand,
PT.
maggots?
PT till you die. Let's see. Meanwhile, in the parallel universe, those little happy little bushes are paintings.
Happy little Ross.
Yeah, happy little Ross. It's gonna be happy little Ross. Be our little secret. I despise and look down on you. You are not men. You are killing machines. Yeah, there's Bob Ross.
Oh,
being
it's the
a drill
smile that
sergeant.
does it for me. He's just
He's just
smiling.
still smiling. Hand holding his censored book.
Oh, yeah, we're so lewd. We're holding hands.
There's a Jar Jar Seagal. How would? That's what he sounds like when he's doing his Jamaican accent. See, Steven Seagal and Go 13. That's perfect. There it is. There it is, Mud.
Oh.
Go 13.
Well, when I hear
Pray
Go
you.
13, I think of like a cartoon that's stylized like Teen Titans Go.
Go
Just,
13. Jabari.
the word "go" just I don't know brings out that connotation.
Watch the first episode, Shani. You'll be corrected very, very quickly.
Let's see. These clankers didn't just cross the border. They crossed the line.
I love that
So good.
they
Sunglasses on him and
his
everything.
bandana on his head, and then they've also put the glasses on his eyes.
Bandana and sunglasses.
All he needs is the 1911.
They crossed the line. Steven Seagal is Go 13.
He really is.
Because you don't have
It's
to act.
the only thing I was thinking when we watched that movie. It's just like, yeah, he's so much Steven Seagal.
Let's see. It's cool, but does it go chuck? No.
You can't cock it.
The smart boy's happy. Smart boy sad.
That was because I was observing this girl we were covering, and every time she moved her hands and enunciated, her breasts would jiggle. So I made a comment on this 3 times, like, why do you keep talking about her tits? I was like, I'm not. That's the thing that's noticeable.
Not just smart boy.
Smud.
Smud boy needs to go to horny jail.
Horny jail. It's an elegant weapon for more civilized age than P90.
P90.
P90, yeah, P90.
Yeah.
Ryan Trishka, welcome. Awesome, welcome. We're almost over, but welcome anyway. Police Raid Yorkshire Farm. There we go. It's from Hot Fuzz. I like that movie.
Yeah, that
It's
was
a
a
very
good
fun movie. Hot Fuzz. The Seagal. Steven Seagal has big seagull. He's big seagull energy. It's big seagull. Big seagull. Let's see.
Why am I
Yeah.
Hot Fuzz?
This is the scene where no one dies.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I like it though. It's cool.
Let's see. Anakin, we gotta respect women. If she breathed, she's a thought. All women are queens, Anakin.
Anakin, Chancellor Palpatine is sexist.
The thoughts are taking over.
I have failed you, Anakin.
I have failed you. Let's see. They put you in horny jail. You realize you're not alone. No.
no.
Realize you're not alone.
We're gonna have to let some people go due to overcrowding.
We're going to let some people go. Oh, due to overcrowding.
Overcrowding in horny jail.
All right. Well, that closes up our stream for today. So, thank you everyone for joining me today, everyone who did. And thank you, Best Chat, for always being Best Chat. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you all again, of course, next time.